but for us and everyone back home, they can feel your roar. So if you guys get hype, all the viewing people from home, they will get hyped as well. Especially, you know, some of our French community over here in the stand.
There they are.
That's right. Y'all feel free to go wild. We love y'all.
Gde ste, braćo, štima? Samo sekund. Pozdrav svima, dobrodošli u novi live stream štima, braćo. Samo sekund. Evo ga. Gde ste, braćo, štima? Pozdrav svima, dobrodošli u novi live stream. Danas gledamo FNCS Global Championship dan 2. Sutra gledamo finals. Znači, danas se isto bore koliko? 50 timova i od najboljih 25 ili top 25 kako hoćete. Hvala u finalsi za sutra. Tako da, eto. Pozdrav Vladislave, nemoj sa velikim slojima. Pozdrav Bartol, pozdrav Marin, pozdrav Janko, pozdrav Relja, pozdrav za sve ljude, braćo štima, kako ste? Znači, ovo je dan 2 danas, prvi game kreće tek za 30 minuta, tako da to će biti malo problem, ali dobro. Ne znam, znate šta je bio problem, braćo? Jučer, na primjer, završi game i mnogo je bilo između gameova, mnogo kao tajma. Tako da, vidjet ćemo danas da li će tako biti, nadam se da neće. Pozdrav Sefer, pozdrav Ahmox, pozdrav Gađa, pozdrav Icy, pozdrav Dule, pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Boža, pozdrav Oletić, pozdrav Dori. Štima, braćo, kako ste? Jel moguće, brate Pascal? Hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi, braćo? Štima? Pozdrav Dule, pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Aleksandar, pozdrav Rengar. Bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe. Pozdrav Mateja, pozdrav Lazar. Pa brate, to je teško, Dule. To je jako teško zbog toga što ovo je FNCS Global Championship, igraju najbolji ljudi. Davode, nemoj sa velikim slojima, ako ti nije problem, nemoj da spamuješ, brate. Braćo, mogu da vas pitam nešto, šta mislite ko vina FNCS? Ko vina FNCS? Iskreno da vam kažem, juče je dobro prošlo, svi sa Balkana su hvalali. Vidjet ćemo danas ko će hvalati. Kvizi, Moneymaker. Pozdrav Hawaii. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Trulex. Danas igra Kliks. Pozdrav Neza. Kvizi ili Colt i Acorn. Da, Colt i Acorn su juče bili drugi, braćo. Pozdrav Sparkly. Gdje se vraća stari Fortnite? U sljedećoj sezoni se vraća stari Fortnite. Pozdrav Gudelje. Pozdrav Eugen. Pozdrav za sve ljude, štima, braćo. Kako ste vi? Hvala na pitanju. Svima. Quiz ili Moneymaker? Pa jeste, Emilio, jeste. Svi su najbolji. Buga. Buga jeste juče hvalao. Juče i Buga hvalao, tako da vidjet ćemo, braću. Ima dosta šanse za sve ljude. Pozdrav, mister. Pozdrav, Andrew. Stoje kada dođe nova sezona, kada bude otišao Mega City, to hoće mi biti malo bolji FPS. Pa stvarno ne znam, brate, stvarno ne znam. Pozdrav, Robert. Braćo, hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi? Ja znaš možda Stojka šta da napravim? Pa ne znam, stvarno ne znam, brate. Nemoj to, brate, nemoj to. Bartole. Jel juče igrao Moneymaker? Danas igra Moneymaker. Pozdrav Stefane, pozdrav Andrej. FNCS se održava u Kopenhagenu. Jel Trulex hvalao? Hvalao je. Pozdrav Duje. Juče hvalao, Trulex je bio treći. Pozdrav Brzi, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Braćo, da znate, sad će oni pričati tu o jučerašnjim gameovima i bit će intervjui. Sada ćemo vidjeti s kim će biti prvi intervju. Burke stvarno ne znam, brate. Pozdrav Marko. Pozdrav Colke. Danas igra Peterbot, da. Pozdrav, Duško. Vidimo šta će sada reći.
As Frankie stated, as all of us have stated, this is what this is all about, right? Coming together on one stage, six regions represented, players from just all over the world, different walks of life.
Jesam, Dule, da.
One thing, their love and their passion for Fortnite. And on top of that,
Ne, mister, brate. Tu ti svi uzimaju pare. Pa Boža, to stvarno ne znam, brate.
There's a lot of money to be handed out, Mini, and I cannot wait to see who actually walks away with our first.
Evo koji je price pool, braćo.
$1 million for the duo that rises above the rest.
$1 million. I haven't let that sink in yet somehow. $1 million.
Ovo je duo. Pozdrav, Meake.
Is absolutely incredible. $4 million.
Hvala ti puno, brate. Hvala ti puno od srca, Pascal.
It is this. It is majestic. It is gold. It is glistening in all of its glory right in the center.
Evo ga trofej.
Oh boy, this is something to play for.
As always, big shout outs and thanks to our friends at Swarovski. But yes, every time these players sit down, they can look up and they can see that trophy. They are so close. Now today,
Ko je sve kvalo? Pa brate, svi najbolji. Juče su kvalali svi Balkanci.
Let's take a look at some of the players we'll be seeing compete today.
Evo, braćo, ko igra danas. Gledajte ko igra danas.
Just look at this list of names. Just the first 25, I mean, crowd, come on. Mr. Savage and Vidil. Thank you for being awake, crowd. We appreciate it. But so many names on this just first page.
Casey ima dosta poruka, hvala Bogu, i izvini, brate, ako ne pročitam neku. Šta misliš ko će kvalat? Pa nadamo se da će naši kvalat.
Absolutely amazing stuff, right? We're looking at the list of the duos that will.
Evo, braćo, ko su ostali ljudi?
And you know, there's a storyline here for.
A ima dosta ljudi koji igraju. Mislim, 75 timova ili 50, ako se ne varam. Ja Stojka, jel dobio on FNCS pickaxe? Mislim da ne, brate.
Last chance major. We'll see some of those duos compete for the first time on the stage today.
Bacite like, braćo. Pa jeste, od Balkanaca samo vacke, braćo. Jeste juče igrao Čiču i igrao sa Trulexom, kvalo je. Jeste, brzi, da. Pa Badi Vajda, da.
Bison, Kitos will be competing here today. Talk to me about what their journey has been like coming out of yesterday.
Bison and Kitos, we got to talk about them.
Yep.
This is one of only.
Mr. Sević je jedan od najboljih playera ikada u Fortniteu, brate.
We talk about experience all the time. Oh, it's going to play into them, right? It's going to be helping them so much with the lights, the fans, being on the stage and stuff like that. And this is one of those duos that decided to stick together, and they had one heck of a year.
Hvala ti puno od srca, Gala. Kako si ti, brate? Hvala Bogu, sve je super. Hvala Bogu, zdravi, živi smo. I hvala ti puno, brate. Kako je kod tebe? Je sve u redu? Kako si ti?
I mean, this is one of the most experienced duos in the lobby. They have 7 FNCS titles to their name, the most out of any duo competing this entire weekend.
Ovaj turnir ne možete se prijaviti na ovom turniru zbog toga što je ovo LAN, braćo. I tu je već krenuo turnir. Tu jedino možete da, mislim, ko hoće da ide u Dansku da gleda. Tako da je. Baš mi je drago, Gala. Hvala ti puno od srca, brate, hvala ti puno. I nadam se da je kod tebe sve u redu. I hvala ti puno, brate, hvala ti puno. Hvala, brate. Puno, znači, hvala ti.
We know how to play well off each other. We have good communication, and we're just always ready.
Yeah, I know him. He knows me. We're always ready for anything.
Peter, Ba, and Bila. NA, of course, listen.
Pozdrav, Vaske. Za koga ti navijaš? Naravno za naše, brate.
I think it's one of my favorites coming into today.
Za Balkanci.
This is a duo that has won.
Bili su drugi, Buddy.
CS together back in Chapter 3 Season 2 over a year ago, actually. But after that, they were like, nah, we don't really want to do it.
Evo, braćo, Gala je rekao bacite subscribe i bacite like, tako da poslušajte Galu.
The timeline of the events this year, right after major number 3, a weekend later, we had the last chance major. So somehow, in between those 2 weekends, they were like, you know what, let's join forces again. And they paired back up for the last chance major, and Mini, they absolutely crushed it.
I mean, what a performance that was. Watching that is absolutely insane. They came out in first place, and for Peterbot, he's been playing with a different teammate every single major. So to come through in last chance major and absolutely pop off, it's absolutely insane. He's gone, he played with Booga in major number 1, he played with Quanti, he's played with Larson. He seems to be playing with he might play with you soon, Vivid, who knows?
Ne, Davide.
I like this though, because of course they're going back to what they know best. They won FNCS together.
Hvala ti puno, brate, hvala ti, Cile. Sada još malo kreće, pa krećemo sa komentiranjem. Kliks mora hvalat. Pa brate, vidjet ćemo. Nadam se da će hvalati. Hvala Marko, hvala ti. Roblox, brate, ovo ti je dan 2. Ovo je dan 2.
For me and Video, I think it would mean the world if we managed to win the global championship. Since we called last chance major as well, so it would be like crazy comeback story, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, it would be actually crazy, man. Like I don't know, I get the trophy, I'm happy then. This is like,
yeah, the gold trophy.
Yeah, the trophy.
Gold trophy.
And then
do you like gold?
I like gold, yeah. And then we get, I think I go vacation after. I feel like, no? This is a hard
I'm going vacation no matter what.
Big cheer for Mr. Savage there, wasn't it? Quite a loud one, and for good reason.
Pa nadamo se, Stefane, nadamo se, brate.
Experience in the game, such a great fan base.
Da nema Balkanaca, ko bi ti hteo da vina? Au, stvarno ne znam, brate. Stvarno ne znam. Nisam razmišljao o tome. Pozdrav, Bilki. Šta misliš ko sve FNCS? Pa iskreno da ti kažem, brate, navijam za naše. Navijam za naše, tako da volio bi neko od naših.
Yeah, winning that last chance major on the European region. I actually checked into a little bit of a stat. You know, Mr. Savage, he's been around for a while. I was like, you know what? How many in-person events has he been to? 13, the most out of anybody competing this weekend. So if we're going to talk about experience, we have to mention Mr. Savage. And honestly, I just love this duo so much because, you know, throughout life, there's a lot of things that work on paper. And when we think about Mr. Savage and Video, Mr. Savage, very, very smart. Let's say, you know,
Nije, Vaske, ovo ti je, brate, dobili su svi pozivnicu, najbolji playeri. Dorin nije, nemoj tako, brate, on je jedan od najboljih playera. I kako se zove, jeste danas igra, braćo, najmlađi pro player ikada, ja mislim. Ima 14 godina.
We had to talk to Mr. Savage. 13 LAN appearances to your name so far. Do you feel like the experience of playing on LAN has changed much in the years since you've been competing?
I mean, obviously, yeah, the game keeps changing all the time, but yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
And tell me about your relationship with Video. He also has, I believe, 7 LAN appearances to his name. So you have so much experience under your hat.
Pa da, buddy, da, brate.
Has he taught you anything about performing well on LAN?
Pa da, skeptik, brate, ja poštujem, on je, brate, veliku stvar uradio za Fortnite. Ali ne znam, ovo je sad drugačije nekako. Zbog toga što Moneymaker igra ove velike turnire, razumeš? I on je igrao velike turnire, ali ne znam, mislim da je kratko trajao. Moneymaker ima 14.
Well, it's just like claiming space on the map, trying to get surge on different people, so I mean that's basically the...
Pa za obojicu sam, brate, duje.
It's risky, so sometimes...
Vuk,
But the thing is, you don't like
maksimum je,
being
brate.
contested. If you are contested, you can get those Storm Surge tags early. Are you hoping to be contested today at Naughty Nets?
No, hopefully we're uncontested. I've been contested way too much. I'm done with it, so yeah, hopefully nobody lands on us.
Da, upravo si, Buddy, ali kratko je trajao.
If someone does drop near you today, would you consider swapping the spot?
Hvala ti, Paskale.
And what happens if someone...
A Mr. Sević ima 18, ja mislim.
I mean, do I even need to say anything?
I think you need to look down that camera and give them a warning.
Hey, Anon, sons, you better not be coming. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. Don't come his way.
Oh, man. Crowd, I mean, Mr. Savage can hear you guys from up here. Make some noise for him. That is right. We will be seeing more players and of course more Mr. Savage as the day goes
Samo sekund, samo
on.
sekund.
Now of course as we're kind of talking about today, don't forget tomorrow grand finals. I have
Bacite like, braćo.
special friends coming by
A
tomorrow.
onda ima 19, vajda. Pozdrav, Pajex. Pa da, Gabi, jesam, da. Pozdrav, Josipe, kreće za 16 minuta, braćo. Danas igra 5 gejma, sutra 6. Sutra je finals. Sutra gledamo ko će da uzme 2 miliona, mislim milion, i ko će da uzme trofej. 19, Vaski. Da bude moneymaker.
We've now watched you play. So when you come to our turf, we have advantage. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to kind of consider. Obviously, all of the gameplay that happened in the upper bracket, it's all out there, right? Can be VOD reviewed in any sense. So a little bit of an advantage there. Anybody coming from the last chance major, we haven't really seen them play on the stage yet. But honestly, the one thing that I learned from yesterday is that since we are playing 5 matches and 5 matches...
Ima dosta kontrolera, braćo, ima dosta kontrolera. 17, Lucky. Gdje ti je za pleše, jeste, da. A ne znam za njega koliko godina ima. Evo poeni, braćo. Format points. Island daje 15 i Forecast daje 3.
But I love that you call out the mid-match objectives. Yesterday was a bit of a weird one, right? A lot of these players didn't really play for the mid-match objective. I mean, yesterday we saw a solo player claim Rift Island, just completely uncontested. Why do you guys feel like this isn't prioritized more? Is it maybe just more of a grand finals thing?
I mean, yeah, I mean, throughout the majors, right, we saw a lot
Prijetno,
of
Lucky, vrate.
willing to contest for it, but
A je, Reja. Koja je nagrada? Nagrada zavisi kako placeaš, brate. Prvi uzima $1 milion.
They just get it.
It just comes down to experience, I think. It just comes down to experience on that island. You don't want to be trying to do things new. You don't want to think, oh, that's an island, that's worth $50.
Pozdrav, Genose.
Should we give it a go? It's not worth trying to do that right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday in game 1. Malibuka and Thomas HD went for it straight away. There was no hesitation whatsoever. So for this day, I'm expecting a little bit more hesitation because a lot more is on the line. They don't have another day.
Juče Bojan Acorn, brate.
Now or never. So maybe
Juče Acorn.
less contestation online. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm so curious myself, of course. We have players and they are excited. So let's go ahead and meet a couple of them. Check this out.
Genose ne znam, vidjet ćemo.
Qualifying through last chance major really put off all the pressure off our shoulders and we were really happy. Yeah, I actually started crying right after we qualified because I was so happy.
We qualified through last chance because he solo clutched a big game where we had absolutely nothing and we kept it consistent from then on.
Leading up to the last chance major, I wasn't that nervous.
Danilo, prvi game kreće za 13 minuta.
Qualifying through the last chance major was definitely a sign of relief. All year round, we were kind of close on the edge of it, and finally winning the last chance was a great feeling.
I was in my seat, like shaking. I'll be honest. Like I was like, all right, like this is actually about to be over if like he gets eliminated right now. And you know, my duo, 6 FNCS wins.
Little solo clutch.
Little solo clutch, brought it home. You know, the coach could get all mad, but at the end of the day, we qualified. We went to got some cookies, and he fed me the cookies. I fed him the cookies, and yeah, that's about it.
Pozdrav, Adriane. Mislim da nisi napisao pozdrav, zato nisam te pozdravio, brat. Pozdrav, veliki pozdrav, brat. Ko igra od Balkanaca? Od Balkanaca igra samo Vaske, brate.
E ver o primeiro dia, como vai ser o primeiro dia. A gente consegue ver como os players vão estar jogando.
Pozdrav, Frakić.
Como que eles vão estar se posicionando.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. Pozdrav, Anele. Prvi game kreće za 12 minuta. Pozdrav, Andrej.
I think a lot of people in the lower bracket can do a really good job. People like Clicks and Epic will definitely have a chance of winning the whole thing.
We're definitely in it to win. I mean,
I didn't fly 12 hours to 10-hour layover, another 12-hour flight to not win, you know.
People have never seen us, even if we are on top, people have always called us either lucky or just a one-time wonder, anything else. But I just know we are basically better than any of them, so that's
Pa Casey danas samo Vaske.
This is like the biggest tournament, so it will be the peak of my career if I could take this one home.
coming from the lower bracket.
Jeste, Quizy i Trulek su hvalali.
And I'm planning to win.
You saw
Ako
there,
Bog da, Davide,
Alex,
nadamo
of
se,
course,
brate.
as many of
Ako
us
Bog
are
da.
fans of. Let's talk
Pozdrav,
about
Mirto.
what it looks like for him over in Mega City, going up against Jamon, who played yesterday.
Da,
but
Casey,
was
da.
in the lower half, the bottom 25. How can we expect this matchup to go?
It's going to be very exciting, right? We have two teams that are used
Clicks
to
lenda i Epic Whale lendaju u Mega City, braćo.
together. We've seen this duo have a little bit of ups and downs in the cash cups when it comes to being contested or spawn. They haven't actually been performing too great, but sometimes when they make it out of there,
Nikakav
they're
problem,
able to find
Robert.
so many storm surge tanks to make it to that end game well.
Nema, Adriane, nema.
Yesterday, they had a very, very interesting strategy. They decided to land there uncontested on that northwest side. They didn't take very long there, though, Vivid. They didn't spend very long there at all. They were actually rotating out straight into the center of the map and trying to find storm surge tags as they go along. So I'm excited to see what they do today.
Yeah, I love the fact that you kind of bring up that point, because in order for that strategy to really work, you have to be uncontested.
Gabriele, zašto, brate? Šta se desilo? Pozdrav, Irke.
In major number 3 and the last chance major, they were used to being uncontested as well. So I feel like the most recent experience for them also kind of involves that sort of scenario.
Pa pitaju kako si ti, Mirto? Stoje koliko Moneymaker ima godina? 14?
Fight at Mega City. Yeah, two duos that are used to being contested. It's going to be great to see. And from Yuma and Jamon's perspective, I want to see a little bit more confidence from them. They were getting really, really good storm surge damage yesterday. 800 above, fifth zone around that.
Ali ne može manje od ovoga. Gabi, ovo je najmanje što sam mogao da smanjim, brate. Ne može manje od ovoga. To je problem, brate. Jedino mogu ovako da uradim. Mogao ovako jedino da uradim. Evo ovako. Ako hoćete ovako, meni nije problem.
I have got Jamin, and also I've got Marinus who's going to be translating for us, because Jamin is from the Asian region, or more specifically from Japan, where all of our Asian students have actually come to us from.
Isto je, da li ovako ili...
First of all, thank you for joining me, Jamin. I would love you to tell us a bit about the playstyle from the Asian region.
日本代表のプレイスタイルってどんな感じですか？日本代表安定した立ち回りが一番大きいです。It's a very stable region.
And so you're very balanced, and that's good to hear. It's your first international LAN. How are you finding your playstyle match against the other regions?
Pozdrav, Andrej.
今回はその初めての
A to ne znam, Adriane, stvarno to ne znam, brate.
その他のリージョンの選手と比べてどうなると思いますか？プレイスタイル的にやっぱでも他の地域一発でかいのが大きいのでそれをしたいです。We'd like to kind of just get a lot of points in one go.
Yeah. And so, how about the games today? So you will be playing
Nije, Marko, ovo nije World Cup, brate.
in tomorrow's Championship Sunday.
Ja ih sve razumem. A ne znam, mislim da je na kineskom pričaju. Mislim, nisam siguran.
進出するために昨日と比べて今日どう変えますか、プレイスタイルを？そうですね、リプレイとか見て研究してきたのでそれを変えてやっていこうと思います。We've watched through a lot of replays, and so we've kind of used that, and we will kind of use that to.
Japanski, da, možda.
Well, Marinus, thank you so much for talking.
Jeste, ovo je trenutno live FNCS.
I can't wait to see how Yuma and Jamin do as they take to the battle.
Japanski, da. Pozdrav, Niksa.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jamin focused.
Za koga navijaš?
Playing after yesterday.
Pa brate, navijam za naše, navijam za naše. Pozdrav, Matej.
25.
Ko misliš da će vinati? Pa iskreno, opet kažem, brate, ne znam ko će vinati, ali navijam za naše. Jeste, Gudelje? Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Filipe? Pozdrav, Svapi.
Yeah, over at Frenzy Fields, it's a very similar situation to the one that we just checked out, right? One team coming from yesterday, one team just coming in very fresh from the lower bracket, that last chance major in Pam's doing fetch. And I'm going to be excited to see how this one actually plays out, because if we look at how Datus and Stain performed yesterday as it pertains to the all-spawn situation, game number 1, they won against Cammy and Seti, right? And that was actually the only game where they actually made it into the end game and got any amount of points. After that, We saw in game number 5, they tried to switch it up as well, in which they tried to split the drop, but that didn't necessarily work out either.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to split Frenzy feels like that.
Pa Stefane, šta da kažem, brate?
50. We've seen Pamster and Fatch winning that a lot of times, been putting a lot
A sad igraju Vadel, jeste danas igraju Vadel?
They have so far is the third parties that could be rotating on.
Pa vidjet ćemo, brate, svapi. Vidjet ćemo.
They've tried landing in different areas in previous seasons, previous cash cups and weekly finals, and I think it was North Slappy that they were landing.
Prvi game kreće, jeste Nixa, prvi game kreće za 7 minuta, braćo.
Up because they know it so well.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, not to mention as well, Hamso and Fatch, also a returning duo from Invitational. They played together in every single major, and we've actually heard it, right? They had to suffer through an injury throughout the year, which, you know, they lost some practice throughout some of the majors.
Pozdrav, Kocar.
Although, I'm excited to see them perform today.
Pa vidjet ćemo, Filipe, vidjet ćemo. A ne vjerujem, brate, Cuna. Ne vjerujem. Pozdrav, Nuxa. Danas igra Svapi, nije juče igrao. Jeste danas igra Kliks, braćo. Hvala, hvala Duje, hvala. A Luka igraju dosta igrača, vidjet ćete sada, brate, kad krene prvi game. Sa kim igra Moneymaker, to stvarno ne znam. Jeste danas igra i Kliks, braćo.
Yeah, we are, but I think we're very ready for them to contest us, so we're not really scared or anything.
How do you practice for being contested off spawn?
I think it's just by running a couple of 2v2s at Frenzy. We did that
Andrej, brate,
I don't think we're gonna have a problem.
valjda će uskoro, pošto ima 50 timova, brate. Trebaju 100 ljudi predstaviti, a ne vjerujem da će sve predstaviti.
What is it that's kept you together?
I mean, we both speak the same language, and
Pa Maki, znam da ima 14, brate.
and now like we're at some point being played together for like 2 years that we can like play with no comms and we'd be okay.
Pozdrav, Urke. Ajde, Rengare. Rit je kvalao, da.
Games are different every time, but yeah, we've just been playing together for so long, and it's weird to do a change now.
That sounds like we're Quebecois and there's not many of us, so we have to.
Bacite like, braćo, prvi game kreće za 5 minuta. Amire, sad kreće prvi game. Jel Trulex kvalao? Je, brate, da.
Yeah, Fatch had a wrist injury like around December. When he told me about it,
Pozdrav, Mario.
But I just knew that Fatch would, when he will come back, he will always be good. So I wasn't really stressed or anything, and I just waited for him patiently.
And now here you are in Denmark, and I know that you would
Znam,
like to say
Nemanja.
something to the fans watching around the world. And there are some French fans in the audience. Maybe you could win them over. And I know
Jeste, tako je, Matija. Svi Balkanci koji su juče igrali su kvalali.
I'm gonna let the two of you speak to your fans.
Let's go les Québécois et les Français, on va gagner pour vous. On va essayer de mieux vous représenter au Québec, puis envoyez-nous de la force, puis les Français aussi, si vous pouvez nous aider un petit peu à passer aujourd'hui, ça pourrait aider, merci.
I think you might have won the French fans over as well as the ones watching you at home in Canada. Thank you so much for talking to me. I do believe
Pozdrav,
our friend
Živko.
112K right now is in the Creator Lounge, so let's see who
Da, u redu. Nixa.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we are in the Creator Lounge, and I'm here with Squatting Dog, but I can't... here he is.
Mario do 12.
Squatting Dog, such a funny fella, such a funny fella. It's actually your birthday, right?
It is my birthday, in fact, yes.
Smanji mikrofon, glasan si mnogo. Samo sekund, braćo.
Birthday, right?
It is my...
Balkanci koji su juče igrali su kvalali.
I'm gonna let the two of you speak to your fans.
Ali ako smanjim, brate, onda se neću ni čuti uopće. Meni nije problem da smanjujem, smanjit ću. Ali neću se čuti ja.
Around. The screen is massive, and like I think this is going to be an event that we will all cherish for a very
Sad ne znam da li se ja
so
čujem.
you are here.
Ajde se
We're
čujem.
so stoked you're here. This is a blast.
It has been really, really fun in there. I have to ask you though, is there anyone in particular you're supporting? Anyone you got your eyes looking out for? Of course, today is the lower bracket day, right? It's a lot more on the line. You know, sometimes.
Braćo, je li dobro ovako ili da vratim?
There's a lot of pressure on the players.
Dobro je.
I'm looking for Kanada.
Loše se čuješ.
fan favorite.
Čuješ
of
se,
mine.
čuješ
And
se.
I think when I talk to a lot of people out there in
Odlično.
the crowd, they're saying
Pozdrav,
clicks,
Teo.
you know, and I think that's a common answer as well. So we hope the best for him as well. Yeah.
100%. Clicks is
Vrati, vrati, vrati.
see well. I have to ask you though, right? You know, people want me to ask this, so you know, this is coming like it's a very important question. Right?
Vratit ću ovako.
How do you think you'd fare in a
Evo ga.
competition like
Ja
this?
sad dobro.
Like
Mislim
this
da je sad dobro.
Yeah. No more funny business. Let's get to the serious stuff. Back to you on the desk, Zeke.
Dang it, Squatting Dog.
Game kreće za 2 minuta, braćo. Bacite like, braćo. Jel može ovako? Game kreće za 2 minuta. Pre nego što krene game, idemo na 120 lajkova, jel može? Bacite like, braćo.
Yeah, I mean, you put those two together, you're bound to get a laugh, 100%.
Aco, nemoj sa velikim slovima, brate. Ajde.
He's tough to be around sometimes. He's always trying to throw a joke.
He's tough to play duos with as well. So I think if they duo together, yeah, they'd be bomb.
Wow, Levin, way to not play duos with me. That's cool. Anyway, guess
Možda
what?
ne znam
We're
niksa.
getting ever closer to starting the competition. Why don't we send it on up to our casters to get us prepped?
This has been phenomenal.
Samo Aco da odgledam pa ću da dođem. Kad će početi? Uskoro, brate. Mario, to ćemo vidjeti sutra. Ovo je Opens, brate. Papi drugi je bio. Hvala Duje, hvala ti. Hvala puno od srca. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka, braćo. Pa dobro, Nikse, juče je bio prvi dan.
That we're seeing today that everybody would have predicted to be at the top of that leaderboard, taking a break onto Sunday, and that's one thing everybody has to get through their mind. Nothing is guaranteed, everything is earned.
Lots of crowns igra, brate, igra Vaske. Hvala ti, Vaske, hvala. Jeste, Mario, da. Evo ga, braćo. What? Braćo, opet je isto kao juče, ali ne znam, juče i danas je brutalno. Zanima me kako će biti sutra. Juče je vino Acorn. Za koga navijaš? Za naše, brate, Balkance.
We have so many players nervously lining up behind that stage ready to meet.
Ajde, Niksa. Pozdrav Zivana.
I think we should lend them your voices right now. Are you ready to meet your players?
Fizz je bio drugi.
Are you ready to meet your players? Let's bring them on.
It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how you pick yourself back up.
Izlaze, braćo.
Plan to do just that today. They want to continue their dream team. They want to continue that journey to the Global Championship final.
What happened yesterday doesn't matter. This is a new lobby with new competition. And if there's any takeaways from their day one, it's that all it takes is one good game to break through.
And this is what they plan to do. Take a couple of those moments from yesterday, the experience, everything that they have learned, and put on a show for the Royal Arena to keep it all going.
Second chances do not come often. Everyone wants today to be the start of something great, and it all begins with this competition.
And this is it, lower bracket. Everybody's ready to take their seats. They're ready to start to play the game. You hear the chants of the crowd going loud. They're ready to make some noise.
So take it all in, enjoy the walk down. You've taken your seats one time before already, but this time, you don't want to make it your last.
A to ne znam, Svapi, to ne znam. Hvala puno, Marko, hvala ti, hvala, brate.
You can feel it. You can feel it in
Jel
the
Trulex
air.
prošao, jeste?
Is real. Yesterday those players were alive.
Stefan je moneymaker. Pa naravno, brate, naravno. Cuna. Pa nadamo se, Vuk, vidjet ćemo. Casey, brate, sad će još 4 puta da uđu. Znači ovo je prvi put, treba još 3 puta da uđu sad. I onda kreće prvi game.
Honestly, yesterday was a little bit rough for them. They were contested by the greats, Thomas and Malabuka, but today it's a different story. They're going to be uncontested, and if there's anything that I know about Kanata, it's that when he is uncontested every single game, he's going to find the damage needed for Storm Surge and find every single one of those end games.
Of course, and I mean, as you saw them on screen there for a moment,
Pa da, juče ljudi koji nisu kvalali igraju danas.
It's Snazy finding themselves here in the lower bracket, but the fight's not done. That's right. Make some more noise. Mini Miner, what can they do?
Yeah.
What can they do? What can they change to make it happen today?
Yesterday wasn't great for them. It wasn't a great day. But they can come back. They can definitely come back. They couldn't quite make it to endgame yesterday. Such a little bit of a problem for them. And we're talking about a duo in Snazy who has LAN experience. He was at the World Cup. I think they're going to need those fans today. I think they're going to need them on top form. And it looks like so far they're definitely doing that.
For sure. Now, of course, we've seen these duos.
Uću, Acu, kad krene prvi game, brate. Sad pokazuju, neću da propustim neki trenutak. Jeste, Loc. Ulaze, braćo. Sević.
They're looking to put everything they learned throughout the year to the test here against some players that already have the experience on the stage.
Look, just because it's their first time on stage does not mean it's their first time competing. They are familiar with what it takes to find themselves the victory royales that matter most so they can keep their ticket punch for the global championship.
And with their backs up against the wall, they realize the situation that they're in. It is go big or go home. And let me tell you, with a long flight for some of these guys, they don't plan on making that come to fruition. This is just one group of so many superstars you're going to see this entire weekend.
GG.
A high-profile duo.
Pozdrav, Nikola. Možda, brate, znam. Hila. Buga je kvalao, Mario, juče. Braćo, bacite like. Stoj Kaco mi pravi neprijatnost na streamu. Zašto, brate, šta se desilo? Bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe. Kreće prvi game za nekih 15 minuta. Pozdrav, Vojeksu.
Absolutely, and a duo from NA.
Vuk, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti?
Now, of course, we know Sented has
počinje u 55. Danas igra. Nemanja. Kviz je juče kvalao. Znači, braćo, smanjit ću malo da vam kažem nešto. Slušajte me sada svi pažljivo, braćo. Danas, ljudi koji će kvalati igraju sutra finals sa ostalih 25 timova koji su kvalali. To je 50 timova, 25 od danas, 25 od juče, 50 timova, 100 igrača se sutra bori za prvo mjesto, za $1 milion i za trofej. Tako da danas gledamo dan 2, juče smo gledali dan 1. Danas ko bude u top 25, kao što sam rekao, igra sutra sa ostalih 25 timova i sutra isto tako u 16 sati gledamo finale. Sada ulaze drugi ljudi.
Major. They felt this pressure before, and like Levin said, it either bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and they're trying to shine bright this weekend.
Evo ga Moneymaker, desno.
They know how to prevail through a last chance situation, and today's going to be no different. The Global Championship Battle Bus is leaving with or without you. It's time to see which
Evo ga Vaske, bravo za Vasketa.
Those seats are a hot commodity this weekend. Only 50 teams will be able to make it there. We saw half of them qualify yesterday. Today, we will secure our final entrance onto that battle bus. Who do you want to see take it all?
Budelje, to nije smešno, brate. Tako i treba da bude. Svaka mu čast.
I just need you to follow me around and hype up everything that I do. But man, oh man, now we have the full lobby of players. Now, we wanted to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Wikasi. Now, originally, they're part of two separate duos, but their dual mates have been allowed to come together and form one duo for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there, so they're going to have to sort of use the in-game tools to communicate, landing it to the north side of
the Clix je prošao.
Of Sanguine Sweets. Really interesting drop spot. I think they might have a few issues with Storm Surge, with teams actually using that massive mountain that's just outside of that drop to take advantage of them, but anything can happen. This is why I wanted to talk about this, Gio, because literally anything can happen. We've never seen them play together before, so literally, who knows what's going to happen?
That's a little bit of an X
Pa brate, Gudelje, i ja da sam tu i ja bi se prekrstio. Ja bi se krstio. Zbog toga što ako vjeruješ u Boga, to je super da se prekrstiš, brate, kad ulaziš u ovako veliki turnir. Tako da, ne vidim. Polev, hvala Bogu, brate. Mi nismo ni na 1% od onoga što imam cilj, ako Bog da u budućnosti, tako da, razumeš.
To contest this duo, so my eyes are going to be towards that fight as we jump in to these first couple of games.
That is crazy. And if I remember correctly, these
guys... Niksa, brate, mislim da jesu. Tu nije niko loš, brate.
Some LAN experience. Do you feel like that could play a factor coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? Any of the duos that have experience, especially the ones that have been, you know, together when it comes to an international in-person alone. And then, of course, you know, some of these duos, one half of them kind of have that experience as well. So I'll be excited to see, you know, if they can kind of take the reins and make sure that they stay.
Ili Tayson kvalo, Tayson je kvalo, da.
You mentioned they're now contested because that just shows what the lower bracket can do. Anything can happen. These guys would be preparing to be.
Vidjet ćeš, Niksa, ovo ti je sve, tu je elita, brate, tu su svi najbolji. Svapi da budeš jedan od najboljih igrača u Fortniteu, brate.
Next thing you know, two Australians, they're flying in, and things are all going out the window. All the plans are like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is why we talk about adaptability so much. Not only in the whole game, the whole meta, the whole season, per day in this format. That's when you need to be adaptable as well.
And I wanted to kind of bring it back to full circle. Something we talked about originally was it's only 5 games. We're used to kind of seeing either 6 games one day or a total of 12, right? Spread across.
Rengar, nemoj, brate.
5 games, though it's one less. It sounds like, it's just one less game. It's actually that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely tough. And
bacite like, braćo. Bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce.
Must be thinking about to qualify to the global championship, right? For these,
ne znam Roblox, brate.
Pretty much had to place bare minimum top 10, right? And that's EU. That was a very, very large region. But for a lot of the smaller regions, it was a lot tighter for that, right? So they're used to kind of like winning or placing very, very high. yesterday, they had to get bottom 25, right? So surely that's kind of affecting the mental a little bit. But then those last chance major teams, they're used to clutching up. I mean, they made it all.
Jeste juče kvalokvizi.
Right, the last one to actually make it to the global championships.
Evo tu možete da vidite, braćo, PC-eve i svi igrači koji igraju.
Steno and Lucy. I was speaking to a few people earlier. A few people were around me. I was like, who do you think is going to win?
Dane, neću o tome, brate.
Is it Steno and Lucy? And they're Danish as well, of course. This is a fantastic. I'm excited to see how this year. Yeah, give it a round of applause.
Wow.
Cheer, why not? Yeah, give it. Because I mean, these guys are fantastic. I really love watching them play. They just seem to know how each other play so well. They vibe off each other so well as well. And of course, they have LAN experience as well.
Radić svi. Sad danas treba samo, ako Bog da, još vaske kvaliti, to je to. Polev nije ban dobio bucke, nego je... nego je diskvalifikovan.
We've got to make top 25. You could argue maybe just try and do something and kind of keep any kind of
Froši, nemoj to, brate, pošto nije dobio diskvalifikaciju zbog toga. Obrisao sam ti poruku, nije dobio diskvalifikaciju zbog toga.
You just got to go full send now.
Nah, I mean, if you're holding back now, I think you're trolling a little bit, honestly, right?
Dobio je diskvalifikaciju, neću pričat zašto, ali nešto loše se desilo. Znači, nije dobio zbog toga.
Different play styles, right? People who like to play a little bit more passive, and then we have those aggressive duos.
Našli su mu nešto što ne treba u tastaturi.
I'll be excited to see which duos kind of
Pozdrav Fikiriš.
Yeah, and of course, I think you have to just use
Pozdrav Deki.
practice for the first couple of games. If things go wrong and you have to pull out the grand final strategy, then do it. Because if you don't do it now, you might not even make it to the grand final. So there's no point in hiding them away. We saw some great strats yesterday from Zagu and Pepper with using the shield mushrooms to get some extra serve.
Ma našli su mu, braćo, neću pričat šta, ali ono, ne znam kako može da ide na turnir. Znate šta je on uradio, braćo? Ja poštujem sve. Poštujem sve i baš mi je drago što je uspeo. I zaslužio je to. Ali, braćo, oni su mu našli nešto što ne treba i on je alkohol nosio tamo. A kad je potpisao ugovor, u ugovoru je pisalo ne sme cigare, ne sme alkohol. I našli su mu to i diskvalifikovali ga. Ne mogu da vjerujem.
I mean, that's just skill. Seriously, there's no like coach, there's no
strašno.
water feeling that'll allow you to hit those shots. So, you know, obviously the skill is on this duo. It's just all about clutching up, right? Finding the cohesion. And I think today they're actually switching up their drop slots, so I'll be excited to see if it ends up working out for them in that regard.
Yeah, they're sort of switching up the way that they drop all the way down there at the Relentless Retreat. We saw them sort of contesting a team there yesterday. It was Cal Gamer and 7man. They're both still going there.
Now
they're doing it in a different sort of way. I'm interested to see how that all spawn goes. I think for both teams, it didn't really work out. They were both sort of
nemoj niksa sa velikim slojima, brate.
Are we going to try and fight? Are we going to try and disengage? I didn't even know what was going on there, so maybe they're going to try and be a little more structured today. They're going to either fight or they're going to disengage. I think it's going to be the latter because the stakes are that much higher.
You saw him on screen there for a moment. Kanada.
Pa to ti kažem, Matija, brate.
Let's bring it back. Okay.
Idem, Nikola. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe. Prvi game kreće za nekih 5 minuta.
Spawn. Are they contested today?
Nope. And honestly,
they qual.
Yeah, well, that's what I would say. That's what I predict, right? But Kanada, you know, he had the
Bilki, brate, neću o tome. Pozdrav, Stefane.
Headshot snipes actually were the ones that actually ended up closing out their games for them in both of those scenarios. So maybe there's something they have to switch up a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe they're not used to dealing with those snipers, but I'm sure they can do it.
Aco kreće prvi game za 5 minuta.
Was Storm Surge coming out of that racetrack spot, and they were uncontested in
Jeste, Niksa, da.
finals. They fixed their Storm Surge problems.
Srki igramo drugu igricu koja je u trendu. Ali ako Bog da, neće Fortnite nikada propast, brate.
They can find that same mentality, that same way of playing, they'll be alright.
Well, I'm getting word. It is that time. We are about to kick off.
Aco, ti valjda gledaš Fortnite tracker ili Fortnite što je zbagano, valjda to gledaš. Ako Bog da sada, braćo, kad bude zima, dolazi novi chapter, tako da... Ništa, Kolev. Ne koristim, brate Srki. Braćo, kreće prvi game.
As well, because we're already heading into game number 1.
Šta mislite, ko vi na prvi game?
This is it. This is the start of a journey for some, the continued journey for others. We've already seen some drop spots being switched up. Other players are sticking straight to the
Canada.
plan, but we're going
Clicks,
ahead and looking
clicks.
at some of these contested
Canada,
battles right
Canada.
out of the game. Reason and Janice going up
Savage.
against Herb and Whiskey a little bit.
Rezon.
It looks like they're actually going to split off. They don't want to go ahead and hold on to one spot, and as soon as they realize it's safe, they go back to the game plan.
Vasilije Bucki tu, brate.
Immediately heading for this crude harbor drop. It seems as though Giannis and Reason, maybe with the intentions of not trying to eat early surge damage, but as we can tell, the 50-50s, they have begun. Teams that got the better drops.
Braćo, jel čujete u pozadini publiku? A ne znam, Froši, stvarno ne znam.
Yeah, this is his continued journey from yesterday.
Neske kvaloj.
That top 25 threshold, looking to make up for it here today. Pamstu and Fatch, on the other hand, they thought they were going to have a huge contested battle. We saw it yesterday, but it doesn't look like Stains and Data are going to go ahead and contest them, or at least not right out of the gates.
Stain and Data is maybe...
Pa, Roblox, to je, razumeš, brate. Ima i još, znači to je uradio. Ima još. Ajde, ajde, Nixa. Vaske vi na prvi game, nadamo se, brate.
It's going to be Suns and Anon who
Pa, Froši solo, brate.
switched up. Initially, we're appearing as though Suns and Anon were going to head towards Naughty Nets, but maybe because of Badil and Savage's presence, thought otherwise.
Yeah, they had it uncontested yesterday. Did not work out for them. So I feel like they're just confident. They're ready to take whatever challenge is going to be before them. They want a little bit more loot, a clear path towards the middle of the zone, even though this time it's on the corner. And right now they're trying to go for the flag, and third-party shots already interrupting this off-spawn battle.
Pozdrav, Šarek. Jeste, Vaski iz Srbije.
He only has one combat SMG and not much to work with. But while they giving him time, that's FKS. They're trying to put the pressure on so that way his teammate can get a better loadout.
But at the same time, they're just letting the capture point go for free. And in fact, it seems as though there is some danger hanging on over by Naughty Nets. Saw a nice collection elimination there from Steno onto Mr. Savage. That could definitely play some spoiler effects for game one.
But if Fadil finds
Evo ga,
himself alive
Clicks.
somehow, some way, you heard all the nice things Mr. Savage said about him, but
Koji game, prvi?
Clicks and Epic Will contested over towards Mega City, but I feel like that's no different. All season long, they've been contested about 2 or 3 other teams, but there's so much space to work with. There's so much loot to share. As long as they don't get caught off guard, it's business as usual.
But at the same time, there is so much traffic
Ovo
inside
su
of Mega
custom
City.
accounti, braćo. Na accountu imaju sve skinove koje postoje u Fortnite, sve pikekse.
That regardless of where that high card spawn is at, people are going to be
Igra Moneymaker.
to make sure to take out whoever actually secures that vault key card.
Oh, wow. It's actually, they weren't necessarily contested. They were taken out on their drop. You saw
Šarek, brate, nikakav problem, zašto se izvinjaš, brate? Jeste, Vuk, da, što se tiče skinova, pikeksa i tako dalje.
Already getting one elimination. He's looking for another, but first he has a stop to make. Let's clean up this loot. Let's try to get as jam-packed as possible. You see the fallen teammate, Deguro, was going to be right above him. He knows no matter what, as he continues his journey, he's going to have to try to get that reboot card, because doing this alone is not something anybody wants to face.
But at the same time, that siphon there for Okis definitely gave him a nice little bit to
Ma
work
chill,
with in
Shark,
comparison
brate.
to Dieta, who doesn't have shields.
Pa laki, sad ćemo da vidimo, brate.
He's definitely more than capable of doing so, but it seems as though his mentality right now is just to stay on the move. Being in this sort of solo situation, deep in the jungle biome.
Zašto igra Oki sam? Zbog toga što mu zato što su mu diskvalifikovali teammatea.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Surge as one of the first things, because yesterday, if it
Evo,
showed us
Kanada.
anything, Surge is not the easiest thing to come by in a lobby like this. And uncontested this time around, Kanada and Agers getting a chance to fight off spawn and immediately.
Hvala na pitanju, brate, sve je u redu, hvala Bogu. Nikola.
Trying to get Surge underneath their own belt, so that way they don't have to worry about it too much.
Vico fajta.
Vico and Pink, another team that has experience from day one, contested by Acorn and Cole.
Nije, tek Zu, brate, imao još puno igrača koji su na kontroleru. Pozdrav, Novke. Evo ga Pinku. Evo ga kontroler isto.
As far as Vico and Shadow are concerned,
I ovo je mladi lik, ovaj lik ima 15 godina. Ja mislim. Neću o tome zašto su ga diskvalifikovali, braćo. Pozdrav, Drnja. Koji game? Prvi?
Yeah, and you can kind of already see in the mini map just a little bit. You've seen it here. Bully and Shadow, they had no intention on trying to take that engage. They split up to try to get even more surge early on in the game before the zone does get too small. Snazy and Podesai.
Like zbog toga što nisu hvalili.
On their side in the stadium. I hear them loud and proud already, and they're trying to go ahead and use that energy.
Jeste Novke, da.
A little bit of a misstep on
Pa Žarko je prekršio pravila.
Dusting themselves off and ready to put on a show.
Just because you stumble doesn't
Prvi game, braćo.
It's got to be such an invigorating feeling knowing that you have so many fans in the venue just cheering for you every step of the way.
Igra basket, da.
It's not even like these guys are getting a piece of the action right yet. They're just moving. And you've got the French fans cheering for them. It's just awesome to see that kind of display.
One of the best controller players in the lobby. Polarized, teamed up with Scented over on the other side. They're taking the split that in day one belonged to another team. It's probably part of their strategy. Use this to try to qualify. We'll figure it out.
A to ne znam, Davide.
That's the biggest things. At this stage in the game, there's no reason to save all
Kako je upisan basket, to stvarno ne znam.
Sunday because you have to be able to make it there. Mini Miner said it himself to open up the show because what good are those strategies? What good are those tricks underneath your sleeves if you're not able to use them in the biggest moments possible?
Trouble now. Not for Podesai just yet, kind of lurking around this bush. He knows that he's got
Svi idu njemu, Vajda, sve pare idu njemu. Pozdrav, Teo.
Kind of tough to try and fight that uphill battle quite literally. So instead, just
koji game, prvi?
Things out, wait for a better opportunity to look for a rotation out. It can be difficult as well when you're playing right here on the edge side of where these zones
Pa opet ti kažem, Žarko, neću o tome, brat.
For Podesai, it seems as though the intent is just to prioritize positioning.
One team that changed their positioning overall to another. King, Phaser. You can already see they're over towards Shatter Slab. Zone is pulling all the way towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long journey to go, and you can even see it at the edge of Mega City here on Pink.
Jedan, uzimaju milion, ali po 500, brate, 500.
But for now, it's Batman, Booga, and Rapid who beat him to the punch. The top of the hill.
Trulek Zvin, pa vidjet ćemo.
Mega City. And they immediately got out of Mega City because that's one of the things we talked about to start the show is how contested it actually is. They could easily take a building on top, but they're taking a little bit of the safer route or what they thought would be because right now
Marko zbog toga što nisu hvalili.
Looking like they're going to try and sneak up and see if they have any opportunity to take over. But as you can see in the mini map, they're going to choose to go.
To Mario ne znam.
It's not something they want to battle this early on in the game.
You can already see some shots though coming from a little bit of a distance here.
Pa ne znam, Vision, brate. Možda retko dolazi zbog toga, brate.
Why you'd want to ditch from Mega City ASAP when there's 4 separate teams landing there. Again, it's just so much traffic to actually deal with. So why risk it when every single game can be so
Jeste Lucky, da? Igra Moneymaker. Buga ne igra zbog toga što je kvalao. Juče. Pa da, Daris, ali nisu hvalili.
Because they can always find the refreshes after the fact because again, Storm Surge strategies were definitely an issue for a lot of teams in day 1. And this is day 2. It's not like the competition's gotten any less.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams taking that prime real estate.
A to ne znam, Luka. Ali koristite kod STOJKA ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, braću.
Go for the reboot card onto Mr. Savage. Uncontested Northern Nets. That's a no-brainer that he's going to get him back into the game, back up as a duo. But as you can see in the minimap, they are split up. They called out this strategy to start the game. They're trying to cover more ground. They're trying to take more space away. This also allows them to get better lines of sight around the map for their Storm Surge. They already know what has happened in the past when Storm Surge is lacking. It forces you to make plays. It's almost like you don't have control over the game.
Zima, Jerko.
To keep control of their own destiny.
It's definitely something that has haunted Mr. Savage and Vidil all chapter long as far as Major 3 was concerned, even leading into that last
Jeste ceko pola njih, da. Pola njih su novi. Ajde, Vuk. Braću, svi Balkanci su hvalili juče. Danas treba da kvala još jedan. Evo sad će pokazat Moneymakera. Evo ga Moneymaker.
Probably one of our youngest players competing here today, showing that anything is truly possible as long as you have a chance, and they've given themselves just that, an opportunity on the biggest stage in the world when it comes to Fortnite. And you can already see the augment that he's choosing out. First Assault, Scope Salvo, two of the biggest ones that are needed when it comes to Storm Surge. It's going to allow them to keep their distance and keep hitting those shots.
Moneymaker ima 14.
Like seeing this from Kitos as well. We're talking about augments, but right now the prioritization's onto Snazy. And it's looking good. Trying to see if they can push forward in this box fight. Shots being taken by Podesai as well, just to even trade out so far. No real damage inflicted by either side just yet. But Yuma and Jamon, they can definitely feel the pressure, and Podesai definitely aware of the fact that they've got more company coming.
2009 je godište.
High up on the side of that mountain, trying to third party take some shots onto both Pink and Vico, who took down Okus, adding more to their own Storm Surge. Weapon cache are going to be there, and you can see Yuma and Jamon probably share that same weapons cache, so they're going to be forced to wait till Snazy and Podesai leave off of this spot to try to pick up the.
Pa da, Dario, ali tebi će do kraja godina biti rođendan, vajda.
A lot of time towards Slappy Shores. My only question for them is how is their surge, because a lot of the teams are on the western side of the zone for now. They haven't begun to rotate over towards Slappy Shores. Not a lot of teams landing here right out
pa
of the
zbog
gates.
toga, Dario.
For them, that's probably what's on their mind right now. We've looted up, we've got everything we need. Now we just need Storm Surge.
Vidimo, Pinku se tu fajtao.
Storm Surge so often for Pink and Vico. This is going to be a massive contributing factor, getting that elimination onto Okus, just taking full advantage of that 2v1
Šta misliš ko će vinati? Stvarno ne znam, brate, stvarno ne znam. Vidjet ćemo, neću ništa da pričam.
At this stage of the game. And for Rapid and Matt Mambuga, again we revisit, we talk about the fact they left Mega City so early, and they just haven't managed yet to find that pressure situation to actually secure eliminations for the refreshes that they would like. And they don't necessarily have time.
Srećan rođendan, Lucky. Da si zdrav i živ i više da gledaš stojku.
The team's already establishing good positioning off of earlier rotation. So if you trying to expend your time farming resources, you're just going to keep getting lit up.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at 7-man's inventory now, you can already see they won the ball.
Pa svi imaju teammate-a, Nixa.
But it's a little unorthodox. Typically, you would grab something to pack a punch, whether it's a sharp tooth, an infiltrator, or even a maven. But he's going to go without it for now, hoping that that mythic stinger does more than enough damage in a moment's notice to be able to survive. It all depends on how you control that recoil, honestly, because.
Zašto Andreja, koji je jedan od najboljih playera na svijetu, zašto da ne?
The intention, though, is that up close and personal battle. The question is, will they actually manage to force
Nixa, to mislim da ne sme. To je isto kao da mene sad zovu i kažu Stojka, ajde da igraš FNCS, nema teammate. To neće uraditi, ne vjerujem.
Send it on the way up, though. Definitely having some issues as far as maintaining his shields are concerned. Those are going to be completely depleted. Granted, they have ample shield potions to make up for it, but it's going to be Hen, it's going to be Bask actually looking to contest. They don't want to let this Rift Island objective points go for free.
If only they saw the damage that was put on both of these players before they even touched down on the island. Surely they would try to take advantage of it. And you can see one man's trash, another man's treasure. Miro and Cooper sneaking up on the side, trying to take away the position. The French team of Snazy and Podesai also willing to contest this rift.
Evo ga Vacke, braćo.
One of the things I was thinking, it was very, very passive yesterday. Even solos were able to take it. But as the VOD review goes on, as time passes, players are going to realize there's nobody up there. But when everybody thinks the same, now we have 4 teams on top of Rift Island ready to battle it out. One of them, Hen and Vask, 141 above the damage threshold. They're going to be the ones to contain it.
Pa Fran, brate, ne vjerujem. Zbog toga što tu su najbolji igrači svijeta. Koji igraju igricu već odavno i koji su pro, brate. Iz koje države Vacke? Srbija?
However, got a mid-game analyst to give us a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on our hometown heroes of Steno and Lush, who were able to get an elimination on Mr. Savage before he even hit the ground.
Braćo, evo sad ćemo da vidimo kako je umro Mr. Savage.
Unlock a mythic shotgun quickly they regrouped, built up a surge tower, and as you can see, they have vision on two duos of Jamin and Kanata, setting themselves up for an excellent mid and late game. But let's see how they do.
Only time will tell to see how it pays off. They definitely got themselves a good spot in the zone thanks to those plays.
And that's the thing too about those teams that are landing more towards
Što ne pričaš s Acom? Zbog toga što mislim da će puno biti pričanja. Ja kad pričam smetam ljudima, a ne mogu da zamislim Acu još plus da priča. I ja i on ako zajedno pričamo, razumeš, ljudi meni kažu čuti, mislim tako je reč, ljudi traže da ne pričam toliko. A ako smo u kalu s Acom, mi moramo pričat. Ja volim s Acom pričat, ali ne vjerujem da bi bila dobra ideja da pričamo sada. Ma ne, brate, Acu je super lik.
They're just looking around. Nobody's directly pushing up onto them, even though they are split. They're just looking for these fights that are already underway and just trying to take advantage of it the best that they can. And just looking at the island right now, I didn't see Sented either.
Miro and Cooper are
Evo ih,
looking
Ken i Vaski su opet tu.
though in that position. You can just tell that they are waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Pa da, ali Jerko, ja ću malo pričati, brate. Ono, neke glavne stvari, kad na primjer evo Vaske, evo ga Vaski i tako dalje. Neću ja puno pričati, hoću da ostavim ljude da uživaju.
Constantly under pressure both outside and right here directly at the Rift Island, but for Vask and for Hen, again, you have to remember they're the ones who actually secured the capture point here, so they've got some decent loot to go with it. And Miro and Cooper, if there was ever a time to try and take down another team,
Stojka zastava daje 15, jeste, zastava daje 15 i Forkets daje 3.
as far as your
I Vaski je uzo Island, dobio 15 pojena.
that is definitely the opportunity.
Yeah, elimination feed is lighting up a lot of players.
Nije, brate, Cuna, Acu sve zna. Acu zna da sve radim uvijek da bude dobro za stream. On zna, imali smo prije situaciju isto takvu, sve zna on. Pozdrav, Diver.
For the FNCS Global Championship final tomorrow, Jamon goes down. Yuma's going to have to leave him behind, but he's only 72 above the Storm Surge threshold, but now he's becoming the focus of multiple teams in this lobby right now. It's not looking good. HP is going to be down low. Shields are going to be ripped off, and the shots continue. Finally, though, he does have
Matija
a
nula.
moment to breathe, but that's only going to give him enough time to pop one.
Acu iz Banja Luki.
Shalom and MK Pop are over on the other side. They probably know that
Naravno, brate, da ima ributanja.
rocket ram, and this is something that they're trying to take advantage of.
For Shalom and MK Papa, they've just been playing bouncer responsibility on this edge of zone, and granted it just moved in a little bit tighter, but for Yuma, now you could see him starting to get lit up by some of that storm
Mislim da Sević je umro na landu, ako se ne varam.
As far as your surge strategies are concerned, it can be very difficult to maintain it throughout because there is just so much action happening as some of the congestion builds along this edge of zone and teams needing to move even further in. Players like Yuma are bound to get caught out on those later rotations.
Yeah, you can see they're even willing to risk it. Shalom and MK Papa, they got
Aha, Sević je živ.
at least they saw it towards the backside of zone.
Rekli su da je umro na landu, vajda ga je rebooto.
So it was almost an all or
Da,
nothing
da.
situation if they want to keep as best chance as possible for them to try to stay alive. I see a Vico. I don't see Pink.
Da imaš opciju da biraš da li želiš više nikad da ne stupiš u kontakt s Acom ili Flakem ili da imaš kvalitetan stream. Brate, naravno da imam kvalitetan stream, ali ja ću off stream onda imat kontakt i pitat Acu ako već smo u kontaktu. Razumeš?
Try and close the gap even further and make sure that he's maintaining a decent distance on that backside of the zone. Kanata, meanwhile, next to Agers, trying to be vigilant with his awareness. And again, so many teams just trying to keep tabs on where everybody else is in the lobby. And players like Ping, there are a decent amount of pressure here, but they will manage to prevail. Nicely timed shots, nicely placed aim as well.
Ovo je PNG, sa G na kraju, nije PNQ.
Yeah, and since he got eliminated altogether, gotta imagine Moneymaker went down early
GG,
on
Luka.
in the same game. We saw Polarize the one that took
Čujete
down
publiku u
Sneezy
pozadini, braćo?
by himself. At least he's above the damage threshold for now, but quickly falling below. Now he knows he's going to have to try to find and catch somebody off guard, because otherwise he's going to have no choice but to try to get in the box. Slowly but surely biding his time, trying to make sure that he makes the right play. And this is an opportunity for him to really rise to the occasion by himself. And with Storm Surge starting off for now, that at least allows him to breathe,
Jeste Matkun. Uvidimo tu loot. Sević uzo kill, Sević je rebootan, braću, Janis je uzo kill. I teammate od Kliksa je uzo kill. Zona kreće uskoro, da vidimo kako će sada ljudi izrotirat. Mejakev zavisi kom je teammate u trenutku.
From where we last left off with them, Kanada's got to be careful with this rocket ram on the landing. So many teams, and right on the side of this hill. It can be difficult. He's trying to work his way back up already.
Hvala na pitanju kako je kod tebe, Miha. Kanada je dead, maybe. 30 HP-a. Prvi game, braćo.
Unfortunately for him, only has those mini shield potions, won't actually get an opportunity to get full shields. And for Adrius, this is even worse.
Yeah, he only has 23 HP, doesn't have time to sit back. Nice shot.
Edgers uzo kill. Jo. Edgers je tu i vanao, braćo. Ako se ne varam. Ili nije, jednog lika je ubio, dobro. Sad je ubio drugog lika.
QNDX. Agers doing what he did in their championship run. The Cypher's going to be picked up, but he has to get to zone. This is a 5-tick. Time is running out.
To nema veze, Niksa. To je isto kao da sada, na primjer, ti igraš futbol i vinaš svaki dan kod tebe na ulici. Primjer dajem, nemoj da me shvatiš pogrešno. I ideš u neku najbolju ligu i ne možeš ništa uraditi, razumeš? Ne možeš to uspoređivati. Edgers ide u zonu, Kanada isto ima dosta HP-a, kilo se. Svaka čast za Edgersa, braćo, preživio je. Preživio je ovo, za malo da umre, ali uzo 2 kila i preživio. Evo ga Kliks. Kliks uzo... Čekaj, jel Kliks uzo 2 kila? A Slasher to ne može znat nikad, brat. Evo ga Sević. Kreće rotacija sada.
Some of these teams who we're asking, do you got what it takes to get your ticket onto the battle bus? What about the roller coaster this team's going through from down the mountain, across the rivers, over towards Naughty Nets? I think best case scenario, honestly, Taco, is it going south, continuing on towards that island. If it goes back on over to the west, this is going to be a nightmare for anybody that doesn't have mats, as Kliks is using the last little bit that he does have.
Kliks je ubio lika. Uzo Siphon.
These perfectly timed rotations from Kliks, managing to find these players who are looking to just find that final push inward. But again, this is the beauty of being able to play from that backside of the zone. Still, Kliks
Vaske, pored Janisa I pored Kliksa.
Team that's momentarily on high. Whether or not Fishy and DMK are going to be able to hold this is a different question entirely. But for the time being, they look well situated to carry themselves into the top 10 at least.
Even though they have high ground,
ljudi na haju su dobili zonu.
those teams below them to try to build that allow them to save some resources, save some mats as they make their way across the roster once more. Podesai 131 below the damage threshold, only a big pop to his name. So right now he's peeking through the cone. He's trying to just get as much
Jeste Lazar, da.
Where can I get
Tu je Moneymaker.
Time is running out. He continues to fall well below that threshold as Savage picks up another elim. Vadil goes down, but it's actually Epic Well who falls to Mr. Savage, trying to keep himself alive. Storm Surge isn't a worry, but it's the HP, it's the zone that's pulling away.
So unfortunate though, Savage gonna be unable to...
Da li će Sević ovo preživjeti? Vadel je dead. Ima 2 flopera. Ima dosta mac. Možda preživi. Nice, preživio je, ali ima 20 HP-a. Kliks je solo. Hen, Basketov teammate je tu. Ništa. Kliks je pao. Od Asai klača. Ima dosta mac.
You just know that he is going absolutely insane right now, trying to keep the run alive. Rocket Rams as well, destroying so many builds in the process. These players continue to rotate through, but that materials refresh is going so far.
Bright Six na haju. Savage je još živ kao solo.
But Bill's running incredibly low.
Yeah, multiple top 10 performances.
Vaske je uzo kill. Clement je det od zone, nažalost.
They're ready to make a statement, just like Komet, but he runs out of time, he runs out of space, he goes down as his bed.
Kanada je živ kao solo. Da vidimo šta može FNCS Winner uraditi sada.
Another mini going to be popped. The patience. It's so hard to be patient through all this.
6 ljudi živo, 5 timova.
So easy to get distracted and think, okay, this is the perfect time to strike. A drop down to the low ground here for Kanada. Recognize the fact that he's got some players directly above him. Still has a couple of range shield pushes he can utilize.
Ništa, Source je pao.
Won't make it through. Cooper going
Cooper uzo kill, Kanada je dead.
back-to-backs here. Cooper
I za malo da hvala. Mislim da Cooper klača tu i van, ali dobro je, vinao je. Vinali su ovi ljudi, nice. A ovi ljudi su bili na haju, Bright Six, na početku. Za malo da klača lik 2v1, braćo. Jeste vidjeli? Za malo 2v1. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, braćo.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took a victory royale here on land in Copenhagen?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
I can understand why you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the last moments of that game.
A u drugi game ne znam za koliko kreće, brate.
You took
Stvarno
high.
ne znam.
Okay, well, talk to me about the journey.
Jeste,
there.
Buga je
Did
hvalao.
you feel like the zone was in your favor the whole time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you get around that situation then? How are you able to make the most of what maybe wasn't the most ideal situation?
Just we got surge and we had forecast, so we just went where the zone was.
There you go. Simple. Everyone hopefully listening here.
Jesam, brate. Iskreno da ti kažem, ne mogu još da odlučim ko je bolji. Da li taj juče ili što si mi poslao, brate, prije, mislim što sam vidio na YouTube-u. Oba su super, ali ne znam ko je meni bolji, iskreno. Jeste, ovo je bio prvi game, braćo. Bright Six je vino.
You know, I thought the games yesterday were crazy. But game
Petre, pošto tu igraju svi najbolji igrači Fortnite-a, brate. Mislim, pro playeri i tako to. U koliko sati je finale? Sutra je finale u 16 sati, streamujemo isto. Sutra gledamo ko će uzeti milion i trofej. Kviz je hvalao već juče, a ovo je prvi game. Imaju 5 gameova. Vaske je tu umro.
But Bryce and Chubbs, they found the higher ground in the end, and they made it work.
I mean, these guys land all the way to the north of the map, even more north than Creaky Compound, so high up there. Of course, as they mentioned, they had the forecast, which helped them get the step ahead, and I really love the way they took height right there. A little rocket ram play to knock out Towels and Fishy, who were up there for seemingly a long time in that end game, and from that point on, they were just riding out all of their materials, all of their heals. I think at one point there in that end game, I think I saw Bryce with a fishing rod. You know when you're carrying...
Pozdrav, Irke, prvi game.
Things are looking rough, but it didn't work out too bad for him, did it?
Absolutely. Game 1 here on day 2, the victory.
Pa brate, da te ne mučim sa crtežima, brate moji. Sljedeći game kreće za 8 minuta, braćo. Evo prvo tabelu, evo tabelu. Vaske je šesti sa 63 poena. Vaski tu fali 30 poena za kval. Pozdrav, Kasej. Ajde, brate, Irke.
Because yesterday wasn't too great for Cooper and Miro, and I love the way that Cooper played that end game. Such a clutch moment for him, and paired up with Miro when these guys got together. I think a lot of people were asking questions.
Pa da, Niksa, da, brate.
Cooper, this up and coming player, Miro himself. And I think Cooper has just proved why he deserves to play with Miro, a player
Gde je Trulex? Hvala je juče.
in the big moments on the big stage, and it didn't quite work out in a victory royale for them, but what a start. That's the exact start we want to see from them to improve on yesterday.
I got to point out, though, it was close, right? Cooper finding the one knock, I was like, wait, it's doable. I think one more second, I think he would have found that other rhythm and clutched it up.
Mad close. Another duel we have to highlight. Aegis and Kanata being uncontested. Man, the way they navigated that last little bit of endgame.
Jeste Akmux, ali nije hvalaju zbog toga, brate. Zbog toga igra danas.
Maybe just like crazy, right? Like, let's just rocket ram on the side of this.
Tu je ubio Savage-a.
And we'll just see what we find. But once again, man, you're going to do what you have to do. And for him to have this start, this is the surge we need.
A Kanada je iskreno dosta klačao.
They traversed the end game. No. This was a Kanata solo clutch. But let's not forget, Azers had his own just right before this and actually made his way all the way to Kanata. So it was almost like they were kind of like passing the torch, right? It's like, oh, okay, I done solo clutch. Now you go ahead and get us a couple more points. Third place. And I mean, I want to point something out. Look at the top four. Look at the end.
Jako i mislim koliko Fortnite... Pa, brate, Miloše.
I like it, you know, they're doing very good. I mean, we still have time. 4 more games to go, right? I have big expectations of people like Janice and Reason. Even, can I remind you, who took control of the island in that last game? Was it an EUGO? Yes, it was.
Ako Moneymaker igra, zašto ga nisu još koji put pokazali? Zbog toga što je Vajda umro na početku, brate.
No one wanted to go all the way and try and claim it. It was Han and Vasquez who ended up saying, you know what? This is ours. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I think everyone else kind of like half went for it and think, you know what, I'm getting off this.
What's odd though is like, yes, for like one moment, right? They're right next door. And then suddenly
Stojka, ja sam hvala FNCS.
rifting on up. You've got people kind of hopping on
GG.
builds. But why did no one want to take this fight, right? If we're all going to take...
Pa kako hoćeš, brate, ako hoćeš uradi sa drugim skinom, meni nije problem. Iako je naš main skin Dynamo. A to ne znam, Lux. Jeste Akmox. Pozdrav, Anastasija, ne znam s kim igra Moneymaker, braćo. A Filipe Vajda oko top 40, ako se ne varam.
You know, the capture point is worth those 15 points, but when you can get that much surge and actually traverse it into the end game, you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about these sort of storm surge strategies. We often see teams build storm surge strategies depending on how the lobby works. Who's landing where? How can we rotate and get as much damage as we can? These guys haven't had very long.
Hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi? Jel Vaske Balkanac jeste? Iz Srbije? Andix, to stvarno ne znam, brate. Znam da ima Vaske u imenu. Nije, mislim, Roblox. Pa Filipe, šta da kaže?
That could be the difference between you winning and you getting top 5.
Big risk sometimes, but if you're good at fighting, it will make the game so much more easier.
For the first objective of the game, the forecast tower, there's a lot of reward. I mean, you get 2 slurps, a gold AR, and you can see the future zones.
Você pega uma torre que ela prevê a safe, né? Então, isso é uma vantagem, tipo, ridícula.
電波塔は、まあ、取ったら1位取れるぐらい重要です。
If we see that it's not a big risk, then we go for it. It makes the game so much more easier if you get it.
But there's definitely a risk, and you might lose all your mats, your heals, and you might even get eliminated.
The Rift Island made the game more interesting for the teams that are going
Nemoj to ni da, brate.
and no, they don't have a lot of loot.
Odavno, Filipe.
The risk is that many people go for it because of the points.
Aha, Moneymaker u Fortniteu. Ne znam, brate. Tu imaju svi custom accounte.
The fights at the mid-match objectives are going to be intense because of the high reward, but it can be the downfall of some players if they get...
FNCS je do 9.
It gives you everything that you need to win the game. The sacrifice is that...
Pa dobro, Nida, naravno da je uspeh, brate. Naravno da je uspeh i to što uzmeš earnings u Fortniteu. Iako vidiš koliko pro playera ima koji nisu tu na LAN, a su mnogo uspešni, brate, i popularni. On nema veze. Pozdrav, braća!
Those 15 points can just make or break your entire game.
And that could be the difference between 10,000, 100,000,
Jeste, Vule?
even 500,000.
Se você ganhar o campeonato, você muda a tua vida, literalmente.
Stojka, zašto sad ne igraš rang? Zbog toga što gledamo FNCS.
The 2 takeaways. Forecast towers willing to put their lives on the line for it. And if you get the forecast towers, you're probably going to end up like Bryson Chubbs there in game number 1, finding their first victory royale of the day.
Yeah, and they got 3 points for it, even though it was Hen and Vasquez that were able to get the 15 for Rift Island. That's just showing overall how important it is to plan around these things, but also have a plan B just in case things go wrong. But the right thing is game number 2, and it's about to start now.
Braćo, prvi game kreće sada. Mislim, drugi game, izvinjam se.
Did not disappoint in the slightest. Game 2, I expected the
ne znam Roblox, brate.
if not more. As these teams, some of them getting a little bit of a taste of what that 50-50 contest is like at the start, but we definitely saw plenty of
Alex, vrati se, brate.
taking things relatively slow, really just trying to prioritize their resources off rip. But for FKS, Adapter, they want all of Kinjitsu to themselves. Suns nearly eland on the drop, and yet Suns and Non just barely gonna manage to get out of this one.
Yeah, and it almost looks like they want to chase
Pozdrav,
him down.
Venja.
They're over wondering, was that bush there before? Is that something new? Shots got fired through. Just a sliver of HP left. He finally gets knocked down. Forget Luton when we could pick up these early game eliminations. That kind of leaves Anon all by himself, but luckily he was able to get across to the other side of Kinjitsu's crossing, but the timer is on. He only has a certain amount of time before he can get that reboot card back. Luckily, those Suns hasn't been fully eliminated just yet, so the timer actually hasn't started just yet.
But surely Anon knows Suns merely being toyed with at this point by Adapter and FKS. FKS will finish
Evo ga,
off
Moneymaker.
elimination.
Luka prvu su vinali Bright Six.
Meanwhile, Hall of Whispers could definitely see some action here. Depends on how you want.
Sad ćemo da vidimo Moneymakera, braćo.
Right now, Yuma, Jaemon doing their best to just try and get some materials going, because you can't really have a box fight if you don't have any boxes to build.
Yeah, and it looks like Moneymaker and Fanai.
Ništa, nisu pokazali Moneymakera. Sad će Kliksa da pokažu.
Still getting things going, waiting for it to flow. Clicks and Epic well over on the other hand. Mega City, they had a phenomenal first game. They sit inside of the top 25 after one game. If they can keep this pace going, we will see them on the Grand Finals Championship Sunday.
Evo, braću, gore desno možete da vidite tabelu od 10. do 14. mjesta i sada od 15. do 19. i Kliks je 15. trenutno.
End up going down low to the low ground, getting chased by Jaemon and Yuma, backed up into a corner.
Nemoj to ni da.
Very little options to work with, and this is exactly what you were talking about.
Jeste, Sević 11.
They need materials in order to be able to come out on top, because eventually, if you didn't farm up as much in the early game, you will run out quick, and that's when they'll strike.
It just seems as though Yuma and Jaemon, they've got their prey perfectly trapped here. Fanai, Moneymaker, this is quite a sticky situation.
Pozdrav,
Backs literally
Petre.
against the wall here.
Evo ga Moneymaker.
Opportunity. Moneymaker does have that rocket realm available. Keep in mind the height that it can cover, but at the same time, Fanaina as well, but they'll still be relatively exposed. If they do try to utilize these rocket ramps, there is still a chance that Jaemon or Yuma might potentially look to take them out here.
Pa, brate, Roblox, pa iskreno da. Iako je on super player. Hvala puno, Petre, hvala ti, uživaj, brate. A Moneymaker ima 14.
Are over on towards their left in a double contestation on their south towards Relentless Retreat. And they're kind of using all the time that they have to their advantage, so that way they can have these safe rotations. That way they have an opportunity to play out. And they're going to be one of the first teams rotating out of that side. And Taco, I think we've seen this strategy before. FHD and Hero might be doing something that only one region has done so far on the weekend.
Koliko imaš sati u Fortniteu? 7000, brate.
One might say, as far as this strategy is concerned. And we can see Bing trying to crawl away here, but that's just not going to be a possibility. The damage is being farmed.
Pa, brate, Lazare, vidjet ćemo. Vidjet ćemo.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Right now, you got to be able to capture the other one, but it does look
Ivane preko Twitcha.
to kind of get his teammate eliminated. No free search for you anymore. And he's hoping they move off that spot so that way he can get the reboot card back. get his teammate back into the game like we saw so many times in game one. And we saw how fruitful it was on those reboots. They were able to get far into the game.
Miloš 80, brate.
Make it worth their while to go for such a risky attempt at that. Kaizen and Clement split up, looting up. Safe as
Evo ga Hen, eno ga gore Vaske, braćo.
is doing the same thing, and nobody is nearby, at least for now. But the zone is going to force these guys over towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the north. So eventually they're going to run into some problems.
Hey, look, we talk all the time about
Je krenuo drugi game, jeste ovo je drugi game.
Looking for opportunities. One might be prioritizing farming out resources. The other looking to try and secure as many surge tags as possible. But when you are this far apart from your duo, you have to be certain that you are not going to have some spring up on you, because if that's the case and you're not able to actually provide that backup that you would like, it could be a very quick downward
Pozdrav, Vanja.
before you have a chance to recover. King and Phaser, on the other hand, though, they're just looking to stick together.
Možda tu vidimo fight sada. Da, evo ga fight.
Like they wanted this fight.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's just Death and Tahi trying to go up and over King and Phaser. Didn't work out. They land right at the top of that mountain along with them. Shots going through the build for Phaser. Him and King, they've already had their chance.
Može, Maki, hvala ti, može, vidjet ću nakon streama.
People get these second chances and they're hoping to not waste it and let it dwindle away. And they're actually separated. They're almost box to box with their opponent.
Kažem ti, brate, sad stojka i uđeš u veći rang.
Strategy, formulating some sort of a plan, maybe a little bit of a bull rush to try to take them out while they're separated, while the strength in numbers is high.
This goes for both duos. You can't get too distracted and tunnel in on one.
Pa da, Kliks je 15. mjesto, ako se ne varam, ili 16.
Other teams already starting to take note of this battle that started to break out just outside of Shattered Slabs. And for Death and Tahi, King and Phaser, well, they've got a couple more problems than just each other to deal with right now.
All around the map, players are trying to rotate to some high elevated positions. Grab their spot in zones so that way they can look back.
Pa vajda ne, Novke. Pa Slasher navijan za sve ljude, brate. Bilo ko sa Balkana navijan za njega. Za bilo koga sa Balkana. Zbog toga što ipak da dođeš na ovaj jedan od najvećih turnira ikada u Fortniteu je stvarno... Stvarno, brate, teško. XL nikad nismo radili Domvars. To ne znam, relja. Ne, Alex. Mislim, naravno, na mnogo turnira sam se takmičio, ali online turnira. Ovako na LAN turnir da idem negde nikad. Hvala ti, Luka, kaže, brate, sad stojke i to je to.
Pink definitely already got what he was looking for, though. Vico's reboot card on top of some initial materials to build with for his escape there. Nice utilization of the crash pad as well, just not trying to waste any further time. He already secured the clutch that he needed to for his teammate, and it's definitely early enough that he could certainly look for a reboot opportunity there onto Vico. We'll have to check back in with them later on. And as far as
Ken da je umro. Ken je umro, braćo. Teammate od Vasketa je umro. Vanja, ovo je drugi game i trenutno su prvi, ako se ne varam, ljudi koji su vinali prošli game. Ajde, vidimo se. XL, već sam odgovorio. Ne razumem, brate, mi ne radimo zone.
Players are usually going to box up around themselves while actually moving.
Yep. At least, you know, they're sticking to the game plan. They know teams got to rotate in that position eventually.
Vaske je 6. trenutno na tabeli, ako se ne varam. Mislim, posle prvog gejma je bio 6. Došao do 12. Koga najviše voliš od pro igrača, ne moraju samo u novom FNCS-u. A ne znam, brate. Stvarno ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Ne, XL, to ne radimo nikad. Nemanja zbog toga što tu igraju svi pro playeri. To ne znam, Žarko, to ne znam. Braćo, oni imaju 5 eliminacija. Jel moguće?
to really mark themselves on the leaderboard. But the fact that they've already seen so much action, I'm curious as to how well it's going to translate in terms of how well they're going to be able to prioritize their positioning, because you have to expect that their surge damage is definitely well above the threshold.
Yep, and phenomenal performance.
North America has, Vajda North, won 4 of the 6 matches played this weekend. Znači, evo, kaže da je vinala 4 od 6 mečeva ovog vikenda. Pa Pascal ljudi koji su vinali prošli game. Žarko nije, igra danas opet. To ne znam, Luka. Pa naravno Nemanja, da.
For the time being, and Kanada hoping to keep that trend going. Keep in mind their day one certainly did not go the way that they would have hoped by any means.
Evo i da su i juče da su EU playeri hvalali dosta. Mislim, 12 duo su. Ja ne znam da li je Moneymaker živ, braćo. Mnogo je teško da se vidi zbog toga što nekad kad pričam sa vama u chatu možda umre i to ne primetim. Kaizen, Clement su tu.
They're trying to hope. I think right now the strategy is to get as much surge as possible with a lot of teams that are rotating in from the south, that are rotating from the western side. And that way they could probably rotate later on in the game. They could probably be one of the first ones now that they don't have to worry about it. But for now, they're just getting their loot.
Evo gore levo tabelu, braćo. Mislim desno, izvinjam se. Vaske je 6. Tako da sad super. Treba im još 30 poena za kval.
And Yumi. Aim's the one that's trying to disengage. In the distance, another team on top of Mega City just trying to get their surge there itself.
Pa nadamo se, Vanja. Ili neko sa Balkana, ne mora da je kvizi.
The HP because Zone is going to be pulling forward, so he only has enough time for so much.
This array of heals, though, that aim just keeps conveniently strolling through. You almost have to wonder if this was initially.
Andrej, hoću da ti kažem da svi koji učestvuju na turniru će uzeti po $4.000. Zbog toga što posljednji uzimaju $4.000. Lik koji će biti posljednji na tabeli uzima $4.000. Zbog toga što je na turniru. Samo što je na turniru će uzeti $4.000. Pozdrav, Jolenzi. Hvala ti puno, brate, hvala ti puno. Treći crtež. Hvala puno. Pozdrav, Vukašine. A to ne znam, Relja.
Just buzzing around, just taking some damage, forced them to kind of disengage off the fight that they were trying to be the aggressors on. For Shalom and MK Papa, this is their chance here. They have the opportunity with so many extra heals there. They're already in zone. They could keep that base as theirs. Look elsewhere for Surge. Spot some teams
on Island.
You saw them flying through the sky like majestic eagles. King and Phaser are trying to be one.
Moneymaker ide na Island. Kao solo. A nije kao solo. Idemo i teammate gore.
Along with F9, those two probably not going to waste any time as far as trying to actually base up around that capture point on the Rift Island. They'll also have the
ujutro, Nemanja.
of all these teams underneath. As far as MK Papa is concerned, though, able to spot out.
Tu je Mero, treba da pazi, gledaju ga.
Miro, Cooper, we saw them last time.
Moneymaker uzim Island.
This Rift Island, they know that there's going to be a decent.
Evo ga Moneymaker, možete da ga vidite na facecam-u.
If we're basing it all off of how game 1 went so far, and with that in mind, Miro and Cooper, they definitely were able to get.
Evo ga i Vaske tu.
Nobody really contesting Rift Island this time around. Looks like it could be a possible 15 free points for Moneymaker and Fnayan.
Naravno, vidjet ću nakon streama.
And all the loot that does come with it. Pen and Vasque were the other team in game 1 to make that one come true, but this time things have gone a whole.
Pozdrav, Tadić.
They're below the storm surge threshold.
Baski uzu srč.
Falling farther down, 63 below though with nice shots. And Tabasca, he got the rocket ram out. He wants to finish and clean up some of those shots, but it's King and Phaser over on the other side, and he's ready to have a crash landing. First one goes in, second one lands right next to him, but a couple of shots land onto Hen on his way there. That's going to slow things down just a little bit.
Trebaju paziti, nemaju HP-a.
King and Phaser, because now they have a chance to stabilize.
Odakle je Vaski iz Srbije?
As well for Hen and Vask. I mean, you spot a great opportunity to actually look for an elimination process, and yet on the way over, you're immediately lit up. There's just no such thing as a free rotation in these types of lobbies.
To je to, kažem, brate. Dobiješ free pickaxe, naravno. Jeste, jeste, Relja. Ovo je loše. Moneymaker je ubio Vasketa.
They're ready to play with everybody else on the bottom.
Yeah, they thought they had their line of sights in their favor to where they were directly under Rift Island. Somehow Moneymaker did find that angle. Like I said, it just takes some time for a player like him to try to heat up.
Nemoj sa velikim slojima, Josipe, vidjet ćemo. A to ne znam, Slasher. Jeste, da, Andrej.
Check a little bit of a replay here. Way trying to put the pressure onto both Bully and Shadow. Bully gets knocked first. There might even be 7-man trying to steal the loot away.
That is so tough for Bully and Shadow. They are just pincered between two separate teams. I mean,
naravno da, Lazare.
Box fight when you've got multiple directions.
Evo gore, desno možete da vidite tabelu, braću, ko je prvi. Prvi je Brightsix koji je vinuo prvi game, drugi je Mero, treći Kanada, sedmi je Vaske.
They're definitely happy.
XL 4. novembra. Neske ništa neću pričat, ali navijam za naše Balkance.
Clicks an epic whale. Quickly rotating out of Mega City this time around, or at least in comparison to their competition that does land over on that side. Firing shots off into the distance, and then instantly closing the cover. Doesn't want to get caught out, even though he wants Surge. He doesn't want to give up any free Surge either. And you can see Pink, he escaped almost getting eliminated early on in this game, and he found a way to get Vico.
Koliko kvala, top 25? A neću da izbacujem pjesmu, brate. Ja ne slušam pjesme, tako da. Nisam, Josipe. Vule, ne znam, Hen je bio solo, ne znam da li je umro. Tu je Vico. Pa u novoj sezoni, Nemanja. Nisam novke. Floper, ima 4 flopera. Bravo! Ništa, Buga je ubio Pinkua. Baš mi je žao, Nikola. Baš mi je žao, ništa trenutno ne mogu da uradim. Zbog toga što kad streamujem ništa ne mogu da uradim. Jedino moderatori. Vidimo tu Clement, Srč. Jo, Leć je dobio crack. Braću, svi su below, moraju uzeti damage. Hvala Nixa, brate. Kviz je već hvalao juče, Aleksa. Juče kad smo gledali, tad je hvalao. Danas isto gledamo i sutra gledamo finals, braću. Sutra gledamo veliko finale. Da vidimo ko će uzeti prvo mjesto, $1 milion i trofej. Sutra u 16 sati. Kad je finale? Sutra u 16 sati streamujemo. A ne znam da li je živ Moneymaker. Dosta ljudi umiru. Pozdrav, Nataša. Je, možda, ne znam.
Slowly but surely climbing, but 98 in a lobby like this isn't much at all. But they have to just take it one step at a time, one foot in front of another.
Suns and Anand, though.
the fact that they're still making this work.
Vasilije 4 miliona je price pool. Ali prvi uzimaju milion, drugi uzimaju 650.000 i tako dalje. Dobro, dobro, Niksa. Hvala, brate.
First, they've got to make sure they're able to acquire the position that they need to be in the first place.
Ooh. It's no bueno. Ooh. Storm Surge.
Storm Surge.
Mr. Savage and Vidil targeting them together. Daptor's gonna fall. FKS just using as much heals as he can, but Vidil and Mr. Savage, they don't want to let these 4 points and all that loot go out of.
Dobro, u redu, Niksa, tako i treba. Da banuješ odmah, brate. Padali se vi su ubili, braćo, tim.
Even though they did take some damage along the way, they've got some heals, the exotic slap splashes to try to get themselves back up to tip-top shape, and they're going to need it. This rotation is going to be far. We're going over towards the side of Brutal Bastion. For some teams that are already there, it's going to be easy. Everyone else, good luck to you.
Working your way up elevation is certainly
Braćo, evo ga Snazy. Još malo kreće endgame. Šta mislite ko vina ovaj game?
They look like they're set in a decent spot for the time being. Crash pad gonna take them a little bit further in. Coming up on the backside here of Duke and Fishy. Just keeping in mind some of the teams that they're working their way behind.
Evo gore desno vidimo tabelu.
It looks as though they want to get aggressive here, but instead Podesai has to rethink. Doesn't want to use that crash pad forward just yet after taking such huge damage from behind.
Goes for a cheeky edit. Bounce pad junior play. It costs him a lot of HP along the way. Stazy, who didn't
On je kvalao, jeste, Trulix je kvalao.
use the first of 3 rocket
Da, Neske.
to try to find a safe spot in zone. Leading the way. It could be a good call for them as Podesai finally catches up. The loot is going to be dished around, but you can see the last of their heals. They are running low, so for them, a refresh is imminent. It is going to be needed, and you see Agers by himself as well below the threshold. Kanata fell not too far.
Ko je prvi? Trenutno je Bright 6. Bright 6, ne znam kako se čita, nisam siguran. Agers je u lošoj situaciji. Agers ima jedan splash i mislim da je sada dead. Jedino ako... Sada je buff, sad chilla. Stefane, ti znaš da ne smiješ vređat. Ako neko tebe vređa, ja se izvinjam, brate, ali taj će dobiti ban. Zašto bi ti psovao?
This is a great opportunity now for him to just
Jel igra Kliks, igra?
brief moment of reset. Looks to try and catch Rapid off guard, but it doesn't just work out in his favor.
Yeah, you can see Rapid by himself. Batman Booga went down, so he
Jeste, Bright 6 je na prvom mjestu.
6 solos in the game as of now who lost their teammate, and they have the world on their shoulders to try to make something out of this game. Rapid and Q and DX aren't going to be one of them. They're a full-on duo. They've been playing well so far in this game.
kill.
One elimination. The rest is going to be placement points. But as this one goes on, those placement points are going to continue to rack up. We're only into the top 22.
Ooh. Foxforce getting taken out by Rapid.
Savić je pao, Peter Bot je uzeo kill.
Sneaky as well. This underbelly type of play over here at the Brutal Bastion. Podesai now looking to work his way through these builds. Only has this heisted accelerant to work
Podesai je tu.
with. Gotta be quick with the action, lands the shots, gets the enhance.
Nemanja Mongral ne igra odavno.
Just keeps it moving instead. Doesn't want to stick around for too long. Doesn't want to risk the backup opportunity.
Vojne ne opominje se za loše psovke. Opominje se kad neko nešto malo i ne toliko ružno psuje. Ali kad neko napiše mnogo ružne psovke, onda odmah se dobije ban.
164 above the damage threshold as well. Not too much to worry about when it comes to that part of things.
Josip je zašto na drugu stranu, brate? Isto je, da li je tu, da li je tu, isto je. Braćo, lik koji je vinao prvi game je opet gore na haju.
They said it's simple. They said it's easy and they're ready to prove it be.
Nemoj to, Vejko.
Nobody else is going to try and
Ne igra Martos.
Bryce and Chubbs will be all too happy to take it. Rapid gonna be one of the first to fall here. Clean elimination there for Bryce, and now Podesai continuing, trying to work his way back up, but so much fire being applied to his build. He's down to just his last two remaining.
Vineju opet, vidjet ćemo sada.
But whether or not he's going to be able to find it is
Gabzer
a
uzo
question
kill.
altogether.
16th place so far. Half of those points come when you reach top 10.
27 ljudi, 16 timova.
Top 10, Podesize just trying to get as many as he can, but he goes down. That's
Kliks je uzo kill.
Epicwell who find the elimination.
Kliks je pao.
Gets knocked. Epicwell knows to try to go ahead without him, but it misses.
Epicwell, ništa. Vadi, ali isto dead. Opet su na haju ljudi koji su vinali prošli game.
But it's Agers as the solo who was able to find that elimination and keep him and Kanata alive within contention of that top 25.
We're talking about consistency, and right now for Bryce and Chubb, so far they're consistently holding on to that high PX in. Kitos trying to tart through.
Ne Nixa, brate.
High layers. So far, haven't managed to encounter anybody just yet. Agers, though, breaks through the build and he doesn't want to find himself
Agers
behind.
pao.
That's going to be an elimination. Credit to Shalom.
Pak Zin je tu.
Zin, Kitos, try to tart their way forward, crash pad.
Moneymaker je uzo kill, braćo, Moneymaker je živ.
That should break anything or knock down Bryce.
Yeah, but they're one of the few teams that sees what's going on above. They can easily try to make that a target if it's something they want to do. Quanti and TK, you heard him qualifying in that last game thanks to a big clutch by Quanti, trying to keep that show on the road.
Giannis je tu.
Jan is trying to make up for it. Elimination's going to be found. Runs out of build, runs out of math. That's Noxy who's going to be able to take him down.
Quanti.
TK, they seem to have found a slight gap. Nobody else quite discovering them just yet.
Moneymaker je pao.
They've managed to make a resurgence for the
Pixie.
high ground. Pixie and Cheatin down below on the opposite end of the spectrum. They're still forced to deal with some of the congestion that remains.
Bryce and Chubbs have a chance. Brute win from the high ground, win from the low ground as Pixie takes down.
Ivane za Balkance, brate.
Saving that siphon for later. Now it's going to come in handy.
Ja mislim da će Pixie vinat ovo, vidjet ćemo sada. Quanti nema ništa za heal. Za malo bio lika koji je na haju. Ne. Liko je vino prvi game, će biti treći. Super, hvala Lisu oni. Vidimo Pixie šta će uraditi. Pixie je 2 na 1. GG. Pixie je vino game. GG.
Taking over the low ground, and we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheatin. How did it feel on the
Svaka čast.
Today? It's really nice. Like, we are full sec the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy, but it's not easy to take a victory royale in front of a very loud crowd here in Copenhagen.
Nikola, vidjet ćemo, brate, sada igraju.
Feeling a bit nervous.
Jeste, Ivane, da.
So how did you control those nerves when you were in those final fights?
Yeah, we just went full low ground and just won the game from there.
Do you think that low ground is a strategy that can work for you all the way to Sunday?
I'm pretty confident that we are doing good on Sunday, so we just keep going.
Well, you're doing good right now.
Svaka čast, Bartole.
Ready for this experience of being on LAN?
We practice customs a lot and just play tournaments together, so yeah.
Any customs you'd recommend?
Noble.
Nije Lazare.
Noble, there you go. Custom Noble, check it out. Guys, congratulations on making it this far. I do need to ask, do you think you can take another victory royale?
Sutra heroji. Jeste sigurni da sutra dolaze heroji, braćo?
I love the confidence, so boys, I'll let you get ready for the next battle bus as we head back to the desk. Congratulations.
GG, gledajte koliko PC-eva ima.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Congratulations, Cheatin and Pixie, a victory royale. Well, Vivid, that's an EU team. Yep. That's an EU team that's got a victory royale. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And it's going to be on top. It's fine. How do you feel about that one, Mini Miner?
Sad stojka i safe igraš. Nemanja. Braćo, sljedeći game, game 3 kreće za tek 10 minuta. Šta mislite za sada? Ko je vaš favorit?
Going down on that low ground right there, just fragging out so many elims from these guys in those latter stages. Beautiful stuff.
Pa Nick, brate, pola, znači nekim ljudima odgovara ovako, nekim ljudima ne. Kad sam smanjio, ljudi su se žalili, neki ne. Onda kad sam stavio ovako, razumel, brate, šta da kažem. Stream je do 12. Vidjet ćemo sada ko je Vaske. Prvi je Bricix. Ma Nixa, brate, ako treba da dobije ban. Moj favorit je Kliks. Moneymaker Kliks. Ne, sutra u 16 sati streamujemo finale, braću, da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej i ko će uzeti $1 milion.
I don't know what in the world Kito's doing, okay? But did you all see that shot he lands? He's going to fall. Builds are broken. He's coming down. It's either me or him. And
Da, Bricix su prvi.
He is him.
Yeah, I mean, hitting that falling shotgun shot. We see them sometimes throughout Fortnite competitive history, but that one had to be like the best one, right? He was literally falling, ended up surviving 1 HP. But the only
Marko, srećan rođendan. Evo tabelu, braćo. Srećan rođendan si zdrav i džifi više da gleda stojku.
Here are the standings as we take a look. Remember, if you're just joining us,
za sada svi koji su u top 5 su hvalali za sada, da znate.
And Bryce picked up game number 1 in the VR. But with Pixie and Chin getting that one themselves, paired up with the elimination, suddenly up 13.
Znači Kanada, Kai, Bricix, oni su svi hvalali.
High ground clearly is doing well. I mean,
hvala puno Marko, hvala ti.
Taking high ground at a really, really nice moment. Again, this was another one of those zones that was actually closer.
Pa da, Moki, ali do kraja će biti 90 za kval, a top 5 je trenutno 90. Stojka, da li si nekada bio u Srbiji, Hrvatskoj ili u Bosni? Pa brate, nisam bio u Bosni i Hrvatskoj, ali bio sam u Srbiji. Ali naravno, i Hrvatska i Bosna i svaka država širom Balkana i na svijetu je super, brat. Ali bio sam 3 puta u Srbiji. Tako da. Hvala puno. Hvala ti, Nixa. Pozdrav za tvojeg brata. Hvala puno. Moj favorit je Kliks, Mr. Savić, Moneymaker i Vaske. To su super, brate, igrači. Pa Moki, ne znam, brate.
I mean, hey, listen, you know, we've seen some teams already, and particularly yesterday, I think Queasy and Venom, right? They're pretty good at higher ground, so contesting them up there, that'll be a tall task to try and tackle. We still got 3 more games to go through, though, so I'm excited to see who else maybe tries to contest them up there.
Well, let's take a look at the high ground. Bison, Kitos, we got
to imaš na internetu da vidiš kako da ti nesecka, brate. Zbog toga što to sam ja sve gledao na internetu. Vidimo tu replay sada. I lik se spasio, jeste vidjeli, braćo. Opet ti kažem, Nixa, ja sam sve gledao na internetu. Ništa ne znam na pamet. Pošto ja to jednom uradim i više ne diram. Moji Kliks, Sević, Vaske, Kvizi. Pa da, oni su isto brutalni. Kvizi ima najviše šanse od njih. Mislim, vidjet ćemo, ali to je moje mišljenje. Isto i Vaske ima šanse i svi ostali.
Nico, you've got to tell me, man, how you feeling, how you enjoying the event so far?
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. It's very good and I love them.
It's very loud, you can say that for sure. Tell me, who are you supporting for? Of course, you're representing M8.
Ajde, Nix, ajde. Jeste, Stefane?
Tell me in particular who you're looking out for.
Of course, I support the best team in the world. Gentlemen, look this new jersey, very beautiful, and the best crowd. Look at them. Look at them!
They are the best crowd, it feels like right now. You've obviously had experience playing on stages like this as well in your career. You competed at the highest level before. Do you have any advice for
sad je vinao Chitin.
I don't know, but I think no, just focus on yourself and your game and that's it. Huh?
Advice for his favorite players. Everybody else, he doesn't really care too much. Fair enough, fair enough. And I guess the only thing for me is, do you have anything to say to the ultras?
I know. What can I say? Like, this is
Pozdrav,
the best community in the
Boeksu.
world. French. Look at this.
Vo-E-X-U. Valjda sam dobro pročitao, brate.
They are going crazy. Thank you so much for that. I mean,
Ovo je
apparently
Francus,
the
mislim,
French
da.
community, they can
Da,
cheer as loud
Francus.
as Denmark. I don't know, but I'm getting word we are ready to just get right back into all of the action. This is game.
To je to. Pozdrav, brate.
I just have one.
Braćo, idemo u sljedeći game. Pa, brate, Duje, kako se zove, za sada imamo sve Balkance u finalu. Znači, svi Balkanci koji su igrali Open su kvalali, danas treba samo i Vaske da kvala, tako da eto. A jeste, vidio sam, Lazare. Mislim da ne, Novke. Mislim, brate. Braćo, kreće treći game.
This is officially the halfway point. Game 3, where teams will have their backs up against the wall if they don't reach inside of that top 25.
Hvala ti, brate, hvala puno. Ajmo da vidimo da će sad, mislim, dobro, svi imaju isti lane, ali da vidimo da li će preživjeti.
Insane out of this world.
And hey, for some of these teams, keep in mind, entering game number 3, the cutoff threshold right now for that top 25 is looking to be.
Evo ga Vortex, Belus je tu. Evo ga Moneymaker, najmlađi igrač na FNCS-u.
And game number 3 would be the perfect opportunity to try and find your place on the leaderboards if you haven't already.
Yeah, quick to the punch. Moneymaker getting one side of Mini Bastion.
A ne, Adrian.
He at least got a silenced pistol. You see the shield getting boosted up. The turret's getting tossed down. That's at least going to give them information if they cross any one of those paths. Moneymaker cuts off the launch pad, doesn't let them go anywhere. Shots are getting fired in from multiple angles.
Moneymaker used the kill.
Strikes first. Even with the shield turrets doing so much damage, he's able to do what he can, but it's blocked off. They went for it again. Jamon's getting trapped. It doesn't matter.
Nice, Moneymaker su preživjeli land.
Moneymaker comes out on top.
The 200 IQ play to place those cones.
A to ne znam, brate, koliko poena ima Moneymaker, nisam siguran. Pošto svaki game se reseta.
It's not happening again. Just a beautiful cutoff that leads to 2 easy eliminations there. I mean, when a duo self-isolates, well, what else are you really left to do? And Fanai Moneymaker making the most of that opportunity.
Bravado, ali mislim da su oni iz Brazila, nisam siguran. Ali mislim.
But FKS and Adapter, they have a little bit of elevation. Things are working out just as they planned.
Pa dobro, brate, najmlađi igrač na FNCS-u je Moneymaker.
Finding the sharp tooth, breaking through the walls, possibly trying to cut off their path, so that way, even if they do try to escape, there's nowhere to go. They go ahead, see each other there. Suns repositions. Anand does not, though. He gets caught off guard, but he's trying to draw them in. The turret there.
Evo, gore desno, quick start. 6 od trenutno top 10 timova nisu igrali dan 1.
He gets spotted out as well. These turrets are given so much information, but it's just not enough. Both Suns and Anand go down.
Nice, uzeli su kill.
That just looks so awkward for Suns and Anand. Suns especially seemed as though he hit that moment of hesitation for whether or not he should actually try to challenge up on that balcony, but hey, as far as Kenjutsu Crossing is concerned, that's not going to go Oshi's way in the slightest here. Opposite side of the map though, at Singway.
Da, brate, sa 14 godina da igraš turnir, $4 miliona price pool i prvi uzima milion. To je, brate, brutalno. Mislim, svaka čast.
Top 25, that's the easiest thing in the world. But we're here in the lower bracket, and it's not looking that easy to actually be in the top 25.
Yeah, they've already pushed that one team off, trying to get
Kyrie tu. Vidimo tu fight. Noxi i ubili su Heroa. Gore vidimo tabelu od top 25 do top 29.
Any sort of resemblance towards that last game, it's no worries. Keto
Vidio sam Urke. Znači, Peter je 25.
And since it's so early on in the game, there's so much opportunity for him to go back, get that reboot card, get his teammate back up, because it's already happened countless times on the day so far.
But also, as far as Ketos and PH Zen are concerned, they've built themselves a
ne kažem ništa, Urke.
amount of points here.
Heading into game number 3, they had 138.
Nog su ima za sada brutalan loot. Tu imaju Leđi Spaz. 2 ključa i mogu uzeti Leđi Spaz. Mislim, neko od njih. Pinku je uzo kill.
Pressure there on Taquitos as far as whether or not he'll be able to get that reboot off onto PH Zin.
Chitin, koji je vino prošli game, se fight ako se ne varam. A da, Chitin je solo, ako mislim. Za koga navijaš? Za naše, brate. Moneymaker je 11, ako se ne varam. Ako sam dobro vidio na tabeli. Pozdrav, Mladen. Evo gore možete da vidite top 5 tabelu trenutno.
But it's the angles from both Cheatin and Pixie, the game number 2 winners that are trying to chop them down to size.
Tadić, Trulex, Čičo, Vaske, Tayson, Teni, Kvizi.
To a standstill momentarily, waiting for somebody to make the big move, but hopefully it's not a misstep. They're separated. This might be the saving grace for both Kirby and Wixie.
Vaske, da, Vaske je... Vaske je dan 1. Mislim dan 2, izvinjam se, trenutno Vaske, da.
This is what we came to see. A duo from 2 different regions.
Martine, svaka čast. Jeste kvalifikao se Buga.
Wixie, though, will finally get knocked. Siphon going to be immediately taken there by Pixie. Kirby, though, with another massive shot off that sharp tooth. Keeps pressuring inside the box. Pixie down to 1 HP.
Kvizi je hvalao, Dominik.
As well. He actually thinks better of the immediate push in. Whoever comes out on top here might just have the opportunity to look for that reboot card, reboot opportunity, but Kirby faring certainly significantly better than Pixie for the time being. No, Pixie able to find the reboot.
Ovo je majica na kratkim rukavima. Adi. Oni su super, duje. Jeste, Lazare, da. Dominik juče je bio drugi, hvalao je.
Before his opposition starts trying to close in himself.
You see him taking this time. Try to pick.
Stojka šta ako je neko hvalao da igra taj FNCS i ništa, Beka igraće solo.
Curb had, even though, yeah, so they're relatively even health-wise, but Kirby at the bottom has
Gabi drugi.
He has the extra heal.
A, Adi, to stvarno ne znam, brat.
He wants to try to build up to take this. Drain Pixie dry in terms of materials, that could be good, but you see over towards the right side.
Pa novke, da smo zdravi i živi u budućnosti, zašto da ne, brat? Zašto ne? Beka da, Okis je solo. Dominik Vaske. Mladen kvalifikovao se, brate, nije vinao. To ne znam, Pascal, to stvarno ne znam.
Because we talked about the strength in numbers is huge in an event like this.
Pretty decent tag there from Pixie, but it is going to give Kirby a decent indicator as to how far up Pixie actually is. And Kirby seemingly trying to farm out even more.
Prvi game je vino Bricix.
Would like to go for the disengage, probably recognizing the fact that that pressure from
Dobro, tu vidimo fight.
Sooner rather than later, but we're talking about pressure here at the Creaky compound.
A šta ako se kvališ i ne možeš da dođeš u Kopenhagen?
Good chunk
ništa, brate.
Of aggression out of Raru and Greedy.
See, it's pausing for a moment, rightfully so. You said slap dab in the middle of Creaky. There's so many teams around them, even more pushing in. They are on the edge of the zone,
Becca designer.
You have to be very, very careful, and I think they know that, and that's why things have come to a halt. If they make that wrong move, it might not be even the original opponents that we're fighting that does the brunt force of that damage.
To ne znam, Mladen. Ma ne, vole, zašto? Mislim, obojice su super playeri, ali Moneymaker... Vidjet ćemo kako će odigrat na kraju. Moneymaker trenutno je top 11 na tabeli. Što je super, to ti je 100.000 eura.
As far as rotations are concerned, though, for Pixie, it seems as though he's willing to take his time here on that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. The problem at this point, though, Jacob, definitely starts to become just how much time is really worth investing here. Because it seems as though Kirby is definitely cool with just letting this go through and disengaging entirely. But I guess we do have to listen in to get more.
Ko je to game? Ovo je treći game? Pa da, Vajdaj si, da. Možemo da čujemo tu, slušajte sada.
Should I come now? Get this fast?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like... On me, on me. 40. I'm crash running on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going from right side.
Cracked him, cracked him. Dead.
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
Nice find by both Pink and Vico to take down one.
Vole, brat.
And that's a team. When they went down in Game 5 yesterday, they were in 24th place. They were forced to watch every team.
Pa mislim da da, Andrej.
Top 25, pass them and send them down to the lower bracket. King and Phaser, they're trying to have a second chance at life. Skits and Sorf is
Vaske, to su me juče ljudi pitali. Ja sam, pošto ja sarađujem sa tim likom koji mi radi thumbnail dugo, brate. I kako se zove, prije sam pričao ko je taj lik i onda su mu se ljudi javljali, meni je baš drago zbog toga. Ali on ide u školu i sarađujemo, radi mi svaki dan thumbnail i rekao je, Stojka, nemoj više da pričaš, nemoj da daješ moj Twitter, pošto sam ja ljudima dao Twitter njegov. I morao sam da ga poslušam zbog toga što ga ljudi zovu i on im odbije. I loše je to za njega, brate, pošto, razumeš, on ide u školu i svaki dan meni radi thumbnail. I rekao mi je da više ne pričam to i eto, ja sam odlučio da ne pričam, brate.
Especially when you factor in that there are going to be teams throughout the match.
Baš mi je drago, Trešnica. Baš mi je drago što ste to uradili, brate. Vaske samo radi i budi kvalitetan. Ako Bog da, Vule, nadamo se, ako Bog da, brate.
Yesterday in the upper bracket had 91 points. So that's the threshold they're looking to come close to, even past to give themselves the best chance.
Ne, mladene. Mislim, ne znam, brate, možda.
First place is $1 million split between two. That's more than enough money even I know what to do with.
Well, it depends on who you're asking.
True, I might just buy food. $1 million worth of food. Noxy, Chris, trying to rotate.
Vaske je tu. Evo ga Vaske. Mislim, ovo je Hen. Teammate od Vasketa. Pa Vaske, opet ti kažem, brate, ja ne kažem da ti nisi kvalitetan ili tako, ne pratim tvoj rad. Ali ako budeš kvalitetan, ljudi će se sami javljati, brate. To ne znači da ti nisi kvalitetan, da misliš da ti kažem, nego kažem šta treba. Šta mislim da treba, pošto ja nisam dizajner, brate. Pa brate, Paskale, hvala ti puno, hvala, brate. Šta misliš, da li će sutra Buga biti prvo mjesto? Sutra u 16 sati opet streamujemo i gledamo finals i da li mislim da li će Buga biti prvo mjesto, stvarno ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Ima jako dobrih igrača. Pa Vule, brate, hoću da budem ja uvek smiren. Bez obzira šta se dešava, hoću uvek da budem smiren, brate. Tako da, neću nikad da skačem, da se radujem ili to, razumeš?
Trying to go for Rift Island, DMK taking some damage, and that's the thing. Even though there's a lot of elevation, a lot of line of sight on the top of Rift Island.
Roblox imam 480, a koji mi je bio najbolji placement na duo keška po top 700.
That also allows him to go for those shots onto you on that Rift Island. So far, nobody really contesting it. Maybe one team nearby.
Vaske, već sam odgovorio, brate. Stvarno ja ne znam te stvari zbog toga što ja nisam dizajner, razumeš, brate?
And a pretty decent spot to look over the rest.
Ko igra od Balkanaca? Od Balkanaca igraju dosta, brate. Sve balkanske playere koje poznaješ, koji su pro playeri, igraju. Ne, Slasher. Ne, Vule, ne, brate.
primarily interested on trying
Opet kažem, hoću uvek da budem smiren. Nikad neću da skačem, da se radujem i to. Nikad, brat. Mislim, nikad to nisam radio, niti ću. Tako da.
to attack towards that high ground territory for teams that are trying to base up on some of these buildings here in Mega City.
They've already got their spot inside of the top 25.
Sević uzima damage tu.
It's all about holding on to it. Staying consistent.
Pa zbog toga što neću, brate, to da radim. Nikad to nisam radio.
Kind of looks like a free rotation in towards the zone, almost 300 above the storm surge threshold. So for them, things are, it's almost looking like smooth sailing for now. Not much to worry about, but as the zone continues to pull in that direction, if they don't get it, they're going to have to battle through some of these teams.
It's looking like a predominantly dead side rotation here for MK Papa and Shalom, and the question is how much surge
Evo ga
are
Kliks u
they
bušu.
actually able to acquire throughout that process, because we've seen plenty of times.
Vule stvarno ne znam. Neću da pričam, hoću da ostavim da vidim ko će vinati. Navijam za naše, za Balkance, tako da.
And oftentimes their lives in the process, because what other option do you have when you've got that storm surge damage raining in on you?
Evo gore možete da vidite od 10. do 14. mjesta. Vaske je 14.
Best to not to have to worry about that storm surge. Doing good so far, 259. Rapid and Batman.
Hvala ti Slasher, hvala ti od srca i nisam nikad, brate. Hvala puno i ovo igraju tu najbolji igrači svijeta, tako da. Ne, Mladen. Pa, Andrej, brate, opet ti kažem, ja hoću da budem svugde kakav jesam. Naprimjer, ja sam u privatnom životu isti kao na streamu. Ja kad idem tamo neću da budem ništa drugačiji, brate. Ja ću da budem smiren, pričat ću normalno. Razumeš? Neću ja da sad idem tamo i da radim ono nešto što nisam ja, ili da se predstavljam kao da nisam ja. Razumeš?
Or they might have a nice opportunity to look for some of those third-party circumstances.
Robert u top 15 je.
But right now, the story for Fatch and Pamso definitely seems to be
Ima tamo, Lucky.
already situated, a really nice elevated position so far, well ahead of where they need to be. Vico and Pink could definitely be in some trouble here.
Pamso and Fatch, they spotted out a rift far along that ridge, waiting for somebody to try to go for it. Probably being in their plan A, waiting for the zone to pull in. That's where they're going to put their eyes back on it. As King and Phaser, they're just trying to reunite, get the most out of those splashes. We've already seen King put on a show yesterday in the upper bracket with that sniper. Trying to do it here yet again.
Hvala, Vule, hvala, brate.
Between two teams. First shotgun is
hvala ti puno.
The commonality between the two, but now they get aggressive.
Robert top 25, hvala. Strahinja, nemoj sa velikim slojima, igra, Moneymaker. I 6 HP-a ništa.
That's Cal Gamer and 7-man. They take advantage of the third party. Getting all the loot, all the resources, and they already had a good loadout as well. The MK Alpha over towards Relentless Retreat. They're just adding each tool to their tool belt.
That's just salt in the wounds there.
Lazare 65.
Opposition just reap the benefits of your bounty.
Je, brate Andrej. Juče se i no-scope desio. Turki preko Twitcha. Pa Vule, to sam ja, brate. Znam, ja nisam perfektan, brate, ali uvek hoću da budem ono, to što jesam, razumeš? I uvek bi voleo da budem bolja verzija sebe, od uvek. I sad kažem, opet nekad grešim. Tako da, ako Bog da u budućnosti ćemo raditi više na tome i tako. Mladen ne, brate. Dobija 1.000.000 eura i dobija trofej. Ko bude prvi. Hvala Urke.
who are caught sleeping there for a moment, so that gives them a free path towards the zone. And for them, that's a little bit of a blessing. On the other side, Rapid, not feeling that same thing. The slurp juice is going to be popped, though.
Mislim da je, Robert. Vidjet ćemo sada. Hen je uzo kill. Evo ga Vaske. Vaske je dobio hit od 80, ja mislim.
Maybe to drop somebody down because they realize without no builds, without any heals, now becoming the focus, they have to think outside of the box to make this happen.
Right now, Q&D is just hoping that somebody else can divert the attention of some of these teams surrounding them, but it is a...
Hvala ti, Slasher, hvala ti. Najbolji streamer, jedan od najboljih streamera ikada, Mladen.
They finally get a moment to focus, but they're not the only team that's found themselves in sticky situations. You've got other teams as well, still looking to power through, still looking to make their way, cheating, turn and burn situations. Don't know who Fahad thought he was shooting at alongside Hero, but cheating, he had everything in his arsenal to make some magic happen. Granted,
nije Rafa, sutra gledamo finale, u 16 sati streamujemo. Turki cijeli ukupno price pool je 4 miliona.
He's just looking around, 45 materials, 5 minis.
Yeah, Andre, yeah.
That is really lacking because you can see the storm surge is well above the threshold as well. Everything going their way, and that goes to show that these early game battles, it is a risk, but it has a huge reward on it as well. As a lot of these teams finally make it to the zone.
Šta bi rekao ako neko... Nisam razumeo, Mladene. Znam, strah je. A mislim da je Klik živ. Evo ga Buga. Buga je jedan od boljih igrača na njegovom serveru. I super igrač u novom turniru koji je trenutno 6. na tabeli. Iznad Moneymakera i iznad Savagea. Moneymaker je dead.
Remember the 91 point threshold. It isn't official, but you got to imagine it's going to be close.
But depending on where Batman Booga actually chooses to throw that business turret, he might be able to catch some of these teams off guard, or at least get some decent information. So much congestion, though, building up in some of these mid-tier layers. Mr. Savage, Badil, looking for a way to tarp through. They know they're going to have to take some fights first before they can get anywhere.
Gudelje moraš biti gold.
Pink and Vico surrounding Mr. Savage and Badil as well. It's going to be 2 players trying to enter the box. Ursa eliminated off a rip. Mr. Savage did not come to mess around.
Pa brate, bio bi puno zahvalan i bilo bi mi jako drago, Mladene. Da, Savage je polako penje gore, uzuje sada kill, uzeli su refresh, evo ga teammate od Kliksa. Dimitrulek se juče kvalao. Gold, brate, Gudelj je bilo koji, da li prvi, drugi, treći. Moraš gold biti. Da vidimo kako će izrotirati sada Kliks. Imaju jaku lošu poziciju, kao što možete da vidite.
The ones that are being held out by more than half of the lobby, and you can see the different elevated teams, some high in the sky, others far below, but they're finding any nook and cranny to go through, but it's Kliks who actually falls to Badil.
Aleksandar, brate, to je jako teško. Braćo, Hen je uzo kill, teammate od Vasketa. I možete da vidite gore desno na tabeli da su svi, skoro, mislim ne svi, ali evo, Savage se popeo u top 5. 2 tima su pali i treći, četvrti, peti tim, evo sad i treći je pao. Znači drugi, četvrti, peti tim su živi. Pozdrav Filipe.
Will become all the more problematic for these players to deal with, but Badil and Savage, they've done an excellent job at just holding down the positioning in that mid ground.
Brate, ako ti nije problem, promeni nick. Hvala na razumevanju, brate. Jeste, Urke, da? Hvala, brate. Nisam siguran da li je Vaske živ, sada ćemo da vidimo. Gamer je gore na haju. Isto tu kontroler, kao što možemo vidjeti. Vadel je uzo kill nad Pinku, a isto Pinku jedan od najboljih playera. Mero je uzo kill, kontroler. Vaske je pao.
He has more than enough to work.
Teammate od Vaskete uzu kill.
But that's only temporary because 25 builds can be gone just
To ne znam,
like
Rafa,
that,
probaj da
especially
vidiš
when
na
there's
internetu,
so much
brate.
pressure being applied both above and below you. Shalom just trying to figure out which direction he wants to go next. Maybe spotted out Hen directly next to his box for the time being, but Kaizen, he's still making the most of things. Lash Splash going to be used, but a rocket ram.
Kaizen, da vidimo šta će Kaizen uraditi. Cević je pao. I Mero je pao. Mero je bio jako stek. Teammate od Mero je tu, ništa. Edgers, Kanada. FNC je winner opet solo. Ima dosta mac, da vidimo šta može uraditi, koliko može klačat. Vadel je ostao na 16 HP-a. 16 shield, 16 white, ima 3 splasha. Nema mac, da vidimo šta može sada uraditi.
Inside of somebody else's
Source,
box into the distance, lands a shot onto Source. That gives him a little bit of a speed boost thanks to Excel.
Nice, GG, Kanada je tu, još živ, kao solo. Uzo je trs na Peteru.
That's going to stop Peterbot's run for the time being. Kanada, though, still keeping things moving right now, all by his lonesome.
Vidimo šta može Kanada uraditi kao solo. Kanada je već dugo solo. Ima tu zip.
So good at destroying builds, but can definitely be tough to land some shots.
U gore je Nuti je pao. Gamer je sada skroz gore. Mislim da Gamer je winner ovog gejma. Ja mislim. On se smeje trenutno. Kanada je pao. Bajlah isto tu. A ne, tu je isto i Agent, koji mislim da može da vina.
As they fall down below, Calgamer was another one. A nice shot's gonna be landed, but no resources continue to build up for Polarized. But Scented is there. They put the pressure on. A lot of
Nice, ubili su lika koji je bio solo na haju. Bajlah sa raketom ulazi, umro je. 2v2.
NA versus NA, Duke and Edgy versus Polarized and Scented. But this is going to be drawn out just a little bit. The building of Mega City, it's indestructible. It's hard.
Nice protiv Nice, da vidimo ko će biti bolji.
A little bit of builds, a little bit of resources left.
Duke and Edgy,
Jedan tim je skroz gore, jedan tim skroz dole.
It's been a tough time so far in these first couple of games. And for game number 3, this could definitely be their moment. Polarized and Los, though, they're not looking to let it go anytime soon.
I ništa.
And immediately taken back.
2 na 1.
Edgy stood no hope here. Now it's Duke left
5
in a
buildova.
solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above.
144. I uspeo je klačati Tuvivan. Jel moguće? Kakav je ovaj game bio? 2v1. Ne mogu da vjerujem. What?
That was one of the plays of the tournament so far. The 2v2 situation.
GG, šta da kažem? Jel moguće?
And suddenly you jump and you get that shot. Talk me through it.
I'm just in shock. That was like, I don't know, I just one pumped the first kid and side jump and just hit the other one. I don't know, that was crazy.
It was Scented and Polarized. You took out your North American brothers. Does that make it any more satisfying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And I've got to come over to you. That must have been terrifying watching your partner in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going for a play and it didn't really work, but I'm just playing the best player in the world.
Ne mogu da vjerujem, ovaj lik je brutalno odigrao. Znate da je ovaj lik, braćo, bio teammate od Kliksa prije, ranije.
Talking to him, or you just letting him feel and listen to what's happening?
I mean, since I'm knocked, I can't really see much, so I'm just kind of letting him focus, do his own thing. But I mean, if I was spectating him, I'd be able to help him out a bit, but right there, I wasn't able to help.
And just how much did you need this victory royale today?
A lot, just so like I could get the qual out the way. Yeah, needed a lot.
And hopefully we will see you in Sunday. I mean, the chances are now very high. What would it mean for you to raise that trophy tomorrow?
It'd mean the world to me.
Ko je vinao? Duke, mislim ne znam kako da... DUKE se zove, brat.
Thank you so much, Edgy, as well. Congratulations, Copenhagen, let's hear it!
GG. Kanada je drugi. To je super, brate. A on kvalog. Mislim, svi koji su trenutno u top 10 su kvalili.
Dukes. What
Duke.
on earth are we seeing
Duke.
transpire here
Duke.
on
Duke.
LAN? There is no
Šta bi sa Kvizem? Kviz je juče kvalio.
like this can happen, and Dukes just says, Watch me.
Jeste, ima još 2 gameova, ne još jedan sličan. Znači ovaj, brate, 4. i 5. A Ceko, to je preteško, brate, to je preteško. Gledajte, braćo, klać sada.
I mean, I think we all knew that Duke's had it in him. We've seen him perform on a high level for such a long time. To lose Edgy in this moment, and like you said, the edit with the one pump right there, the side jump, and then another was absolutely incredible, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting ready to come up here and start talking about how I didn't think that was the best play from Edgy, and I was wondering why he decided to go up on his own and Dukes wasn't there.
Jel moguće?
Completely throwing that out the window, right? There are no situations where you expect the solo player to win that, right?
I mean,
you know, you don't.
Nemoj to, Farise.
Just hit both one pumps just so easily.
You saw Duke's reaction.
GG Legs, baš mi je drago, brate. Kažem, sad stojka i to je to.
Cannot wait to see how far they're going to be jumping up now, and that was just such an incredible end to that game.
Ko je prvi? Vidjet ćemo sada.
NA going head to head for that last victory royale moment. Now, of course, I did forget one big key factor here.
Ili da vidimo, znate šta, braćo? Ajde, sada ćemo sačekati. Htio sam da vidim za koliko će da krene prvi game. Tako da čekat ćemo da vidimo za koliko će da krene prvi game, pošto daju uvek timer. Evo ga, braćo, evo tabelu. Izvolite tabelu. Vaske je top 10, Vaske je kvalao, da znate. Sutra gledamo Vasketa u finalsima, da znate, braćo, kvalao je. Hvala ti, Roblox, vidimo se isto i ti, pozdrav, brate. Ne, Urke. I, brate, promeni nickname zbog toga što ću te morat banat, brate. Gde je Kvizi? Juče je igrao? Pošto juče smo gledali dan 1. Kvizi je kvalao i svi Balkanci. Danas gledamo dan 2 i sutra gledamo veliko finale u 16 sati. Da vidimo ko će uzeti 1.000.000 eura i ko će uzeti trofej. Mario, to ću da vidim nakon streama, brate. Lik koristi sad Stojka, ima dobar aimbot. Kažem, brate, sad Stojka imate aimbot. Take deal, gledajte, braćo, djecu u sredini.
Today close. Much to discuss so far. I'd love to kind of get your guys' thoughts. You've been watching the games. I wanted to kind of see where you guys are at coming in so far.
I mean, for me, I think we've seen a lot of incredible performances.
Nemoj, brate, izvini, još jednom, ako napišeš poruku i ne promijeniš ime, morat ću te, brate, izvini. Pa Gudelj je, brate, skoro isto je to, tako da. Jeste za 16 minuta sljedeći, jel moguće? Koliko još gameova? Još 2, još ovo i još 1. Teko, stvarno ne znam, vidjet ćemo sutra, brate. Ajde, vidimo se, brate, Roblox, pozdrav. Braćo, jel može neko da napiše uzvičnik D i S? Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, uđite da moram da, mislim, da kopiram da mogu da šaljem do kraja live-a. Hvala ti, brate, bogat.
But of course, very close to being on the edge there.
Another big team that we're looking at right now, and that screen was fat.
Uđite na naš Discord server, braćo moja. Samo recite mi da li radi link. Vajda, mislim, trebalo bi raditi. Mislim da radi link. Da, klik se 22. treba mu još malo za kval. Moram te banat, brate.
Global Championship Grand Finals. Levin, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit. So right now,
radi. Hvala.
We're seeing NA maybe show up a little more aggressively than we see EU has. Why do you think that is?
A big part of what I've seen in these games that's been super interesting is just actually how the mid-ground and low-ground lanes are being played, right? I think one thing about the NA teams that we've seen that's been so effective for them, a lot of them being a lot more
jesi zašto ne, brate?
making sure they're getting ahead, looking back for refreshes where possible.
Šta se desilo, Teo, brate? Šta da pogledam? Pozdrav, Marijane. Radi, hvala.
Good at very much staying together, staying ahead of the zone, and being able to capitalize them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that we're also seeing a lot of these NA players.
A ne znam ko je Moneymaker. Nisam primetio Moneymakera.
Not necessarily unheard of strats, but I do think that they're kind of surprising the rest of the lobby in this situation.
Yeah, do you guys feel like nerves are playing a factor? Because it just feels like this is the time that we need to be pulling out everything we have, right? With 2 games left to go, we have to...
Vidjet ću nakon streama, Teo. Thank you for asking, brother. How are you?
That time, that window is closing very, very rapidly. So,
Pa da, Anel, ali nisam primetio, nisam vidio gdje, pošto sam pričao sa braćom iz chata. Alex Uzvišnik pisi, brate. Pa vidjet ćemo da li će Buga dobiti prvo mjesto. Tako je, Marko, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod Stojka, braćo. Pa Ceko... Ne znam, obojca su super, brate. Samo sekund, braću. Braćo, pričam na mobitelu, tucam. Sekund. Uzvišnik settings, brate.
The difference making a lot of these games is what you can actually do, the places you maneuver, how you get your surge, right? Certain teams are accustomed to doing things in their region, right? They know the team in a POI nearby is going to behave in a certain way or take certain...
Jesam, Marijane, tu sam za 30 sekundi, braćo, brojite.
You know, certain places where you would typically go
Bacite like.
that go to your surge total, you can't go there now. You're not getting that same damage. How do you adapt to that? That's why a lot of these teams are struggling, and that's where you're going to have to, you know, make up the difference if you want to start pushing yourself into the top 25.
I love this conversation. We'll continue to talk about this, but first, Mini Miner. We've got him standing by with Amar. Mini Miner. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Absolutely. I'm here with the legend, Amar himself. Everybody, we got a little bit of round of applause there. I mean, you're a legend. I mean, that's great. Okay, give it up then. Okay. He's a legend. I mean, we don't need to tell you that. But, I mean, you are a legend in the EU scene, right? It's a global competition. For those that don't know you, what do you do? What is your role in the community?
Basically, I'm doing like viewing parties for like, I think 4 years now. I was playing competitive myself. I was Summer Skirmish winner week 6, I think, back in the day. So I was a pro, kind of, but then I just got too old, too bad. Yeah, and then the stage is like for all the young people, you know, making their bag, they're living out of it and being with passion about it. And same with me, but I'm doing viewing parties, you know, and this is what I do. And I host my tournaments and yeah, some in-game stuff. That's what I do.
I love it. Now, of course, you are here in attendance doing a viewing party yourself. Tell me what you thought of the game so far. Have you been enjoying it?
Oh, I'm saying yesterday was crazy. Like yesterday, every end game was hilarious. Like, you couldn't predict who was winning, who was on top, and you know they're making clutches. This Siphon is the best invention ever. I think everyone should applaud for Siphon here in this hall. Siphon is the best invention ever because I think the clutches you can make with Siphon is crazy. Okay, sorry Epic Games for saying that, but I had to do this. But yeah, I think like today was also like really focused because like a lot of German players are playing right now, and I'm cheering for them.
Izvinjam se, braćo.
With Mr. Savage. Like, I just love this. Reason has to qualify with Janice and Vico has to qualify with...
Minut i 30. Na to sam mislio. Izvinjam se, braćo, stvarno. Tu sam. Običan, Marijan. Do kada će live? Do 12?
What has your chat reaction been like? Tell us, give us a little insight into those vibes. Who are they cheering for?
Oh, same as me. I think that's why we're so similar. And also for the Frenchies, of course, for Snazy, Partizan, you know, make it up for them. Gentlemates, great organization as well, yeah. They're doing good stuff.
That's great to hear. Now, thank you very much for coming on this interview. Just quickly before we go, where can people find you online?
They can find me anywhere with Amar, yeah.
Amar, easy as that. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll leave it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Amar. It is fantastic to see you, and we're happy that you could be
Brate, ušao sam u Elite, to je super, brate. Elite je jedan od... Ja kad sam iskreno težak rank, ja kad sam igrao, prvo Diamond mi je bio težak, onda Elite, ono, ta dva ranka su baš teška. Marko, meni je 25. juna rođendan.
Storm Surge is definitely difficult.
I mean, it's definitely difficult, but if we're going to talk about the best players, then we got to talk about Savage and Vidal, of course. What they did in game number 3 to deal with their storm surge is that they were able to kind of split up just a little bit so that they were getting better angles onto Mega City, especially with how the zone pulled, making sure that they had every position covered there.
Dobro je da stvarno radi Discord. Mislim, dobro, ljudi su mi rekli, ali htio sam provjeriti. Da, radi Discord, bačo. Dobro je. Nikakav problem, Marko, nikakav problem, brate.
Another great strategy was what we saw 7-man in Cal game.
A braćo, iza sam primetio da ljudi dansuju take DL i te dansove. Jeste jeste vi to primetili? I u pozadini, kad su igrali, publika se čuje, a to prije se nije čulo kad je bio FNCS Invitational. A sada su pustili, ne znam što. Slušajte sada, braćo.
You have two medkits on you. I have 2 medkits too. Okay. I brought 4.
Look north. People are gonna get ahead of us north. We fry them. Northwest.
I'm staring at north.
40 crack.
Yep. Reach echo, look.
Yeah. No, I can't.
Go. Take them.
30.
Baš mi je drago, Lazare.
The peeking. Flip. This is way here, and then we just crash pad, I think. We need to look for some surge wall. There's a team right here, by the way. I'm waiting for them to move.
60.
Nice.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy.
I'm down.
Should I come now? Get this fast?
Yeah.
Pa Donatello Mongrel je... Mongrel ne igra igricu odavno.
I'm crash padding on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going from right side.
Cracked him. Dead?
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
GG.
Crazy stuff. Storm surge.
Baš mi je drago, Alex, baš mi je drago, brate.
But you have to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was the key, right?
Namik, brate, što si to uradio? Uvek kažem, braću, ljudi meni kažu, Stojka, polomio sam miš, polomio sam tastaturu, nemojte to, braću. Evo, brat sada kaže, nemojte to, braću.
Fantastic. Oh, there we go.
Pa to je jako teško, Aleksandar. To je jako teško, brate. Braćo, za 6 minuta kreće 4. game. Tu imamo sad intervju da čujemo.
I do. Snazy, what's it like hearing your fans out in the arena?
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, all of fans.
He says merci. And they hear him and they love it. I've got to come to you, Podesai. I need to ask, what went wrong yesterday?
Yesterday we have a problem with the storm surge, and we didn't play our game, so we did a bad game. And today I think we play already better, but it's not finished. There is 2 more games, and I hope we qualify.
I hope you qualify too, because you've given me this interview, so now I have to root for you. You're currently in 23rd position.
Pa da, to je loše, Turki, kažem, brate.
We saw you go to Rift Island.
Pa da, znam, Aleksandar, ali jako je teško i to, brate.
So tell me, is that something you're intending to do going forward?
Yeah.
Pa nikakav problem, Donatello.
We want to farm more because we have a lot low mats. And we got below third. We need to eat.
Do kad je live? Do 12?
And we try to fight
Pa Mihajlo opet, brate. Znam, Fortnite je i meni najbolja igrica, omiljena igrica i volim Fortnite da igram. I volim Fortnite, ali zašto, brate, da se lome stvari što se tiče da tako, eto, opreme?
I think
Loše je
solo
to.
I'm the best player, so I'm very confident, and when I'm solo I'm unstoppable, so I clutch every game, and that's it.
Well, I can't wait to see if you can clutch out a game later today. But before I let you go, because the fans are out there cheering your every answer, would you like to say something to them in French? I'll let the two of you stand side by side and share the microphone.
Can I say it in French?
Bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup à tous les fans de Gledamo, ça fait vraiment plaisir que vous soyez tous là. Vous nous apportez beaucoup de soutien, on vous voit tous crier quand on arrive et tout, vraiment merci énormément d'être venus. Et puis on va essayer de se
Žarko nije, ima još, vidjet ćemo sada, mislim da je još 2 gejma, da, ovo je još jedan.
Thank you so much, thank you fans as well.
Thank you so much, Frankie. What a fantastic interview. You can see the French community going absolutely crazy. I believe the saying is "Allez les bleus." Is that right?
That's all the French I know, really.
That's it. That's it. I hope that was enough for y'all. We love y'all. They're so passionate. So are the players. The fans here have been absolutely amazing. If you were able to make it out here, man, the energy here, the vibe.
Jeste iz Francije. Evo je publika, ova je iz Francije isto. Iz Francuske.
The French duo with all these players, all of these fans respecting, giving them shout outs and everything. And I think that in an instance where they might
Pozdrav,
have
Lavić,
had
a tu je umro
I
Snazy.
think those are now gone.
Od sajtu klača.
You'd say that, but then again, it's like they're 23rd
Pa
right now.
žarko vidjet ćemo, brate, nikad ništa ne možemo znati.
I think they can do it though. I think they've shown today that in a clutch situation, one of them is going to step up. Of course, it's been
Nemoj to ni da, brate.
times, but I really do believe in these guys and their ability to make it through.
I mean, definitely with that high-set accelerant shotgun right there, he was able to not just grab eliminations, but also move through the zone as a solo player.
Je, Lavić, je, juče, brate, juče se kvalifikovao i mislim, ako se ne varam, da, iz zadnjeg gejma. Znači, Buga nije kvalao, iz zadnjeg gejma je kvalao. Strašno. Njegov teammate je uspio klača do top 2.
I think you'd probably say they're near enough safe, right? I think that's what Amar feels. I think that's probably what they're really feeling as well.
Ja bih volio igrati tamo, ali... Pa, brate, Lazare... Naravno da bih volio i gledati i igrati, brate. Ali... Ne znam, za mene je bolje gledati. Zbog toga što bih volio ja da snimam i to. Možda da uradim intervju. Razumeš? Sa nekim od njih.
And they'll have a big chip on their shoulders coming into Sunday because definitely a team with a lot of pedigree, a lot of fans, a high status, and all the ability in the world.
So you're already calling that they're making it into Grants tomorrow.
Wait. Is that 2K guarantee?
I can guarantee that.
Braćo, koliko je visok ovaj lig. Gledajte koliko su, na primjer, evo, lik levo sa likom skroz desno. Koja je razlika u visini? Ja mislim da ovaj lik full desno, braćo, je možda otprilike 2,15, 2,20. Ozbiljan sam. Ko je moneymaker? Top 15, ako se ne varam. Laki, opet ti kažem, za to mi treba, brate, lik koji će zajedno sa mnom snimiti, pošto to ne mogu solo. Pa lik je, ne, više od 2 metara, 100%. 100% je više od 2 metara. Pa Lavić, da, brate. Braćo, da znate, sutra u 16 sati gledamo finale. Trenutno je prvi Bricix, evo ovi likovi sada trenutno koje gledate na ekranu.
Because they knew coming into today they were not going to let this moment slip past them, right? They came in with clear intentions and they're showing that they're going to be a formidable team come tomorrow.
A iskreno da vam kažem, prije nisam čuo za Bricixa, ali sad je brutalan player. Ma Stankela, vjeruj mi da nije, brate. Ja sam vidio, znači lik kojeg znam, koji je 1,85 m, je tu bio, on je visok, da, ali ovaj lik full desno je bio viši od njega za 2 glave, malo manje, glavu i po, brate. Gledajte koliki je lik. 2 možda metra ima, malo više. I lik ne stoji, braćo, lik nije ispravljen, gledajte, nije ispravljen. Zamislite da se ispravi ovako. Hvala ti od srca, Lavić, ali već imamo pinatu, hvala ti, brate. Baš mi je drago, Bananex, baš mi je drago, brate, lepo da te služi. Jeste, Stankela. Pozdrav Ivano, Ivo, Kliks je u top 25 ako se ne varam. Mislim. Nisam siguran.
We've seen in these games the way they're playing height is a bit different to some of the NA teams. You know, we've seen the EU teams dominate. Not many of the NA teams been playing for height. Those guys were. So again, when I see shake-ups in the lobby, I think, okay, how do these guys come into the equation? Savage of it was more of like they slot right in, right? You sort of know what you can expect from them. They slot right in.
Sada Ricku četvrti. Jeste, Milio. I gledajte kako, ovako je. A zamislite da je ovako.
Well, you're saying, you know, they're not really going for height right there, but with all the performances we've seen from the low and mid ground these last 3 games, I don't think they need to go for height. They're grabbing eliminations and they're also
četvrti game, brate. Sada kreće četvrti, posle četvrtog ima još jedan, to je 5. game i to je to za danas, što se tiče FNCS. Kreće game.
Let's talk about Clicks.
Oh yeah.
Clicks fans, arena.
Oh yeah.
Let me hear you.
Clicks fans, are you guys awake? Are the Clicks fans awake?
I think they're awake.
They're awake. Clicks and Epic Whale currently.
Eto, vidiš, Turki.
Job's not done. Right, we're right here.
Pozdrav, Filipe.
A single mistake could have them fall out of that top 25. But for the duo right now, are they performing at your expectations currently?
I mean, you know,
Sutra se odlučuje ko je pobjednik FNCS-a. Jeste, sutra je finale, brate. Sutra streamujemo u 16 sati finale i da vidimo ko će biti pobjednik. Ko je Moneymaker? Moneymaker je u top 20, ako se ne varam. Znači, trenutno je u kvalu, pošto top 25 kvala.
Honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the
Clicks je 22.
is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clicks is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they've not been playing the best.
Jel vidite onaj badge koji ima, braćo, od FNCS trofeja? Baš je super. Da, evo sad gledam na replay kod mene na streamu. Gold. Gabi prvi dobija 1.000.000 eura, brate. Prvi dobija 1.000.000, drugi 650 i tako dalje. Vaske je u top 15, ako se ne varam. Ili u top 20. Možeš poslati Discord server. Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo. Ne znam, Janko, ja to ne gledam.
Nah, man, I'm too safe.
No, I just want to know, like, which route would you go?
I would go safe.
It doesn't matter what route you go. We don't care about what Zeke has to say.
See, I walked into it.
I don't care what Zeke has to say. Look, if you are one of those players, I think...
Jesu Trulex i Kvizik hvalali? Jesu.
Crunch time now for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You just got to go with what you're used to, what the formula is. I don't think you should do anything...
Ne znam zašto još nije krenuo prvi game. Mislim, četvrti.
At times this year, that's why you're sitting on that stage right now. Don't switch up anything too crazy. Don't get too...
Pa dobro sad, Lazare.
And I think we are seeing that from a lot of our solar players. I think we actually saw it from Agers in game number 2, where he was able to use incredible rotates through his augments. And even though he was kind of dodging all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure, Kanata there. He's just doing him, you know, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Cal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, going to grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Prvi je trenutno Brit
We saw how confident Cal Gamer was yesterday, right? You know, when he was...
Hvala Dvoje, hvala ti.
The most confident man in the arena, potentially, you know, how confident he was. And understandably so, right? They've you know, had success in their region, you know, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver here. And I think it's been a much better day from them, right? We've been seeing them over, you know, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their day in a much more controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, when we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped. And using these opportunities.
Laki, to je preteško, brate. Kad kreće četvrti game? Za nekih 2-3 minuta.
Cal Gamer is an incredibly intelligent player. He studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
for sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment.
Oh,
We
yeah.
saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PH Zin and Kitos.
Au, Kristijane, stvarno ne znam, brate. Stvarno ne znam.
The BR representation as we did at Invitational.
Janko, brate.
Hear y'all up there, which is crazy.
To je jako teško. Sad ako pričam ozbiljno, to je jako teško, braću.
More of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're
Tako
capable
da.
of.
I mean, we saw what
Evo, Aco kaže da su njemu poslali već ugovor. Tako da. Emilio, brate, 75 timova.
And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right? Where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHN to come in and do their thing. And obviously, you know, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it. But they have showed up necessary today, and I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots
Nixa u kvalu je trenutno.
and so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and
Trulex je trenutno kvalao. Juče je kvalao.
There we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
Ko je prvi? Bricix.
I just want, we all are here.
Braćo, bacite like, jel može ovako? Pre nego što krene četvrti game, idemo do 200 lajkova. Bacite like, braćo moja. Bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce.
I feel like for me, King is one of those guys. It just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, I've got nothing, doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles. That's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly. I don't know how
Sutra ima 6 gameova.
if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment.
Sada je četvrti game.
But he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. You know, no doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays, but we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, I did.
Ovo je sada četvrti game i vinali su dosta ljudi. Ne mogu da zapamtim imena. Prvi vinali su Chitin, vinali su Bricix. I to je to što sam zapamtio. Pa Lazare vidio sam, da.
He's incredible, that's all I wanted to say.
Pa Andrej, tako što primjer, evo dajem, brate, ako te gledalo, na primjer, pola sata 100 ljudi, oni su lajkali, 50 od njih su otišli, došli su još 50 ljudi i gledate opet 100 ljudi, ali to su novih 50 ljudi. I oni lajkaju i tako dalje, razumeš? Zapravo to što je rekao Aco. Slušajte sada, braćo.
Okay. Look for surge.
Pozdrav Stevanović.
Look hard left.
Najbolji youtuber na svijetu, Moki.
These teams are getting, they're jumping, look, spray this. 100. 33 white. Can you crash for us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
It curves to the left. I'm in.
Nice, I got 2 kills there.
Man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier.
Daj, Duk je vinao game.
We did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a victorial, let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a victorial to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that victorial feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Eddie went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like...
Pa, brate, Emilio, to je jako teško. Ali hvala ti od srca, brate, hvala. Igraju Pavle. Kliks je 22. Sljedeći game počinje uskoro. Da, braćo, dosta čekamo za game.
They can keep hitting shots like, Dukes was hitting towards the end there. Boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how it happened, but he should be feeling good after that.
Just like an instant, instincts take over, snap headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo.
Some second.
I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lucy.
Nemojte, brate, Nida, nemojte, braćo, se svađate.
Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, BR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some...
Hvala puno, Mateja, hvala ti. Kliks je 22. Prvi je Bricix.
These guys do what they do. Typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions, and they're delivering today.
Well, speaking of delivering, it is time. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait.
Ognjen, ako meni kažeš hvala ti, ali neću. Braćo, kreće 4. game ili predzadnji game za danas. FNCS-a. Šta mislite ko vina ovaj game?
This is the moment. We saw it yesterday. Big games in game 4. Outside of the bubble, teams were able to qualify.
Braćo, još jedan like do 200 da vidimo ko će biti 200 like. Menalo, hvala ti od srca, vajda ćeš nešto dobro za nas napisat. Hvala ti od srca, brate, ako je tako. Ali neću zbog toga što će možda onda i drugi ljudi pisati i trebam stalno escape-at. Razumeš, brate? Meni je drago, ali stalno ćemo escape-at. Buga, Vaske, Kanada. Da vidimo da li će Moneymaker preživjeti land. Ništa. Vajda neće. Moneymaker je solo. Da li će Moneymaker uspjeti klačati tu i van? Teško, ali ako klača svaka mu čast.
They're definitely picking up the pace, especially after that loss off spawn battle in that last game. They're finally figuring out.
Da li će Moneymaker klačat 2 na 1?
Moneymaker's really just thinking outside of the box. Any nook, any cranny that he can fit in, he's going ahead and trying to hide and trying to keep them on the run, going in and outside of the same covers. But eventually he's going to have
Moneymaker je full
and run into both of these players unless he can get the launch pad and get out, and that's exactly what he's going to do to stay alive.
Moneymaker pobjego, bravo.
Yuma is going to spot him though. He puts a couple tags down. Very crucial, but not enough.
Možda će sad dati Moneymakera da vidimo.
Alba, Yuma, and Jaymon, of course, representing for the Asia region. That elimination alone jumps them up 3 or 4 spots, putting them in the upper 30s now. That just shows you how.
Hvala ti, Menalo, hvala puno. Hvala, brate. Kod Stojka ako kupujete nešto iz shopa. Evo gore desnu tabelu, braćo, Moneymaker je pao.
This is huge. Another battle off spawn towards Creaky Compound. Fahad and Hero, who's trying to make up for all that lost time early on in the day. Quickly trying to capture Creaky Compound. And there's a strength in numbers, I've been saying all weekend long, but it's here on the flag as well. As long as both of them are standing in it, they're going to get it much faster to try to get that loot.
Hvala ti, Menalo, puno znači. Hvala, brate. Hvala ti puno. Nice. Triple uzo kill. Ili ne, triple je pao, ako se ne varam. Ne, uzo je kill triple.
Absolutely. Crazy to think how many performances have been seen
Evo ga pump stove.
above average from the NA side. So many of the NA teams are literally putting themselves closer and closer towards the finals. I don't think that's been emphasized enough how well of a performance they've had, and I'm here to champion for them as I'm, of course, been rooting in the background, but Vatch and Pam still, of course,
Nemane, prošli game, neću da te lažem, nisam siguran. Ali mislim da je vinao Duke.
matter.
Duke,
Stain and Data still
Duke,
sneaking
kako
up.
i da se zove. Teammate od Kleksa koji je bio prije.
Something we haven't really seen anybody else do but them. Instead of hiding in a bush, though, they're ready to pounce. They realize
Nemoj
they
to, ni
are
da.
separated just enough for their liking as they continuously try to creep
Duke,
in.
Duke,
Hawk
tako
gonna
nešto,
try to get
valjda.
away, but the shot strike more than half of his
A da,
HP
to
is
sam i ja
gone.
mislio,
And that
Janko,
leaves
da.
Hero to try to run, cover the distance, get there
Vaske
as fast as possible.
je trenutno u
And I think
kvalu,
they're gonna
brate.
come out into a
Ne znam
2v2
koje je tačno
situation
na
with
tabeli, ali
Stain and Data's
trenutno
having the
je u
advantage early
kvalu.
on.
ME versus Asia right here, right now, but a third party comes in to put their influence into the mix. That was almost a perfectly coordinated attack from our favorites here, Stain and Data. So now the problem lies in their side. They've been hurt big time here. The compound no longer safe, and they're
Ni da nemoj ako je loše,
Solo
brate.
in the mix here, making his way south through.
Gledajte, braćo,
Meanwhile, we jump over with
gdje je
Kitos here,
Kempa League?
setting up the ambush onto Raru.
Trying to go in. Nice little sneak shot, but he ain't gonna fall for that bait. Keto's quickly trying to back up, take the high ground back. Jin is right there by his side, but Greedy's trying to chop him down to size. Both of these duos try to reunite one another. Jin, not very many heals left, and instantly it's Ketos who shares. Oh, but the snipe from the side.
Da snajpali su ga.
At the top of the mountain, Jin goes down and leaves a lot of pressure on the Ketos to try to clutch up. Raru and Greedy, they're the ones trying to take advantage of it as well.
And the awareness from Robert to understand the snipe comes in and it puts them at a disadvantage. They didn't miss a beat there. They turn things around immediately. Talk about a lucky
Nemoj to, ni da, brate.
save for them, as they were on the backside for a moment there.
Oh, what are these just third parties, one after the next?
Oh my gosh.
Greedy gets chopped down to size as well. Raru has to kind of about face. He can no longer go after Ketos, who has a solo, because he has to reunite with Greedy. He doesn't want to have his game end here very, very early in match 4.
For a second there, it was looking like the warm-up games, like straight W key.
But we got a listen in with Hen, seeing how he's doing in
Pozdrav,
the early portion of
dale
this
Bore.
game.
Idemo replay. U Vaske.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR.
Nice on the right.
Dead. Kiri.
Absolute clean elimination right there.
Evo
That's
ga,
the way you
Rezon.
wanna start your games off, picking off damage. Question is, can he get the finish there in time?
Ni da, nemoj to, brate.
8 players already eliminated here. That's 3 full duos and some fragmented. Let's take a look here. Zone going far north. Things mixing up here for day 2 so far. We'd like to see some variety.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some northeast. We've seen some southeast. Now we're just going to have a straight north for now. Does have a little bit of a western lean, but it could
Nemoj, brate, ni da, molim te.
center up.
Morat ću te time out.
Where it actually goes later on in the game, but Bully and Shadow changing up things just a little bit. Don't want to go against Peak and Vico far too often, but that's 7-man and Cal Gamer that they're going up against, and they're on a hot streak. They're on a hot streak for sure, climbing up that leaderboard to try to get their spot into Championship Sunday. And all Shadow wanted was a couple of tags. Thanks.
Da li će Sević uzeti kill?
Oh, Mr. Savage has to be careful here, though, deep in the zone, but he is holding things down. Can he get adapter? He
Who's a
does.
kill?
Swatted out the sky. Nice for him.
Duke.
And FKS now back
Hey,
against
Aki.
the wall, hurt as well. Vadil, one of the best to ever do it. When he sees you hurt, he comes in and closes it. Makes it look easy. Let's see, Savage comes from behind here. Yup, he's boxed up. It's only going to take one more shot. FKS is fighting. He's fighting hard, but for how long can he last?
Yep, quick moves by Mr. Savage as well, dodging a lot of those shots.
Okay.
Might have cursed him there, but he goes down nonetheless. Vadil is the one who gets credit. He just took too much damage trying to get that reboot off. He goes down to the storm itself so early on.
To ne znam, Slasher, brate, mislim Slasher, stvarno ne znam. Pinku se fajta.
Part about is they need those points to continue to give them the cushion to go ahead and stay in the money, stay in the
Nemoj
safe
to, brate,
zone.
ni da.
It's nice to
Molim
be in top 4 now. Should be all he needs. Take a look now at Batman Booga. Rapid, of course, a favorite. NA. Puts in a lot of work here.
Pinku je ubio lika.
Says, hold that thought. We got action and we have
Nemoj,
it
brate.
now. Finds
Ma
Rapid
ne,
there.
ne moraš se
The
izvinjavati,
duo
ali
of
nemoj, brate.
Batman Booga. Now back against the wall. Just a solo here. We'll have to retreat for the moment as there is a duo lurking above.
Jeste, brate, Relja. Ma chill, Urke, chill, brate. Nikad, ikad, brate. Ni da. Clement je tu? Nemoj, brate, ni da. Ja te moram timeoutat još jednom.
They started this game in 32nd place, almost a repeat of yesterday with 2 chances left. They have to lay it all on
Evo
the
ga
line.
Viko.
No regrets, no excuses. The time is now.
That's right. Fresh duos rotating in the surrounding vicinity as well. Clement's going to go on up. They say, hey, look, we
Ja moram,
singled
brate.
out here. I think we can
Izvini,
go ahead
Nida.
and take advantage here. They
Pozdrav, Daki.
could put them in the position to have
Stojka,
a
hoćeš igrat rank kad se završi FNCS? Naravno da. Juče su igrali klan. Braćo, sutra u 16 sati ili u 4 popodne, kako hoćete, streamujemo FNCS Finals. Vole timeoutu sam ga.
And Batman Bugo will not give it up without a run for it. Kaizen and Clement secure the deal there and earn themselves 4.
They gotta be careful though. Now it's Pink and Vico territory.
Jel igra Kliks? Igra?
Is gonna be owned by them and they know it. So Clement and Kaizen
Pa Urke čudno je, brate.
build some fresh spot for them to go ahead and try to regain composure.
Nema zbog FNCS-a.
A lot of these teams are going to have to continue to rotate towards the north side of the map, which
Noxi, ljudi kažu neki da jesam, neki da nisam. Šta mogu, brate? Pa da, Relja.
Pick and Vico do need several more slots to go. You can see they're just holding.
Hvala na pitanju, Beli, kako si ti, brate?
That's what the 4 that they earn this game.
Braću, slučajno sam promenio scenu, izvinjam se. Slučajno, ja se svima izvinjam. Pa da, Noxi. Ljudi su pričali na početku live-a, glasan ti je mikrofon, smanjio sam na OBS-u i onda su ljudi pričali Tixi. Razumeš? Pa brate, Janko, to je jako teško. Pa vajda, Veljo.
It was in that last game. They were stayed too far in towards Mega City, let all the other teams bypass them. So by the time it was their turn to rotate, they just got held out. They got separated and taken down as Chubbs and Bryce.
Evo ljudi koji su vinali game.
They don't want to continue this fight as solos. Bryce is yet to go ahead and reunite with his teammate. So that's going to be Chubbs just backing up. Bryce, he has his shoulder. I'll watch it. You try to get out.
A neću, gamer. Evo gore desno možete da vidite tabelu, vraću.
Chubbs and Bryce have had an incredible showing, as have Shalom and MK Papa every single time I've tuned in with this duo here. Today just really has been them.
Aleksandar, to kad nisi kulturan, brate.
Already at 2 eliminations, a big 8-point game. I'd say this is definitely a team that is jumping onto the radar right now.
Stojka, ko misli da će biti prvi na kraju danas? Pa Bricix. Ja mislim da će biti prvi.
About 48 points, 29th place. The only place they can go from here though is down. They leave it up to the last and final game of the day.
Trulex jeste, hvala joj.
And from one fight to the next, they run into Pings, who quickly bounce pads out. He doesn't want to have any of that noise. He is a solo, so he's probably looking for a least contested part of this zone to try to go ahead and get his teammate back.
Let's take a look at these.
Tu vidimo Sheloma, koji ide u zonu. Ništa, opomenem ga, Aleksandar. Koliko se game-ova igra? 5. Ovo je 4. Nakon ovog imamo još 1. Evo ga kontroler. A vidjet ćemo, Aco, možda. Teammate od Klixa je 1 HP.
Forcing them to stop.
Tako je, Menalo.
We already knew they didn't have many white heals. That's why they were playing the shrooms.
Buga je juče kvalao.
So now,
ne igra danas.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because they don't have the elevation as well. Luckily though, they are by this Rift Island, so a couple of teams might try to contest it.
Island se spawnao.
Path somewhere for them to try to find and try to get on track. They started the game in 15th, then they moved up to 10th. But at that last game, they fell all the way down to 22nd place. And the time is definitely ticking for a lot of these teams to claim their spot on that battle.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe.
Let me tell you, the 3
I upalite zvonce.
I see nearby all absolutely need this Rift Island. And if you think back to that content piece This is when it is the most dangerous.
Vaske je
You
pao.
have to be the most cautious going for the Rift Island right here, right now, because you know those 15 points are going to be worth fighting for right now. Datus and Stain recognize that Chubbs is hurt here. They try to go in, but Gab Zero's not missing a shot at all right now. A very
Hvala na pitanju, Anele, izvinjam se, kako ide kod te, brate?
They're good. They have the
Tu
rise to
je
Sunday. They're going to do okay.
Peter Bot.
Just about practice for them. Still
Steno.
on the international stage, every moment matters. You said
Hen je pao.
nervous. Now it's time
Vaske je, braćo, pao.
Get ready for tomorrow.
Ko je Moneymaker? Trenutno je u top 20, ako se ne varam.
Ushi and Steno, they got themselves a nice bit of elevation, but just on the corner of the zone. And that's exactly why they're going to try to disengage off that spot, rotate deeper in. And depending on what teams have the forecast tower, they might try to beat them there, but it is across the map from
Su
that
puno
Rift
ljudi,
Island,
gore
so
su
you
puno
already
ljudi.
know
Gledajte
around
koliko se ljudi
the
fajta
fourth,
za
the fifth, even
Island.
sixth zone, it will pull away from
What?
Rift Island.
This is incredible. Snazy.
Moneymaker je 20, da.
Epic Whale.
25, Anon.
Stain, Datus. An incredible amount of variety here. Trying to play for the Rift Island. At the most dangerous time to do so as well. This is going to be
Mičo, brate,
tournament run right
Elite
now.
Peter
Who will
Bot.
secure it?
Even Chubbs and Bryce, they said I want a piece of
Vole u
this
top
pie.
20,
We may have
ako se
won
ne
a
varam.
game, but we haven't captured Rift Island yet. This could be our chance to continue to add to our lead. And they're ready to fight for it. You see shots coming down from a bottom.
Pozdrav, Colke, ovo je 4. game, prezadnji.
Even 5 on top of Rift Island. Clicks and Epic Will. They got
U
pushed
top
off
20,
that
mislim,
flag,
Slasher.
no longer able to contest it, but at least they have the position high above
A ne znam
the
ko je
rest.
Peter Bot.
And it looks like they're going to try to fight for some piece control, some real estate, anything that they can get their hands on before they look at the edge of the island for more storm surge.
A little too passive though. They're playing the launch pad and not the actual objective.
Moneymaker je
They
20.
do have to be careful. You have
Ne, Moneymaker je 21, imate gore desno.
Maneuvering their way inside, clicks and Epic.
Nakon
Second guessing
ovog
the
gamea, Colke.
decision to be here. Eliminations could be very well worth it, but securing the point seems unlikely at this point. As Chubbs and Bryce are like, hey, we will
Nije gamer.
for the day. Why not?
Vaske je 9. GG. To je super, onda je kvalo, bajda. Ako ima iznad 90, kvalo je.
Situation, this is exactly what I thought Clicks and Epic Will were going to do. They have just the edge of the zone to continue contesting it, and now they're looking on down below to try to get that storm surge, but you can see their awareness. They're constantly looking
Evo
around.
replay, kako je Hen pao,
Saw
teammate
Vaske
od
go down
Vasketa.
early on. He is in and Kitos ready to finish off this duo, send them back to the lobby and try to jump up that leaderboard. That is a huge amount of
A
confidence.
to ne znam, Mičo.
Vamos Quito.
A
and
Vaske je
PJ
kvalo
well
onda.
played. Big set of eliminations. It's going to put them in a good spot. Here's Clement. Kaizen on the move. We already saw the very tough spot they were put in when faced off against Pink and Vico, trying to secure the elimination on Batman Booga. It cost them a lot of material, and now they're pretty much a foot behind. Meanwhile, Pink, Vico coming back here. They drop Miro.
Pinku,
Take down Cooper.
Pinku je uzeo 2 kila. Mislim, i njegov teammate. Ne, 1 kill. A 3 kila sad ukupno. 2 kila je uzeo. GG.
Huge pickup right there. And for Cooper and Miro, who are inside the top 10, I think they'll be all right, but they'll surely slip down coming into the last and final game here.
It's definitely going to put them on the edge of their seat, and you can see what they're fighting for. Not only the 2 eliminations, which is H points, it's that weapons cache as well. To try to
Gamer nije.
their load out as much as
Evo ga,
possible.
Vej
The
tu.
main thing is going to be those slurp juices to try to keep them alive. They don't want to wait to the last game to make their qualification possible. Way and Frosty, they're stuck on the edge of zone, just outside as well. They got a couple of feet to cover before they find some safety with inside. But even then, once they get in towards zone, their journey doesn't stop there. The zone continues to pull towards the far north side of the map.
The majority of the players are down here as well.
Kviz je kvalujuće.
Big congestion happening here. It's going to be a very difficult rotate for the bulk. See what happens here. But
Vadel
back
je,
to the Rift
još
Island.
nisu uzeli Island.
The most contested island, the island where all of the teams on the bubble line.
Jeste,
Savage has
Slasher.
2 elims. Guess what? One of them is Bryce.
Savage
Can
fajta.
they get Chubbs here? Can they find their 4th elimination right now? Badil already working his way in. Looking good.
Vadel je
Chubbs
tu.
goes down, but it's not to them. It's to the hands of FHD and Hero here, a team that equally needed those elims. They needed those points, but who secures the loot?
Yeah, I heard it get captured there at the tail end, but I don't know who actually got credit for the capture. We see the loot falling through. Badil and Mr. Savage trying to steal as much of it as possible.
I ko će uzeti, da li triple ili Savage?
Long gone off of Rift Island. You saw them cover up that bounce pad and now they're trying to use it. Suns and Anon trying to make something
Prvi su pali. Kanada ako dobro odigraju ovaj game bit će prvi. Jeste Colke?
Nice opportunity here to pick up more points. He's going to slip on through. That's Chris on the other side. Suns not only needs the points, but he needs the refresh. He needs that loot that he has in his hands. And Anon, him, can't stay too much longer in this zone before they go down.
Also recognizing the additional damage turning on here. Look at how quickly they're falling underneath the Storm Surge. Storm Surge will, of course, turn on. Just about 10 seconds. Start dealing tons of damage to the lobby.
Pa dobro, Anon, brate, nikad ne znaš. Meni je, znate šta je meni drago? Što, na primjer, evo, Balkancima dobro ide, braćo. Balkancima dobro ide, za sada su svi balkanski playeri hvalali.
Below and he barely goes above by 81. The risk versus the reward. At least he stays alive.
That was actually so
Dobro,
impressive.
162 above.
Through, finds a tag and slips out before the surge can actually hit him. He was just a moment away from
Ne razumem, Valja.
in the lobby for a second there. But trouble still looming. Trouble
Pinku
still
isto
on the
tu.
horizon here. Pink and Vico don't stop though. They are looking to make the dreams and wishes of their communities come true as they're coming.
Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo.
Vico walks in.
Luka, to ti je, mislim, oni igraju na custom account. I imaju sve skinove, sve pikikse.
Feeling very good about it.
I mean, Pink said it himself. What do diamonds make? Well, it's actually diamonds are made from pressure, and he's feeling that pressure now in the moment, using it to fuel himself. I think this might be one of the best games they've had all weekend long. And
Jakove do 9.
In the game, there are more teams alive outside of that top 25 bubble than teams that are
Ko ima najviše poena? Trenutno Kanada, ako se ne varam.
and really push themselves to the limit.
Really changing the narrative right now. Pink and Vico.
Ne znam zašto igraju na custom.
Right.
Gledajte, braćo, lik Fisha.
This whole story around. Half the lobby has just about been eliminated, including some of our favorites, like you said, up inside the top 10. Most of those teams are down and out, so this is really going to allow the funnel of points to flow south to the bottom of the standings, which is going to make the final game
Live stream će trajati do 12.
into the top 25.
I sutra u 16 sati ponovo gledamo FNCS Finals. Da vidimo ko će uzeti $1 milion i trofej.
It only takes 2 games, 2 good games.
So recipe for excitement. Players are cooking up a final opportunity here. 27 players.
Pozdrav, brate.
27 teams, so that means
Sad Stojka.
have been granted so far. And it's really up until that top 10. Half the points are outside
Kanada
the
nije
top
hvalao.
10. Majority of those points are inside
Kanada je
of the top 10.
hvalao.
So for some of these teams, just getting these placement points isn't going to be enough. They're going to need top 10 performances, maybe even back-to-back top 10.
A ne, Jakove, on je hvalao evo dan 2, pošto juče nije.
Kaizen barely above the damage threshold by 66, but he knows not to make the wrong move.
Toki, izvoli, uživaj, kod nas na live-u. Braćo, endgame kreće, šta mislite ko vi na ovaj game?
Top 10 potentially, it might just be all he needs. But first though, he's got to survive here. He's barely up. He might just be able to find Guerra here.
I uzo je kill, nice.
Rocket rams his way on, up and out. Can he get all the way to the top? Close enough. Perfectly there. It was near.
Rezon uzo kill.
Even finds a zip line to get all the way on inside. There goes the elimination credit. Alive long enough to find it. Meanwhile, Reason also finding eliminations too. I know we got to interview with
Phaser je na haju.
It seems like all of his hopes and dreams are coming true for the German community out there.
Talk about the Brazil community. King and Phaser finally have some sense of high ground.
Vico i Pinku su živi. Ja mislim, Kliks je živ. Ne znam da li je Mr. Savage. Jeste, Vule? Pa Farez ima najbolju poziciju za win.
5 eliminations so far.
Ovaj lik je
6
solo,
as a
da.
team, 34 points with a couple of those being placement. He's just waiting for the last possible moment to try to go ahead and
Vidimo kako će sada odigrati. Nije, Marko. Nemanja juče je Hvala u kvizi. Moneymaker je umro na landu.
See what he decides to do here. Still trying to make that decision. Not looking to get greedy though. Instead, he's going to focus on positioning here coming shortly. This is the last.
Rezon je pao, Viko ga je ubio. Njemac ubio Njemca.
Flying all the way to the front side of zone. Puts himself in an excellent spot here. He just sees so many chances to find tags.
Ja mislim da će ovaj game winat Pinku. Eto, to je moje mišljenje.
He's not trying to make that leap all in one bound, even find some minis along the
Toki
way.
Hvala je
Quizy. Before it goes away altogether. Top 30 player situation. He's going to be one of them trying to put the team on his
Phaser je skroz na haju, gledajte vi ovo, braćo.
Put so much damage on the Yanis who tried to contest him up there. Sends him back down low into the mud.
What a game for Shalom and Papa here. Also, ranking their way all the way up right now.
Nije Hvala, Ogi, zato.
Getting very comfortable, but Shalom Falls is all up to MK Papa here. Has to put the teammate on his back.
Jeste Srećko, da.
They decide, hey, you don't
Phaser je pao, lik koji je bio gore na haju je pao. Evo, Kliks je pao. Teammate od Kliksa, da vidimo šta će uraditi, ima 0 max. Ništa. Davide, prekršili su pravila.
I know everybody at home can hear the crowd through our mics cheering loud and proud. We already seen Podesai get a massive amount of points as a solo. This time, yes, his dynamic duo trying to go ahead and lead the charge into the qualification spot along with Pink and Vico. They've been doing so much damage all around the lobby all game long, and they don't intend to stop here, especially with 7 eliminations. They already got themselves in the top 10. Now they're trying to grab the last half.
Pa neću o tome, menalo. Neću o tome, ajnure. Jesam vam rekao, braćo, Pinku da će vinati. Gledajte sada.
Shadow from the shadows, the back of the leaderboards, all the way on up. Here to play upset. He makes an end game. This is going to surely put him.
Gledajte lik. Lik je na 17 HP-a. Ništa. Gledajte poziciju koju imaju Snazy i Podesai.
It's going to be such a contentious final round. But first, who will win this one? Who will secure that dub here? Podesai will surely get eaten alive by the storm. And he fails to build there. It's unfortunate here. Comes in through the side. Down he goes. And it's now a 2v2.
Da li će moja predikcija biti tačna, vidjet ćemo sada. GG.
So I'm going to throw it on over to the stage where we have Frankie standing by to pick their brains.
Moja predikcija je bila tačna, braćo. GG.
I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one. And you, Vico,
bacite like, bacite subscribe.
How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just the go to tarping and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh, this is what I've just been told by the producer in my ear. I am sorry. Justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize. I mean, 4 elims is pretty impressive. All right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Killing Mero and Cooper, because we had nothing, and I just killed both of them, and it just revived the game.
Ja sutra finals, jeste sutra finals.
Greatest, bro. My mom's life. Oh my god.
How did you manage to get yourself together to get those 2 eliminations though? Because you
Vino je Pinku.
I mean, a duo like me and Vico, like
pozdrav Farise.
Like we have the fragging capabilities.
Dobro ide FNCS. Ima još jedan game.
But I just told Vico, just keep a positive mindset. Like no matter what throughout the game, don't give up. We'll get them kills. Like we're good enough. We got them kills, we came back and we won the game. I can't lie, I knew that we would qual. I just had to put the belief into Vico.
Why do you think it did take you so long to put up the performance we know you were capable of?
We were struggling with Surge a bit, and we kind of choked some mid-games, but
we got it now figured out.
Moneymaker mislim da nije u kvalu trenutno, nisam siguran. Jeste Nemanja? Pa vajda Maxi, svi imaju dobar ping, sad ne znam da li imaju 0 pinga, ali svi imaju dobar ping.
I've learned how to use my brain actually and not just like use my capabilities of being able to fight and my mechanics. So I'm actually
Fiz je kvala od Toki, trenutno je u Danskoj, u Kopenhagenu.
So
I'm glad you've learned to use your brain cells. I've got to head back to the desk, but before we do, I know your mum is in the audience. She's always by your side. Have you got any words for her?
thank you for supporting me and thank you for being the best mom in the world.
Ne, Igore, ima još jedan.
That is enough to get you into tomorrow's grand final, because I don't know how you beat a performance like that. Everybody give it up for Pink and Vico!
Let's go.
GG. Brzi, izvini, brate. Izvini, stvarno. Jeste, Toki? Moneymaker je 30 i treba mu dobar game. Gledajte sada replay.
And this is all off the back of Vico's recent win, right? Getting the Red Bull contested overall win. Now, I mean,
Hvala je Ogi, da. Gledat ćemo ih sutra u finalsima u 16 sati. Stipe, hvala je, da. Davide 25.
I don't know how these guys are going to call right now. It's not looking good at all. I was getting really worried. Then all throughout the game, Kenny, I just keep seeing their names in the feed, right? You know, Pink throughout the mid game.
Koliko pana ima Moneymaker?
I'm thinking, I know what's happening here. I know exactly. I've seen it so many times.
Hvala ti, Duje, hvala ti.
Previous duels, but obviously Pink and Vico, where he needs a clutch game.
Gledajte sada reakciju.
Let's just go in, and they can do it. They have that fragging ability.
Honestly, Pink is so excited right there, but I think Levin was even more excited. It was great watching that game with him. And I know that you and him talked about the mid game, but honestly, it started from the early game there with Pink and Vico going up against Batman, Booga, and Rapid. They were able to take one down, but then played it safe. They didn't go on the aggression, which worked out really well for them.
Pa da, Anele, treba još 20.
Came in and did clean up Batman, Booga.
Aleksandar, pošto je live krenuo u 4, brat, nije u 7. 6, Davide. Sutra, braćo, znate šta će jedini problem biti svima? To je moje mišljenje. Ja ću sada da smanjim da vam kažem. Svaki put kada je bio FNCS Grand Finals je bilo 2 dana. Naprimjer, prvi dan će neko failat, drugi dan će pop-offat i bolje će playsat. Ovaj put imaju 6 gameova jedan dan. Kako odigraju, tako će playsat na kraju. To je malo zeznuto i malo loše, mislim da će biti problem za sve. Tako da, eto, to je moje mišljenje. Vidjet ćemo. Slušajte sada, slušajte.
Okay. I think so. Yeah, we have fight. Spray. Pop big, I'll spray. I'm zero build.
Check my scraps.
Go
right now.
They're fine.
Top two.
What, 2v2, we should drop down and get sniper. Drop down.
50 wide. Let's go!
The passion, honestly, you won't see passion like that anywhere else. And it's just such a testament to how much Vico is improved.
Stojka, ne razumem, Damjan. Pa vidjet ćemo, Stipe. Braćo, ovo je zadnji game. Evo tabelu, izvolite. Kanada je prvi.
Right, he knows when to pick his spots and he takes them perfectly.
And look at that right there.
Jeste, Ivano, update je bio pred 4 dana, brate. Nije, Relja?
That showcases that even though they may have had a rough 3 games, by grabbing a double-digit elimination victory royale, that gives them 100 points.
Ali vidjet ćemo sutra, brate. Ja poštujem sve. Ja poštujem sve i ne pričamo nikome. Ali ljudi su vidjeli koliko su bili smireni na FNCS Invitationalu, Seti i Kami. I šta se desilo na kraju? Uzeli su prvo mjesto. Kažem, ti možeš da se dereš, ali uzet ćeš 4000 eura. Razumeš? Tako da, vidjet ćemo, brat, vidjet ćemo.
Currently, and just start to look out at these names in 30th place, Moneymaker and Fanyan. Anytime we've seen
Opet kažem, i 4000 eura, to nije malo. Ali opet, milion. Razumete, braću. Poštujem opet sve i nisam na njihovom nivou, ali... Ne, Aco, opet ti kažem, brate, ti radiš šta ti misliš i to je to. Sljedeći game je uskoro, braću. Juče su kvalali, Jeftić.
I love, you know, high stakes moments, but I love to watch them. These guys are in it. It's going to be tough.
I'm getting word. This is it. As much as I want to break down more, we are ready for the final game of the lower bracket. So Marina makes some noise as we go up to the casters.
Jeste, Slasher.
Final countdown. It's almost like these are gladiators in the arena right now.
Panele pitaju za sve ljude. Ne samo za Kvizija.
That's right, and that last game really has crunched the standings here. It's going to be so difficult now to make it into the top 25. Here we go.
This is it. The very last chance for any one of these teams
Trebušić juče kval Trulex.
and keep their dreams alive. They got the Axe of Champions up for grabs.
Jeste,
The
Laki?
lion's share of $4 million. And I think just
Nemoj
as
to, vole,
one of these
brate.
competitors calling themselves the best
Anele,
in
ne
the
pitaju
world
samo
when
za
it comes to
Kvizija.
Fortnite.
That is absolutely correct. The standings, the minimal points required will probably be much higher than 91 because if you compare the top points from yesterday to today, it is so much more closer. That threshold is much, much tighter. This is by far a much more
I da vidimo da li će Moneymaker preživjeti land. Uzuje shotgun. Moneymaker ih je tolika 40.
Looking sharp as ever here. Gets the first tag, but his teammate is also hurt. Swings around. Can he go ahead and put it all together?
Stojka, kad je sutra finals? Sutra streamujemo finals u 16 sati.
Have even a chance to keep themselves alive and immediately get disengaged from Jama and Yuma. Moneymaker's just hot on the heels though. May not know exactly where he's at, but by going this route, he knows now he has to be in that direction. He spots him out at the tail end on top of the roof. Shots gonna be fired. Jamon taking a lot of that damage. Fanai in there to finish the job. They
Nice,
keep
bravo.
it alive, Monster.
What a well-played elimination right
Ma
there.
znam, vole,
Comes in,
znam,
finishes the
nemojte,
job
braću.
nice and easy
Pilajte.
this time. The shoes on the other foot, they are
Evo tabelu, gore desno možete da vidite.
story. And they have an actual chance. Well, we already know. You can be all the way at the back. One win.
Andix, a mislim, Anile, to ne znam, brate.
To the top.
Yep, and with
Jeste Wolf, da.
already have their ticket on that battle.
Koji je game, posljednji?
We've seen some reckless play to try to
Ju,
get their drop spot.
liga
but a
sa strane
nice
laseru.
shot from Anon and Sons to deal a load of damage on their opponents. All about how you capitalize on this opportunity now. And you can see the crouch coming out from Anon. He's trying to hide exactly which direction he's going to come from, but FKS doing the same exact
Jeste, Toki?
thing, trying to peek through one of these windows, and he has a gold sharp tooth.
Zbog toga što moram, Nikola, poruka koja je za brisat obrišem, poruku koja nije ostavim.
As far as their
Hvala,
shot
hvala,
has
Stipe.
been better. They have really outdropped Suns
Hvala,
and
brat.
Anon every
Tu je
single
Suns.
round that we've seen here for the most part.
Nice,
This is
a
the
nema
first
mac
time
toliko
those
puno,
Suns and
7
Anon have
buildova.
found
9
a very
buildova.
good and promising loadout here
Ja,
at the temple.
Monster, Rex, mislim, oni su juče kvalili, brate.
Which hasn't really worked out for them. Now he has the side angle and a lot of damage onto Adapter.
A nisam, brate,
Trying to
Andrej.
follow it up with combat SMG, trying to get him to expend as many of
Brzo
those
poravak,
resources
brate.
as possible to make
Nikola,
the fight that
nemoj
much
to na
easier.
jedan
A
pišeš.
little peekaboo shot from Adapt.
40.
KS trying to clean that one up as well, but they just get pushed right back.
Pozdrav, Bartole.
Shields are gonna get dropped. One's gonna go down. Adapter trying to hang on his final lifeline, but Suns with another angle. They win the most important battle of their day so far.
What an incredible win right there, and all of a sudden now, that could be the run. Dreams shattered, hopes being made at the same time.
Not too many contested fights actually go down over here.
Braćo, znate šta ću raditi? Iskoristit ću
split between the two teams.
priliku da jedem dok traje finals Mislim dok traje FNCS, da ne moram posle kad igram rank da jedem. Mutam se, tu sam, braćo moje. Bacite like.
Are so far away, and they have that elevation, so it's not going to be an easy find to take advantage of. While Phaser, he found something. Tries to go for a quick couple of early shots.
Jak mog se, nisam slasher.
Takes that elevation away from Phaser. King is a little bit too far away, so if they're able to pounce rather quickly, that'll be two separate 2v1s.
Braćo, idem da uzmem jelo, vraćam se. Tu sam za neki minut, dva. Ja se izvinjam, neće imati ko da vam priča tu sada. Imate gore desnu tabelu. Vraćam se, braćo, idem po jelo.
Very, very important set of engagements in front of King and Phaser here if they want to make it to top 25. Ping, Kyrie need to do the same here, and the Eclipse state is starting to get a little expensive. A lot of teams nearby. Meanwhile, Edgy falls there. Fights happening here. All in the last game. Pink and Vico taking that heated streak here directly into the next game. Already in a battle. Already trying to turn online here. You know, feeling pretty good. It's up against Shalom. Shalom made an end game there as well. That was a big, big turn of events for him.
See Pink and Vico right now. Now that they more than likely punched their ticket to the finals, playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more reckless, trying to repeat the fragging ability that they had in that last game, going a different direction than some of the other games that we've seen so far. Third party coming in, making NK Papa's job that much harder as Vico continues to go ahead and push them in, take away a lot of their territory. Pink is on the other side, but he needs to be careful because he's running out of resources to work with. But it does look like it is going their way continuously.
One false move and it could be all over for Shalom here. He has to hit this shot, but he's missing it. Vico finds his first, and down goes MK Papa first. Shalom now solo, but there is a duo starting to fire in. That might be the saving grace here, as they did not get the full finish with Shalom back against the wall here. Vico continuing to push in. He's heated up. It's looking good, but these are not his walls. Hurt now from the third party. Back down to the low ground. Vico and Pink back up. It's cost them so much. Heals, material, and everything in between. We know they're top 25. But at the cost of Shalom's game potentially here now.
The minimap is showing that the third party is getting fourth partied, making sure
Izvinjam se, braćo, bio sam da uzem jelo.
And that allows Pink and Vico a little bit more flexibility to continue the 2v1 onslaught, and they finish the fight. They send him back to the lobby.
Mislim da je živ Moneymaker.
Run for Shalom.
Shalom and MK Papa were right on the 13th spot. But if you just took away 10 points...
Pa Wolf, brate, sve najbolje na utakmici. Nadam se da će biti, da ćete pobediti. I mislim da će stići, brate. I da kasniš malo, to nije nikakav problem. A to ne znam, Duje, zbog toga što ne gledam Discord na streamu, samo kad... Nakon streama, brate. Braćo, nakon FNCS-a ćemo igrat rank, da znate. Ko je top 3? Kanada je prvi, to znam. A za top 3 ne znam. Hvala ti, Wolf, hvala, brate. Hvala na pitanju, Bartole, kako si ti? I sutra streamujemo finals, braćo, u 16 sati. Da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej i $1,000,000.
Coming out of game 3, securing them inside the top 10 so far. Now, the team that probably needs the crowd's energy the most, Epic Whale and Clicks are on 24th position.
Braćo,
And we want to emphasize
Clicks
to get out of
i Epic Whale su 24. Ovo će biti teško. Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali, prijatno. Hvala, braćo, hvala puno.
Going up against another duo here. Rapid Q and DX. Shots
Jedem krem.
from around the map, making it that much harder.
Igro je juče kvizi.
in a convincing manner, but the piece control goes on. Oh,
Moneymaker ne vidim Moneymakera. Moneymaker je 26.
quickly gonna clean that one up.
Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali dobar tek ili prijetno. Hvala, braćo. Becky, cijeli ukupan price pool, cijeli turnir je 4 miliona.
River's going to be by himself. A little bit of a miracle is going to be needed, but he's quickly keeping them on the run, going up elevation. Definitely one box at a time.
Top 25 za kvalifikaciju. Jeste, dalje je prošao.
And momentarily, he's going to do just that. And another shot being fired on the Rapid, so the bait and switch is going to come in.
Hvala ti Stipe. Hvala brate. Hvala Ivano. Braćo, ja neću previše da pričam, jedem. Uživajte. Gledajući FNCS. Hvala Andro.
They're working together right now. They find Gledamo there on the rotate. Very nicely set here for the rest of the game now. They can pick up these materials. They can pick up the extra finds here. Get right to the zone. Plenty of time to work with as well. This will put them well within the surge. Comfort for now.
Saw Kaizen go down in the feed. Clement was also out.
Hvala brate Cuna, znam, Anele.
On leaderboard in 15th place. Got to be confident that it is going to hold, but only time will tell as Anon goes down to the deal. Suns as well, so another duo's run here this weekend comes to an end, while another one is shining bright.
Love to root for death. Young kid from the Bronx alongside Tahi, but it's jumping over to Okis, who's trying to put up the solo clutch here. For a moment there, he had a bit more on the standings, but now pressured in by Kitos and PHN. They're working the pincer maneuver here. One wall and two, and Okis now runs, trying to stay up. The early med kit here, they don't want to risk anything, making sure that they put themselves in the most optimal position to win this fight here.
Duje, ko će pobediti zadnji game?
Every pro player that has made it this far
Koliko
in
mi,
the stage.
gledajte braćo, Okis igra solo.
The best of the best globally here gathered for the weekend.
Ja ne znam, trebali su naći teammate Okisu.
There is no easy set of eliminations, but Okis
To mi nije jasno.
is going to fall here now to the hands of PHC. And just like that, the Brazilian boys gain another. Well played.
Trying to continue where they left off yesterday and go up that leaderboard. FHD and Hero. Those look like they got a little bit of a slower rotation compared to most in this game. Almost uncontested towards the north side of the map, and that's where they're putting their money on to see if it is going to go in this direction.
Anastasija, jeste, ne znam što fajti u Okis.
Because if you're going on the slow side, you're not going to have very many opportunities to pick that one up. And even though they have a good amount of wood, full brick, right now they're just trying to get as much metal as possible because they know how useful it is in that end game.
Meanwhile, we get to watch this back one more time. Tahi and Death.
Pa već sam rekao za Okisa da su diskvalifikovali teammate njegovog.
Tahi, who came back from an extended break, joins back up with Death in the final last chance qualifier, pushes
Hvala
his way
Anastasija.
through, and then secures
Vidimo se Stipe sutra sa novim YouTube videom i u 19, mislim u 16 sati sa live-om igramo, mislim gledamo finale.
play here in game number 5 where they have to. They absolutely have to
Pozdrav,
come inside
Maksime.
the top 10 if they want a shot. So does Clicks and Epic Whale. They just need to play just well enough. Just good enough. Better than the upper half of the lobby.
Yeah, that's basically two different sides of the coin. Death and Tahi need
Nisam Palma, brate. Nadam se da je sve u redu, iako je nešto loše, nemoj pisati, brate.
Clicks and Epic Whale need to do just enough to go ahead and punch their own ticket there. Stacey and Podesai at this stage in the game, I feel like they did more than enough to find themselves confident.
Hvala ti Luka, brate. Hoćeš igrat s Acom kad završi FNCS, ako on hoće.
To win $1 million as a team.
Pozdrav, Duško. Hvala, Moki, hvala. Jedem krem.
Massive amount of money up for grabs. $4 million to be exact. 7-man is trying to put the team on his back here.
Imate desno gore, Marko.
By himself, you see he has the vault loot and he's in 27th place.
Epic Mailwave.
Pozdrav, Vukašine.
Found something there, but 7-man has the tournament run on his back. Snazy not to the hands of Epic Whale, but saved. Picked up here.
Hvala ti, Duško.
They don't have much time. They have to get to the zone now. It's all
Vidjet ćemo sutra Nikola u 16 sati.
super close. It ends up working out. But Clix and Everywhere are inside the storm. They're inside the mega city, just coming out a bit late there. So danger lurking everywhere nearby. If 7-man makes it to the finals and
Hvala
King
Urke,
makes it
hvala.
to the finals, we'll
Palma.
see that contestant again.
Hvala braćo.
Grand finals is going to be so crazy. The new teams are joining.
Pa ne znam Andre, kod mene se zove kifla sa kremom. Ne znam kako kod vas. Jeste Luka?
And that is going to be a must for them. They are right now positioned in 46th place. So not only do they need that Rift Island, they need to continue strong in the rest of this game, pick up a huge VR for the placement points. And I even feel like their job won't be done there. They need to sprinkle in a couple of those eliminations as well, but anything is possible. We've already seen it yesterday.
Caught a glimpse of Peterbot there as well.
Pa da Andre, to. Evo Nixa, gledamo zadnji game.
And they keep up the pace, but first, way, YKZ have to do a lot more. See what Frosty's can do. Frosty's got a lot to work with here, but the pressure is on as he is on that line.
Jeste,
he is
Bule?
the protector of the 25th line, if you will.
Vaski u top 20, ako se ne varam.
Death and Tahi, all teams that would love to go ahead and find these eliminations.
Moki ne znam, brate.
Goal line defense.
Ja bi više bio tu da snimim, nego da igram. Iako bi mi bilo drago i da igram.
To qualify to this stage, the different weeks of qualifiers and the grand finals, they fell short with different teammates. But they went ahead and remembered the recipe for success when they were teammates.
Pijem mleko.
First place finish in FNCS championship.
Bog ti pomogao,
The following
Moki.
season, they got a 6th place finish as well. So they realized what works. And I feel like they're trying to put that to the test here.
This is a duo that was highly regarded on NA to be an elite force, undoubtedly. Now they're joining forces here again today. I got to touch base with Peterbot, and he had a lot to say. His on-camera demeanor doesn't quite show.
Da,
But the
Slasher.
kid's got a lot of heart and spirit.
Bog ti pomogao,
So far, he is
Nikola.
holding that line as well in 21st.
Neću o tome, Palma.
Man, they have a huge task in front of them. They need an end game. They need a big moment here.
Andre, ja ovo ne radim zbog para, brate.
7-man is by himself. That is his also
Ko nije
biggest
ušao na naš
problem here
Discord
is that
server, izvolite link,
he makes
uđite.
it, and
Braćo.
7-man makes it, they will be contesting
Jeste još ovaj game?
one another. That's the reason they're here today. A very difficult upper bracket.
Yeah, it just really goes to show how much all of these players are tested, not only throughout the weekend, the day, and in this game. Decent amount of the lobby. I should say the bottom half of the leaderboard. Some of them are in a big situation with their backs up against the wall. Cooper goes down to 7-man. Can he clean up that elimination? That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves. And I feel like I've seen Pete and
Moki,
Vico positioned next to Bully
ili
and
si
Shadow
vino ili
almost
si
all
bio
game long, all
super
day
place, na
long
primjer
as
top
well.
10.
Trying to aggress onto him instead of going away. They're trying to break.
Alma, nemoj da spamuješ, brate, neću o tome.
Bully by himself on the high ground.
The wild part about it is Shadow has that, like, all that potential to really finish the job. We've seen him come back with late tournament strides and key his way through teams. That is where he plays best. But unfortunately, he's caught out trying to go against the fired up Vico and Pink. They're just, you know, in the zone, in the stride right now. And it's truly showing. And they'll find themselves this elimination. This will surely secure the deal now. It's over, it's done. Bully has to put the rest of the tournament on for himself here. You know, they have to at least be proud that they went from being one of the teams placed last up into the 30 spots.
Yeah.
Can he push
Vidim
a
sve
little further?
poruke, Anele.
It's going to be a crazy task. It's going to have
Jeste,
to
Paki?
perform that.
Hvala ti, brate. Patrik. Vaj da se zoveš Patrik. Hvala ti puno, brate.
Towards the south side of the map, Cooper and Miro actually do both go down.
Živ je, Duško.
Clean up both of them. Bully falls as well. Batman Booga trying to hold on to his position. And then we got Snazy and Podesai over on the other side. It does look like they're on the hunt. They have at least one player around him. It does look like he might be a solo. And I wonder if that's 7-man who's already been heating up. Well, quickly answered.
Prvi je Kanada.
So well. Those are 8 points. Those are 8 points. He was at 26. That's going to jump.
To je to, Patrik.
He was 190 damage below. He already found the knock. He finds up Miro afterwards and crushes them at the same time.
Look at his loadout. He doesn't even need any variation of the shotgun either. He goes in for that mythic stinger over towards relentless retreat. I questioned it. I questioned it yesterday, and my answer is here today. You can see why. He's doing some things, but he's still below the damage threshold, continuously falling. He needs to figure out what he's going to do, and right now he's just trying to pressure a team across the map.
Palma, brate, to je interesantno ime.
But he has a couple players on the backside. Hen and Vasquez, Bryce as well. And this could be his opportunity as he looks back to try to get that surge.
Well, one thing's for certain, this is the best performance we've seen come out the Middle Eastern region as a whole at any in-person event. They have just continued to get better and better.
Deo, hvala,
The
braćo.
Seven Man is truly showing us why they are champions of their region. Although CalGamer is down right now, but he's got to do it again. He needs more surge. 2 eliminations was not enough.
Pa controller playeri, zato nema shotgun.
He's got to pick his poison. He's got to move here now, and he's got to move soon. He's one of the last persons here on the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to attempt to out-heal it, wait for those opportunities for these players to try to go ahead and continue moving towards the zone. That's going to be his best chance to try to strike. He's trying to contain the storm surge, but he's still 100 down, 133, continuously falling. A lot of his heals are going to be expended in this situation. But what choice does he have? He's a solo in a world of duos.
Yeah, and that damage that shows just slowly slipping away, getting further and further, looking for any of that leftover loot. He knew that he had something here. There was stuff to spare. Has to pop the slurp juice, take the double. I was going to say the double movement potentially, but no. He needs the shotgun. He's got to do something monumental now. Will it be
Pa ne možemo reći da je klik skvalao, pošto će biti 105 za kval. Za malo.
He finds Q&D, but Rapid was there to seal the deal, zip him up, and unfortunately, that's it. That's Rap. So what a performance. You have to be so proud you made it that far.
Yeah, just outside of that bubble in 26 is where he went down. And he's doing it with an unorthodox playstyle, not really carrying a shotgun until that final moment.
Oh no, this is everything.
Epic well, 139 below though. They realize the situation that they're in. Even though they might want to back off, they have no choice but to go forward. That's PH Zen and Keto's on the other side. And this is where they're just trying to back down. They're doing just enough, 1 foot in front of the other. But if they continue
koliko
to
treba za kval? Pa više od to. Pa naravno da bi volio da igramo FNCS.
This is so scary because PHN has been on fire, but he doesn't have shield.
Kaj si, nadamo se. Evo, klik s fajta. Klik si uzme kill. Klik je na 100. Ne, brate, kako nije vidio. A, decu. Maybe.
Oh my gosh! But Clix is dropping everything. He's saying, "Hey, you have to stay alive. Play for yourself. Do it."
Da li će klik skvalati? Da li će njegov teammate uspjeti da klača?
But that's exactly it. He doesn't have any heals to work with. Neither did Clix on his down body, so it's all up from here. But unfortunate. He's just trying to go ahead and use those bounce pads, every tool he has in his tool belt to try to get there. And maybe even try to sneak attack one of these teams that might know he's there. Perfect rotation coming out from Epic, not really getting tagged up. This is his chance. He's barely on that mine.
Braćo, 21 HP.
Stay alive a little bit longer and you can get the placement points. That is truly what he needs to do. He's in 27th. Once he breaks past 25th, every team that falls will be a difference maker. It's all
Ne treniram Toki.
He is only 91 above, just
a to ne znam, Gabriele.
The chance, the opportunity, the hope.
Fali mu 5 poena za kval.
So is Death, another solo who needs to stay up. One more team will be it. Phaser's already down. That means King is on his final leg too. King falls as well.
40 above. Jednog lika da ubije, to je to. Dobio je zonu.
Wow, he pulled zone as well.
Oh my gosh.
Talk about a blessing in disguise, a miracle even. That's going to allow him to let some of these teams go ahead, go over his box, under his box, and this could be the perfect moment to catch somebody off guard, but he has to be careful because a lot of these teams surrounding him are going to be full-on duos. You can even see Batman, Booga, and Rapid there. There might be one player towards the bottom that he try to take advantage of, but it doesn't look like he's going to peek in that direction. He's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
2 points already.
Below.
4 points now.
No.
Top 23, but the surge
Mislim
updates
da je
as teams start to fall
to.
here.
Kliks nije kvalao, ja mislim. Vidjet ćemo.
To his left, to his right, players everywhere, but the zone is behind him. And now, off he goes, 200 builds in front of him, showing you guys why he is a 6x FNCS champion. Can he clutch up? Surely he can. There's a player there, he sees the builds.
Da li će lik koji ima 6 FNCS winova uspjeti klačat?
Seconds now before the zone starts to close and move in. Players jumping everywhere, zones on his tail side. Crash pads in front of him, he takes one. Left exposed, he's nervous.
Ima 6 buildova.
Tensions are high here.
Time is definitely ticking. Only a few seconds left before Storm Surge activates. This is going to be the moment right here. It's all or nothing for Epicwell, trying to stay alive. 293 below the threshold. He's trying to move forward. He sees a couple players in front of him. The damage is there. He's trying to do just enough. Playing a game of peekaboo, but he's still below the damage threshold.
Ne, nisu kvalili. Maybe Kliks nije kvalao, braćo. Maybe. Maybe. Vidjet ćemo sada. Jeste, Anale? Maybe nisu kvalili. Kvanti je gore na haju.
Just like Peterbot and Byla, they're inside of that top 25. They're trying to push themselves even further, and he's hoping that it's them who take down some of these players. Moneymaker, Fnayan are going to be right below Byla. That's one of the teams that needed a big game here on the day.
Veleški je literaturan makedonski. Ne treniram, Patrik. A mislim da je živ Moneymaker.
Peterbot has definitely done enough to get to Sunday.
Grolls je tu.
This rate it has to be, but Grolls on the low ground here for Clownski has to put up the numbers. This is incredible. If he does enough, he can actually push players out of their top 25. This is one of the few players that needs a little bit more. But deals in front of Peterbot. There's still a few top teams in the running here.
Yeah, there's only just a couple of teams outside of that bubble that need these big points.
Ajan uzo kill. Ne, Moneymakerov teammate je solo. Da vidimo da li će teammate od Moneymakera uspjet klačat. Ne, pao je teammate od Moneymakera. Da li će Vadel uspjeti vinat? 30 white. Vino je.
Seeing them at the finals.
You can see the celebration, the loudness. Frankie on the stage. Let us know.
GG.
Vidil and Savage, not only did you just take the victory royale, you have also.
Šta mislite, braćo, da li je Moneymaker kvalo?
Congratulations, Vidil. I know you feel a bit on a high right
now. Mislim da je kvalo Moneymaker.
I don't know. It's just funny, I don't know, I just solo win, I don't know, like, I don't know what the other people doing, but I guess it worked, yeah.
You were winning, that's what you were doing. Savage, what was it like watching this man solo clutch?
I mean, I'm speechless, like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen. Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
There was a reason that you wanted to duo with him, but did you imagine this moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I had no idea what I was getting into, but this kid... Oh, sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. We'll allow it this once. I want to come to you, Vidil. This is your 8th LAN, I believe, so you've got plenty of experience.
Kliks nije kvalo.
But you have never lifted.
Moneymaker je kvalo, braćo. Ima 150 poena. Sutra u 16 sati gledamo Moneymaker u finalsima. Najmlađijeg playera u finalsima. 14 godina. 14 godina.
And like so proud of myself, and then yeah.
Vino je Vadel.
I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage, because there have been people in Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, that would be crazy. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage of a deal!
Pa brate, Patrik bio bi zahvalan Bogu, što najviše zahvalan što bi bio u takvoj situaciji, brate, da vinam jedan veliki turnir. I bio bi jako sretan. Ništa, braćo. Palimo igricu. Završio FNCS dan 2. Sutra gledamo finalsi u 16 sati, da znate. Nemojte zaboraviti, tako da... Da, u igrici ćemo vidjeti Nixa. Evo kako je klačo Vadel.
In game number 1 it was Mr. Savage. In game number 3 it was Vadil. But look at Vadil right here with so many eliminations already and then going into a 5-1v1. He was prepped, he was ready. These guys have already shown they can do it and then they did it once more.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything put in front of him. Again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout
jeste Kvizik, hvala.
talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Kliks nije.
I mean, that's the question,
Jel
right?
moguće?
But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each other.
Yeah.
How much they have.
Evo, braću, tabelu.
And look at that. First place coming out of
Savage su kvalili, Kanada, Bricix, Buga. Buga je kvalao isto. Tkaj, Gabzera, Livše, Četin, Bajlah, Noxi.
This duo had it in them, but then they faced the impossible task in day 1, going up against the likes of Malabuka.
Ne, Kliks nije kvalao, braćo. Kliks nije kvalao.
I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like dealing in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We gotta know.
GG. Ništa. Idemo, braću, da se malo zagrejemo. Samo da vidimo sad da li je kvalo Kliks, ali mislim da nije. Nije. Nema veze, braću, nije kvalo. Ali dobro, super je odigrao. Da, nikakav problem, hvala puno. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite. Puno znači. Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini. Duje. Idemo da se malo zagrejemo i igrat ćemo rang, braćo. Moneymaker je kvalao, da. Idemo staviti protiv nekog da igramo. Jeste, hvala je Moneymaker. Jel Vaske kvalao? Jel kvalao Vaske, braćo? I to nisam vidio. Vajda, nadam se da je, brate. Mislim da je. Hvala je, koliko mi je drago, baš mi je drago. Svaka čast basketu i sutra u 16 sati gledamo. Pozdrav, Emire, jeste? Da. Nemoj to stojanče, brate, ne znači da ako neko ima 14 godina da je to, brate. Nemojte, braću. Nikad nemojte gledat, on ima 12 godina, kvalo FNCS. Ako je dobar, iako kvala, nema veze godine. Urke, ideš u sound i sound quality staviš na low. Pa stojanče, brate, opet je to brutalno. Nema na čemu, Urke. Jole, ako ti nije problem, nemoj to, brate. Hvala ti na razumevanju i meni je jako žao. Meni je jako žao i to je to, brate. Pitaj Acu za duo. Jeste, Colke? Braćo, Acu ako dođe i ako kaže Stojka ajde duo, igrat ćemo duo. Ali neću da ga sad zovem pošto možda ima obaveze ili tako to. Pa da, Colke. Mislim, Stojanče, brate. To ne znam, Colke. Pa da, Niksa, pošto ljudi znaju da streamujem i znaju gdje da me nađu ako hoće igrat. Ako već igram solo, tako da. Ako su ljudi slobodni. Uzvičnik D i S, bez C na kraju. Moram da se zagrejem, braću, uopće nisam zagrejan. Jesu ti dobre metle? Brate, metla je najbolja rotacija ikada u Fortniteu, to je moje mišljenje. Brutalna je metla, kao rotacija. Ognjen, ja ne radim ovo zbog para, brate. Idemo, braćo, rank igrat. Jeste, Jole, a i za rotaciju. Za rotaciju je brutalno. Ajde, rank sada. Evo ga. Izvinjam se. Idemo. Play. Ovaj skin ja imam. Sjećam se da je ovo, mislim, moj brat meni gift. Novi skin je došao u Fortniteu. Braćo, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, nemojte zaboraviti koristiti sad Stojka. Puno znači, braćo. Stojke bi volio da se vrati arena. Znači ti ne bi volio da ti neko donira. Nikolas, thank you brother. Thank you, brother, I don't know you understand Balkan language or... Jel Paula braćo life ili? Nicholas, brother, I don't know if you're Balkan guy or not. Aha, brat. Brat je naš. Hvala ti od srca, brate, na donaciji. Hvala puno. Hvala od srca, brate. Puno, znači. Hvala ti puno. Hvala, brate. Hvala. I, braćo, refreshajte live. Pao je stream na sekund. Refreshajte live. Hteo sam da se zahvalim bratu na donaciju. I onda... Znači, refreshajte live, braćo moja. Refreshajte live, pao je stream na sekund. Hvala puno, brate, Nikolas. Hvala ti puno od srca. Na donaciji. Puno, znači. Hvala, brate. Već sam odgovorio, Stojanče, brate. Jel dobar live sada, braćo? Što ne igraš s Acom duo? Pa... Igrat ćemo možda kasnije, braćo. Sad ću solo igrat. Dobar je live u redu, hvala. Hvala je Moneymaker, bio je 14, ako se ne varam. Imam onako lent. Lik ide na moje mjesto, trebam pazit. Ima mer. Mislim da ga mogu ubiti. Kako je on imao mac? Pa Stojanče, brate, kako da ti kažem kad ne znam. Stojka, do kad je live? Do 12? Stojka, šta misliš ko osvaja $1 milion sutra na FNCS-u? Pa vidjet ćemo sutra u 16 sati, brate. Sutra u 16 sati streamujemo finals, gledat ćemo zajedno svi. Tako da, vidjet ćemo. Sutra u 16 sati očekujte live, braćo. FNCS Finals. I da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej. Pozdrav, Mario. Urke, to stvarno ne znam, brate. Volio bi neko sa Balkana. Stojka, do koliko je sutra live? Do 12? Samo sekund, braću. Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, Đole. Braćo, samo sekund, pričam na mobitelu. Braćo, izvinjam se. Pričao sam na mobitelu. Jeste, prošao je Moneymaker. Finalci su u 16 sati. U 4 popodne. Da, velike su pare. Što nije do 2? Zbog toga što palimo life u 4, ne u 7. Nikola neću o tome, brate. Bacit ću ja tu ovo. Ko je bio prvi? Prvi je, mislim, Kanada, nisam siguran. Ne može, Emile? A ne znam zašto igram duo. Trebao sam staviti solo. Jeste, Farise, da, brate. Svi su sa Balkana kvalali. Moneymaker isto kvalo. Hvala na pitanju, brate. Sve u redu, Nikola. Susanj ili Šušanj, izvini, brate, igram na 200. Pa svi sa Balkana, Petre. Emote, idemo densat. Meni je ovo omiljeni dance, braćo. Ko je vama? Ja kad sam pitao ljude, ljudi su mi rekli greedy. A ne znam. Meni je ovo omiljeni. Default. Ne, Urke. Jeste 165 Hz? It's vibe. To je, ne znam ko je taj, ali vajda je dobar, brate. Samo sekund. Ovako. Evo ga. Jeste, Đole, jeste, brate. Nije kvalao kliks. Nisam siguran ko je, bio je 27. ako se ne varam, blizu je bio, brate. Ali... Opet, ovo je težak jako turnir. I super je odigrao, tako da. Greedy Dance, ne mogu da pokažem zbog toga što ga nemam. Nemam Greedy Dance. Hoćeš igrat duo sa nekim? Pa vidjet ćemo, brate, ako me neko pozove, zašto da ne? Habi lame. Braćo, od 1 do 10 habi lame. Jeste loš mi? Iskreno brutalan skin. Nula. 10 od 10. A meni je dobar. Meni je dobar. Nije, Petre? Jel kupuješ Battle Pass sljedeće sezone? Sljedeće sezone možda neće biti Battle Passa, zbog toga što će sezona trajati mjesec dana. 4, 0, 2,5. Idemo tu. Stojka, znaš da se vraća stara mapa? Jeste. Vraća se stara mapa, chapter 1. Znači, čekamo novu sezonu, 4. novembra, čekamo novi chapter. Tako da. Pa, Stefane uzimamo ako bude, naravno. Evo, desio nam se bug. Pa, Đole, brate, šta da kažem? Lama je tu. A ne znate šta mi je loše? Jeste, failo sam land. Lik je uzeo air i 1000 ljudi pored mene ide i on mene puca. Ne vez, GG. Omiljen skin iz Battle Passa mi je... kako se zove? Sad ću da vam pokažem. Zaboravio sam kako se zove. Nije mi omiljeni, ali ako gledamo Battle Pass, sad ću vam reći. Evo ga. Mislim, najinteresantniji mi je. Gledajte ovo. Kako se zove? Fish stick. A zove se fish stick. Ja sam mislio da je drugo ime. Ali ostavili su fish stick. Ovo mi je najbolji skin. I jednom sam koristio, braćo, fish stick. A to je bio jedan game da glumim kao da sam onaj lik koji je kao što daje shotgun epic. Ali nisam uspio. Sleka, šta misliš, šta će da urade ako sljedeća sezona bude trajala mjesec dana? Evo, stvarno ne znam, brate. Sljedeća sezona će trajati mjesec dana. I ne znam šta će biti. Nadam se da će nešto dobro biti. Sad, da li će biti chapter 1? Svi kažu da će biti chapter 1. Vidjet ćemo. Harakiš, tad mi nije uspjelo, brate, neću opet. Tad mi nije uspjelo. Neće, Lazare, neće. Neće biti kraj Fortnite-a. Ako Fortnite radi ovoliko velike turnire, 4 miliona dolara i tako dalje, ne vjerujem da će, razumete? Nema na čemu, Lazare. Pa zbog toga što, ne znam, ako rade 4 miliona dolara turnir, ne vjerujem. Filipe, brate, to sam video da će biti, stvarno ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Fury i KSI obojice su super boksači, samo što ne znam. Ne znam, vidjet ćemo, brate. Biće draw i uradit će revanš. A ne znam ko je taj skin. Black, taj ne znam ko je skin. Pa da, Lazare, ali mislim da neće to biti tako, brate. Trebaju malo više para da stavi u cash cup. Pa dobro sad. Meč je večeras. Meč je večeras. Ne znam kad je tačno, ali bit će uveče. Ujutro, mislim. Oko 2 uveče. 3. Mislim, to je već ujutro. Nema na čemu, Lazare. Idemo na naše mjesto, pošto smo tamo failali. U 1. Ne znam, Pacer. Jeste još 3 tjedna do nove sezone, braću. Još 3 tjedna do nove sezone. Ili 3 nedelje, kako hoćete. I onda dolazi nova sezona i dolazi nam chapter 1. Tako da. Aha, iz Battle Passa. Možda, ne znam. Ne znam zbog toga što ne koristim te skinovi iz Battle Pass i ne znam ih toliko puno. Mislim i mene i to. Nemam, Rakić. Šušanj 17. Niko ne ide tu, dobro je. Slasher onda ne znam, brate. Idem, brate, u informatičku školu. Nice. To je to. Sad mi treba još spaz i healovi. Evo ga, big. To je to. Samo još spaz sada da nađem i onda mogu fajtati. Ne znam, i Maven je dobar, ali spaz je mnogo bolji. Stefke, ovo je majica, brate, i ne znam, stvarno. Oceni novu sezonu od 1 do 10. 9. Zbog toga što ima TTT pup i nema Siphon. Stankela ne dopada mi se, brate. Mislim, to je dobar shotgun, ali ja ga ne znam koristiti, brate. Ne znam. Dimi, heroj. Lazare, stvarno ne znam, ja ne učim školu, brate. Stojka, kako ti imaš majicu? Pa Fortnite majicu sam... mislim, roditelji su mi kupili. To je, ne znam kad je tačno bilo, pre godinu dana. I... vidio sam tu majicu i rekao sam da uzmemo i... tako, brate. Pa Stankela idem zbog toga što moram, brate. Ne razumem, Nikola? Onda je to super. Janko. Isto, Nikola. Ne, to su isto uradili moji roditelji. Stojka FN majicu. Hvala ti, Vejrone, hvala ti puno. Koliko dugo igraš Fortnite? Fortnite igram od chapter 1 sezona 9. Kad je bio Neo Tilted, ako se ne varam. Tad mislim da je bio Neo Tilted. Tako je, Petre. Ma ne treba meni to Stankela. Ja ne volim to. Nikad to nisam radio. Možda ćemo dobiti ključ. Hvala Lazare, hvala ti. Jesu ti roditelji kupili PC ili sam? Hvala Bogu sam. Uzet ću gold spaz. Braćo, gold spaz, sad stojka. Vidite, ja koristim sad stojku i dobio sam gold spaz. Uzet ću shield. Ne razumem Stankela. Pa brate, Lazare. Stankela bolje da slušam dok sam u školi o PC-evima nego o drugim stvarima. Eto, to je bila jedina stvar. Razumeš? Bolje mi je bilo da slušam o PC-evima nego o... poštujem i sve ostale smjerove. Naprimjer, što se tiče auta ili tako to, ali... Naprimjer, bolje mi je da slušam za PC-eve nego za auta, brate. Gold, spaz, gold. Gold na engleskom je jednako na legendarno, na zlatni spaz. Hvala puno, hvala Rakić, hvala brate. Pa ne znam šta da kažem, brate. Janko, kako hoćeš? Pa dobro, engleski, to je osnovna reč, to znam. Luka mislim da je bio Kanada, ako se ne varam. Pa ne znam, Pacer možda. A ne razumijem se o PC-ima, stvarno ne znam. Lazare. Aha, Mr. Sević. Hvala brate. Mr. Sević, braćo. Ja se izvinjam, Mr. Sević je bio prvi. Na bili drugi vajda bilki. Mislim. Sad stojka za leđi loot. Imamo sada i sljedeće zone da možemo vidjeti. Da, drugi je bio Kanada, GG. Ali opet. S obzirom, jučer su malo loše odigrali, danas su brutalno. Jeste Luka, da? Sušanje ili šušanje, brati, izvini, uzvičnik PC. A neću to pričat, ne znam engleski, braćo. Stvarno ne znam engleski. Kliks je bio 27. A da, ne radi Nightbot. Ne radi Nightbot. Probajte, napišite braću za 2 minuta. Ja se svima izvinjam. Bori se, ne znam s kim. Mislim, rekao sam, ali zaboravio sam. Pošto stvarno to ne pratim, samo onako znam. A u koliko sati brat je rekao u 1. Nisam siguran, vidjet ćemo. Sutra braću u 16 sati nemojte da zaboravite, streamujemo Finals. U 4 popodne. Gledat ćemo FNCS. Finals i da vidimo... Da. Sa Furyjem, da, zaboravio sam. Ne radi. Ako hoćete mogu da vam kažem ja specifikacije, ali neću da pomislite braćo da se hvalim ili nešto. Ako hoćete mogu vam ja reći. Ali neću da pomislite braćo da se hvalim ili to, ne. Nego me ljudi pitaju, ja odgovorim. Samo sekund. Izvini matko, ne znaš šta ću ti reći, brate, stvarno izvini. Ništa. I dobro je što nisam otišao gore. Uzvišnik settings, Lexa, ali ne znam da li će raditi bot sada. Dobro je Uglješa, prošao. Uzvišnik settings, Lexa. Eto, brat. Pa Rakić od uvek mi je na G. A ne radi, braćo, ne radi Nightbot. Probajte da nađete ako hoćete, na našem YouTube kanalu imamo video, ali ne radi nam Nightbot. Veliki pozdrav za šefa Blagoja. Pa na F stavljam zid, a na E mi je use. Kao, na primjer, kad uzmem ovako, uzimam sa E. Sević je pobedio FNCS. Mislim, pobedio FNCS. Nije pobedio FNCS, nego Opens. Sutra ćemo vidjeti ko je pobedio FNCS. Ko će pobediti FNCS. Hvala ti, Ziku ili Žiku, hvala brate. A ne znam, lik me sa snajperom pucao 200 metara i ruši me. I ne mogu da fajtam lika normalno, ne mogu da vjerujem. Strašno, nema veze. Lik me sa 200 metara puca. Hvala puno. Nema veze. Lik me sa 200 metara puca sa snajperom. Nema veze, GG. Ivane, brate, jel pitaš za FNCS? Battle Pass? Black. Sad ću da vidim. Nije ovo. A ne znam, ja ovaj skin ne bi koristio nikada. Tako da. Ali dobro, kome se sviđa nije nikakav problem. Pa Ivane, navijam za naše, brate, za Balkanci. Pozdrav Frile, nije, brate. Au, ne znam, brate, Mihajlo, ne pratim fudbal. Stojka, da bih morao da se bavi sportom, koji bi to bio? Ne znam, stvarno ne znam. Možda fudbal? Fudbal, da. Izvini, ali ne igramo sa chatom. Izvini, Duje, brate. Prvi je bio Sević. Braćo, hoću svima da kažem, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite puno, znači zbog toga što smo dosta aktivni na našem Discord serveru. Tako da uđite, braćo. Evo ga. To je to. Kad si trenirao fudbal, si koristio driblinge? Pa jesam, brate. Ja sam bio fan veliki od Ronalda. Gledao sam Ronalda 24/7. Sad, ovo nije zezanje, braćo. Ovo je real talk. Kad sam trenirao fudbal, gledao sam Ronalda 24/7. Vi meni vjerovali ili ne, ali ja sam pokušao makazice. Pokušao sam dat go iz onoga kad, ono u čošku, kako se to zove, zaboravio sam. Driblo sam, radio sam čudne stvari, vrate, na terenu. Tako da. Matija, 1.000.000 eura. Iz kornera. Da, iz kornera. I sjećam se 2 puta. 7 godina sam trenirao fudbal. I u tih 7 godina sam 2 puta uspio da dam gol iz kornera. Tako da. Pozdrav, Meduza, brate. Ili imaš neki scrim? Noble Discord server. Mislim, Noble screamovi su najbolji. Pa, Aki, sad možete vi mene pitati, brate, i meni je drago kad me pitate jesi bio prva postava, jesi bio dobar igrač i to. Ljudi će pomisliti da lažem i to. Ali nikad neću da lažem, niti mi je to cilj. Uvek, hvala Bogu, od kad sam krenuo da igram fudbal sam bio prva postava. Uvek. Uvek. I to mi je stvarno drago bilo. I uvek kad je bila neka utakmica i to, uvek sam bio prva postava, tako da. Pa nije da sam bio ozbiljan sportista, brate, ali išao sam svaki trening. Nijedan trening nisam propustio, nijednu utakmicu. Hvala Bogu, super je bilo. Koja je pozicija? Igrao sam playmaker, kao Modrić. Što si prestao da treniraš? Pa trenirao sam od moje 6. godine. Od moje 6. godine. Prestao sam 12 godine kad sam imao. 12,5. I prestao sam zbog toga što, ne znam. Previše sam bio bolestan, braćo. Znači, previše sam bio bolestan. Vi meni vjerovali ili ne, sad će možda opet kažem neko reći Stojka lažiš i to. Vi meni vjerovali ili ne, ja sam svaki 3. mjesec, 4. bio bolestan. Sad, hvala Bogu, neću da se podrećem, ali sad sam možda na 1 godinu jednom bolestan. A tad sam bio svakih 3-4 mjeseca bio bolestan. Zbog toga što smo, kad je kiša, mi igramo kratkim rukavima. Kad je sneg, mi igramo sa kratkim rukavima. Kad je, razumete? I jednom se sjećam, bila je interesantna stvar. Bilo je tamno, nije bilo svjetljenja. Nestalo je svjetljenja i mi smo tad igrali. Evo, ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Mi nismo znali gdje je lopta. Jedva se lopta vidjela. Tako da... to je bilo... To je bilo čudno baš. Tević je bio prvi, hvala, jeste. Stojke, jesi tad voleo futbol? A naravno, trenirao sam futbol i voleo sam futbol. Ja bi se sad vratio da igraš futbol, nikad. Znači ću splash, treba mi spas, braću. Treba mi spas. Luka, baš mi je drago, dobrodošao. I uživaj, nadam se da ćeš uživati i nadam se da će ti se dopasti naš content, brat. Nema tu česta. Bežimo odavde. Bio sam 200 HP-a. Šta se desilo? Bio sam 200 HP-a, braćo. Kako sam sad umro? Pavle, vrate, nemoj to. Bio sam 200 HP-a, braćo. Hvala ti, Luka, hvala ti od srca. Pa, brate, Magic, svi ljudi sa Balkana su hvalali. Izvinjam se. Svi ljudi sa Balkana su hvalali. A možda, Pavle, možda. Lik mi je dao 200, jel moguće? Samo sekund. Evo ga. To je to. Što nemaš moderatora? Pa zbog toga što... Ne znam, brate. Ovako je sve u redu. Nema nikakvih problema, tako da... Ulazim u meč. A nemoj Rakić, brate, nemoj to. Pozdrav, Pavle, ali nemoj, brate, da se zezaš. Hvala ti puno, Luka. Hvala ti puno, brate. Vi samo uživajte i to je to. Vidimo se, pozdrav. Viktor Uzvičnik settings, brat. Na našem YouTube kanalu imate settingse. Prijetno. Rile. Idemo da probamo slepi, braćo. Juče smo bili u slepiju i dobro smo prošli. Jedva smo preživjeli. Ali idemo sad opet probati. Hvala ti puno, Luka. puno znači. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, koristite kod STOJKA, braću. Pozdrav, Viktor. Idem na drugu stranu. Lux. Lik je našo spaz. To je loše za nas. Dobro je, braću. Preživjeli smo. Hvala, Viktore. Hvala, Rile. STOJKA, znaš nešto o novoj sezoni? Hoćeš da me pitaš za nova sezona koja dolazi 4. novembra, ili? Ili za ovu sezonu koju trenutno igramo? Jeste, Dino. Sutra, braću, live u 16 sati. Gledamo FNCS. Finals. Pa ne znam, meni je Maven bolje, brat. Aha, 4. novembra. Pa 4. novembra koja dolazi sezona... Biće chapter 1 sezona 5 mapa. Biće stvari iz chaptera 5. Možda se vrati arena. Ne znam da li će biti Battle Pass. I znam da će sezona trajati mjesec dana. Ništa više ne znam o novoj sezoni. Ne, baš mi je drago, Lux. Ako se arena vrati, mislim da će biti dobro. Koji si rank? Unreal? Kada dolazi sezona? Nova sezona dolazi 4. novembra. Nova sezona, Noxy. Novi chapter dolazi na početku septembra. Kad bude nova godina. Pre nove godine. Nije? Magic? Matija, svi. Svi sa Balkana su hvalili. Da, Noxy, vi vjerovali ili ne, da. Dolazi chapter 1 sezona 5 mapa. Pleasant Park, Paradise i tako dalje. Bajudin, svi Balkanci su hvalili. Sutra u 16 sati nemojte da zaboravite, gledamo, braćo. Da vidimo ko će kako playsat. I Kanada je hvalao. Bio je drugi danas. Ispod Seviđa. Pa Luka, naravno, brate. Naravno. Da smo zdravi i živi. Ako Bog da u budućnosti, ako dostignemo tu veliku cifru, naravno da. Kliks nije hvalao, da. Ne. Stefane, nova sezona će biti u novembru. I onda u decembru će biti novi chapter, pre nove godine. I ako Bog da pre nove godine trebamo očekivati novi chapter, tako da, to je to. Bajudin, Kvizi. Pozdrav, brzi. Igrao je jučer ili, ali i danas, zbog toga što nije hvalao. Sević, braću, Sević je vinao. Pa Amire, šta da kažem, brate. Vidjet ćemo kako će to ispasti. Danas, Relay. Zbog toga što nije kvalao juče i ljudi koji nisu kvalili juče su igrali danas. I dobili su još jednu šansu. Pa je to Relay, to ne znam, brate. Jel Buga kvalao? Kvalao je? Pa Lux... Ne znam, stvarno ne znam, brate. Jel Kvizi kvalao? Kvizi je kvalao juče, bio je drugi. Ne može Luka, maksimum je 60, brate. Nemam duosa. Pa svi, klipa. Kad mene pitaju sada ko je kvalao sa Balkana, svi. Pošto stvarno su svi kvalali. Jeste, Bakara? Pa šta da kažem, Rile? Ne, Ogen, ako igraš na PlayStation 5 i ako igraš na televizoru, onda ćeš imati 60 FPS, ako igraš na monitoru, 120. A za PlayStation 4 i da imaš najbolji monitor, samo 60 FPS. Jeste klipa, da. Ali dobro, danas je dan 1. Mislim, juče je dan 1 prošao, danas dan 2. Sutra nam ostaje u 16 sati da vidimo ko će uzeti $1 milion i trofej. I to je to. Ko vina sutra? Ne znam, ko koristi sad stojka će vinati. Pa vidjet ćemo ko će koristiti sad stojka. Koji je ovo damage? Koji je ovo damage, braćo? 20-40. Nice. Zato sam tražio spaz i nigde nisam ga našao. Nije zbog toga što Amire tu ti uzimaju svi pare. Ovo ti je 4 miliona price pool za cijeli turnir. To je super, Leone. Pa, brate, Tirki. To je isto kao što je bio FNCS Invitational, vajda. Kad je Kvizi lendo na kako se zove? Na Kami i Setija. Ovako. Ko je bio Moneymaker? Moneymaker je bio 14. Jeste, hvala je Robert. Hvala je Amire. Juče, Davide. Hvala ti Luka. Sutra mislim da će biti i duže, braćo. Danas je trajao FNCS do 8, juče je trajao do 9. Danas će, mislim sutra će više trajati. Zbog toga što će igrat 6 gameova i opet finals je, razumete? Tako da vajda će sutra trajati do 10, ako se ne varam. Pa FNCS. Vidjet ćemo, ali duže će trajati. Pa Emile, bit će, brate. Znate šta je interesantno? Ljudi koji su igrali dan 2 će sada da odmore uveče i sutra opet igraju. Ljudi koji su igrali dan 1 odmaraju danas cijeli dan. To je mnogo... To može uraditi velike razlike, mislim. Vidjet ćemo. Hvala je, Fičos. Hvala ti puno, Luka. Hvala ti puno. Puno znači, brate. Tako mi je jedan brat rekao pre neki dan. Stojka, rekao sam svojim prijateljima da se subscribe-uju na kanal. Tako da hvala puno. Je, Fičos, da. Ne rile, zbog toga što je sutra finals. Ivane, to bi bilo brutalno. Vaskenek, eto, ako bude u top 10, on će uzeti velike pare i to je opet super, brate. Razumeš? I top 10 ako bude. Do koliko je stream? Do 12? A Luka, tamo igraju, brate, pro playeri. Ma Đole, brate, svi su super odigrali. Pa da, Ahmox, brate, to si u pravu. Pa, Luka, brate. Ali iskreno, ja bi bio sretan da uopće igram FNCS. Pa da. To je isto brutalna stvar, brate. Pošto FNCS je najveći turnir nakon World Cupa. Evo ga, Spaz, konačno. GG Stefane, baš mi je drago, brate. Pa da, isto i to je razlika velika, što ono, najist, EU, to je velika razlika. Pošto su bolji na Europi dosta. Ne znam, Đole, brate. Možda heroj, ne znam. Hvala ti, Viktore. Pa kažem ti, Luka, sad stojki dobiješ V-Bucks, brate, free. Od koliko je finals? Od 4, jeste? Sutra u 16 sati ili u 4 popodne, kako hoćete. Streamujemo FNCS finals. I bit će sad tu najbolji, stvarno najbolji. I ko ovo vina, ja mislim da neće biti dilema ko je najbolji na svetu. Duo. Ne na nekom serveru. U svijetu, zbog toga što tu igraju iz cijelog sveta. Mislim, svaki region. Brazil, Azija, Oceanija, kako hoćete, EU, na centralu stvari, tako da. Pa brate, šta da kažem, Đole? Stefane, pare, brate. Tako je, Đole. Pa ne, ako kvizi vina, bit će definitivno jedan od najboljih playera na svijetu. Koji si rank? Unreal? A mislim da nema leđi spaz, Matija. Pošto se to svaki game menja. Mislim da je tu lig, braćo. A tu je prije bio lik. Sad nije. Pozdrav Trbušić. Danon. Ovaj lik je bio bolji. Priznajem, ovaj lik je bio bolji. Da, Stefane, to bi bilo isto brutalno. Da vinate, zamislite braćo, vinate FNCS i dodaju vaš skin. Mislim, na primjer, evo, Buga je vinao, dodaju Buga skin. To bi bilo isto dobro. Pozdrav Isko, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Braćo, nadam se da vam neće smetati, idem u toaletu, vraćam se za nekih 2-3 minuta, nadam se do tada ću ući u game, bacite like, bacite subscribe i tu sam, braćo. Otiću cancel ovako da mi ne uđe u game. I sad ću ići ready. Idem u toaletu, tu sam. Izvinjam se, braćo. Nisam imao peškir. Bio sam u toaletu, izvinjam se, braćo. Evo ga. Pozdrav, Bartole. Izvinjam se, braćo. I ovo lik me puca. I ja sam možda dead sad. Paz. Pa je. Amire, je, brat. Pa, Luka, brate. Naravno, zbog toga što dosta mi ljudi kažu Stojka, polomio sam miš, polomio sam tastaturu. To je loše, brate. Stefane. Video me lik, jel moguće da me lik vidio? GG u chatu, braćo. Brate, koliko je tu ljudi bilo? Jeste vi vidjeli ovo, braćo? Tu je bilo... Wow. Koliko je tu ljudi bilo? Kad je finals? Sutra u 16 sati streamujemo ili u 4 popodne. Streamujemo finals. Tako da vidjet ćemo sutra ko će uzeti trofej. A Luka šta da kaže? Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite. A da, Đole, to si u pravu. Svi, brate, ja ne mogu da vjerujem kako svi imaju toliko dobar aim. Izvini, Bartole, ali ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate. Samo sekund. Bacite like, braćo. Idemo na 250 lajkova. Ovako. Evo ga. I Rit, isto i Rit. Rit je brutalan player. On je kontroler, jedan od najboljih kontrolera ikada, brate. Jedan od najboljih kontrolera ikada. Definitivno. Pa da. Đole. Izvini, ali ne mogu to da uradim. Duje, izvini stvarno. Do kad je live? Do 12? Idemo opet slepi. Hoću da probam da preživim tu. Izvini, Duje, ali ne, brate. Mislim, ti mene slobodno možeš da nazoveš, ali ne mogu te ti vratiti na poziv zbog toga što to sam pričao i ostalim ljudima. Ako pričam sa jednim bratom, moram i sa svima, a nije fair da pričam sa jednim, a sa drugim ne. A da, Đole. Pa to zbog toga što je puno ljudi. Hvala Luka, hvala ti. Idemo tu. Ammo za shotgun, C4. Nice, chest. Loš air. Čujem tolika pored mene, ja nemam ništa. Eno ga big. Kriki na ovom YouTube kanalu ili općenito? Bartol pre 4 dana. A to stvarno ne znam, Đole, to stvarno ne znam. Kriki sa 16 godina na ovom YouTube kanalu. Nice. Ovo se ne može farmati. Ima tu dosta brika. Evo ga lik. Nemanja, sutra ćemo vidjeti u 16 sati. Sutra streamujemo u 16 sati finals, nemojte da zaboravite i vidjet ćemo sutra. Nemoj to, Bartole, brate. Hvala puno, Kriki, hvala ti. Ne damo nikog iz chata. Izvini, Luka. Sa koliko si godina počeo igrat Fortnite? Sa 13, brate. Nema tu nikog. Ja mislim da znam kako se sad radi. I sad samo trebamo ovako. Da. Ja sam uvijek bacao ispred mene. Crash 5 i nikad nisam pogodio. Ovaj lik je vidio da sam white, odmah će doći na mene. GG. Ne veze. Ništa nisam imao. Stojka. Da, Đole. PlayStationi su isto brutalni igrači. Ne Luka, nego hvala Bogu sam sam htio hteo da otvorim YouTube kanal i tako. Braćo, znate šta? Znam ja šta ćemo sad igrati. Unreal, sam u ranku, ne moram više igrati, znam šta ćemo sad raditi. Igrat ćemo jednu jako interesantnu mapu, samo da ja nađem tu mapu. Evo je. Ne znam da li ste vi nekad igrali ovu mapu, ali sad ću ja ovu mapu igrati i vidjet ćete koliko je dobra mapa. Svaka čast Bartole, svaka čast Robert, to je super. Samo što, ako se ne varam, sada je izašao novi PlayStation, mislim. I kako se zove taj PlayStation je tanji, ako se ne varam. Ja mislim da je to jedina promjena. Pa ne, Đole, rank je super, ali sad ne znam zašto da ga igram zbog toga što sam već Unreal, vrate. Stojke, jel imaš brata? Imam, da. To je super, Robert. Na PlayStationu 5 možeš 120 FPS-a čak. Što je isto brutalno. Šta? Network connection lost. Hvala ti puno, Bartole, hvala ti. A, nemaš HDMI. Aha, ako nemaš taj HDMI, onda ne možeš igrat na 120, ili? Samo sekund. Pozdrav, Urke. Rakić 200. Pa, Đole, tako ne trebaš, brate. Uvek igraj do kraja i to je to. Hvala ti, Daniele. Ne, Luka. Evo ga. To je to. A braćo, zašto neće da mi uđe? Jel neko zna možda od vas? Stojka, ajde oceni kombo. Dynamo, Detelina, Candy X. Najbolji kombo, brate. 10 od 10. Pa dobro, sad, brate. Obični buildovi, performans su dobri isto. A neće da uđe u ovu mapu. Ajde ništa. Idemo igrat drugu mapu. Ajde, ne znam šta možemo igrat, braćo moja. Koju mapu mogu igrat? Mogu zone. Igrat ću zone, braćo. Igrat ću zone. Pa Đole, hteo sam realistic PvP, ali nije mi ušlo, brate. Nije mi ušlo, tako da igrat ću zone. Ne znam, Đole. Pa vidjet ćemo, Vuk. Trenutno nisam spremio ideju za video, pošto nisam, mislim, nemam u planu da snimam video na live-u, tako da... Dobro, ovo je 7. runda. Ima 18 ljudi. A Vuk, to ne mogu solo uraditi, vrate, to je problem. Zato mi treba duo. Ili squad bi isto bilo super. Da imamo više mace. Je, Đole. Da, tako je, brate, upravu si. Pa niko od njih trenutno ne igra, brate, mislim... Vidjet ćemo, možda ćemo to uraditi u budućnosti. Jedno smo uradili Skybase. Ali problem bi bio što su nas vidjeli ljudi, braćo. Ispod su nas vidjeli ljudi. Reset white. Nije smreki. Ne razumijem kako dolazi Matija. Nisam razumio, brate. Svaka čast, Luka. To je brutalan skin, brate. Tu ima dobrih igrača. I to smo već uradili Vuk, ali to sam i rekao ljudima, vajda ćemo videe koje smo ranije radili, opet ćemo uraditi isti videe, na bolji, kvalitetniji način. Pa Đole, brate, cilj mi je da budem najbolji. Ako Bog da u budućnosti. I trenutno nismo ni na 1% od toga što je meni cilj. I ja sam previše zahvalan, naravno, previše sam zahvalan. Zahvalan sam, ali nisam zadovoljan, tako da ovo nije ni 1%, brate, od toga što je meni cilj, Đole. Nadam se da si dobio dobar odgovor na pitanje. Starting game. To možemo, Luka, to možemo. Bug neki. Matija, hoćeš da kažeš kad dođe u tom trenutku update i to da stavimo video na YouTube, ili? Hvala Đole, hvala Žiku, to nam je i plan, braćo. I cilj, ako Bog da u budućnosti da budemo najbolji, najkvalitetniji. I to je to. Izvini skele, brate, ali znaš šta ću ti reći? Ma nije vajda Urke, mislim. Ja koliko znam nije. Možda i je, stvarno ne znam. Da, dosta laguje. Ništa. Pa vidjet ćemo, Vuk, kažem. Svaki dan je novi YouTube video. Svaki dan je live u 19 sati, samo ovaj vikend je u 16 sati i sutra isto tako u 16 sati u 4 popodne streamujemo finals, da vidimo ko će biti pobjednik FNCS-a. I nigde ne žurimo. Biće svaka ideja, mislim, svaka dobra, interesantna ideja bit će urađena kao video, tako da. Skele do 12. Hvala, Đole. Samo sekund. A, dobro. Ja sam mislio da me neko pozval, nije. Ajde, vidimo se. Pozdrav, Bartole, pozdrav. Vraćam se, braću. Izvinjam se, braćo. Nisu, Max, brate. Kako to, Đole? Hvala ti, Luka. Igre box fight. Ajde, možda ćemo igrat kasnije box fight. Sada igramo zone. What? Hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi, brate? Stojka, hoće biti neki giveaway? Pa, brate, ne. Ne, zbog toga što nikad to nisam radio. Nije ja da neću da pomognem ili da dam ljudima nešto, nego dosta ljudi su mi rekli, Stojka, zašto ne bi voleo da nagradiš svoje ljude? Ja sam rekao, ja bih voleo da nagradim svoje ljude sa našim kvalitetnim i boljim streamovima iz dana u dan. Tako da, eto, to je... Razumeš? Tako da... Nadam se da me razumete, brate. Jeste, Đole. Ljude, izvinjam se. Jolik me odbacio. A banat sam, brate, Neza. Banat sam na noblu. Bez razloga su me banali. Ne znam, braćo, ovaj lik me drugi put ubija i ja ne znam, ne fajtam se s njim, on dođe sa druge strane. Evo, ja ne znam kako, lik samo mene juri. Pa Đole opet ti kaže, brate, hvala Bogu imam da uradim, eto, neki giveaway, na primjer do 100 eura, zašto da ne, ali opet kažem, to možda i nikada kod nas nećete vidjeti zbog toga što, ne znam, ne volim to da radim, brate. Ne volim to da radim i, razumiješ? Pa neću, Vuk, neću da mi to bude content. A ne znam, Smreki, nisam vidio, brate. Pa da, Đole. I 200. Šta mislite, jel će vinati VXZE? Ili WXZE? 17 kilova ima. Vidimo šta drugi ljudi imaju. Kalzinjo. 1 na 1. I... Što to, brate? Vino je, svaka čast. On je njega 2 puta pikikso, ne mogu da vjerujem. Jackie, ne igramo sa chatom, brate. Lazare, stvarno se ne sjećam, znam da je vino Duke, ili kako da se zove teammate ranije od Kliksa koji je bio. Znam da je vino Četin, znam da je vinao Sević i to je to. Pozdrav, Fenikse. Ne, Akali. Pa Đole, ne znam šta da kažem, brate. Pa Lazare, sutra u 16 sati ili u 4 popodne, kako hoćete, streamujemo FNCS Finals, gledat ćemo FNCS Finals. Da znate, braćo, i igraju svi Balkanci. Sutra FNCS u 16 sati. Pozdrav, Ledo. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Luka? Hvala ti, Ziku, brate, hvala puno. Baš mi je drago. Vidim tu, mislim da dole imamo kill. Ništa. Pa Đole, ne, brate. A ne znam, Vuk, stvarno ne znam. 120. Neću da idem po loot, ali imam 0 mac, morat ću. Ajde, ajde, Đole. GG. Ajde, ajde, Luka, prijatno. Ako Bog da, Lazare. Nigde ne žurimo, brate. Hvala ti puno. Nice, prvi win. Hvala Urke, hvala ti. Braćo, ne znam. Znate šta ću uraditi? Gledajte sada. Idem full high i ako me krcaju, koristim raketu. Oh, no. Lazar igrali smo. Pre nego što smo ušli u zone smo igrali rank. Pre nekih 20 minuta. Braćo, gledajte ovo sada. Nadam se da me neće krcati. Mislim, krcat će me, jel? A ne mogu više builda. To je to. What? Zamislite, braćo, da je... A, lik me vidio. Zamislite da je ovo FNCS i neko ovako. Marijane, vidjet ćemo, brate. I... Pop. What? Lik je bio iz... A ne znam, Lazare. Unreal smo. Ne znam, brate. Vidjet ćemo. Možda bude, možda ne. Po tebi šta misliš za tebe? Volio bi neko sa Balkana, brate Marijane. Eto, neko sa Balkana. Vuk, idem još u školu, brate. Pa, zašto mene dvojica fajtuju? Jeste, Relja, da. Vuk, informatičku. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite, link uđite. Pozdrav Stojka, u koliko sati je sutra turnir? Pozdrav Almedix, sutra streamujemo u 16 sati u 4 popodne FNCS Grands Finals. I vidjet ćemo sutra u 16 sati, mislim, u oko 10, pošto 10 će završiti, vidjet ćemo ko će uzeti milion, brate. Jeste, Urke, da. Pa da, Đole, da. Jel to teška škola? Ne znam, brate. Ne učim ja školu. Nikakav problem, Ziko, brate, nikakav problem. Pa to ne znam, Almedix, neću da te lažem, to ne znam. Ne, brate, smo rekli škola. Škola nije dobra. Naravno da ne bi volio nikad da se bavim i neću da se bavim. Ako Bog da sa školom. Nije mi škola bitna. Hvala ti, Luka, hvala ti. A Viktor, brate. Ovo je najbolji. Braćo, ljudi su najbolji u zonama. Ovo je strašno. Mislim, macu. Ljudi su najbolji u zonama. Naravno, brzi. A baš mi je žao, skvizi. Još koliko ima vremena, vratit će se. Vjerujem da će se vratiti. Samo da ima još 10 minuta minimum. I vraćaju se. Stojka, Messi ili Ronaldo? Pa brate... Ne znam. Obojica su super. Obojica su najbolji fudbaleri. Ne znam. Obojica su meni super. Pa vidjet ćemo da li ćemo igrat box fight. Vidjet ćemo. A Buga endgame Vuk jednom sam igrao i čekam previše, to neću. Mirza uzvišnik sens. Poluvreme. Onda, brate, vraća se Srbija. Vjerujem. Brzi, to će biti teška utakmica. Ali navijamo za Hrvatsku. Sa S na kraju, Mirza. Pa, Đole, brate, hvala Bogu je sve u redu. I, ono. Ja sam to već rekao što se tiče škole, brate, sve. Pa nema veze, Beka. Šta možemo, brate? Šta možemo? Offside, jel moguće? Nema veze, nema veze. Jesam vam rekao da će se vratiti Srbija, braćo? Jesam vam rekao? Ovaj lik je najbolji, lik ima aimbot. Lik ima aimbot. Idemo igrat box fight. Idemo igrat box fight. Samo da nađem sad mapu, braću. Recently played ću ići. Ne znam, Beka. Stojka, voleo bih da vrati Chapter 2 sezona 4. Chapter 2 sezona 4 je meni bila omiljena sezona. Tako da... Možda će nekad, brate. Možda će nekad. Hvala ti, Vuk, hvala ti. Pozdrav, Alene, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? A braćo moje, znate, tu igra dosta ljudi. Tu igra dosta ljudi. Tako da... Vidjet ćemo sad kako ćemo proći. Nemoj to, Nemanja. Nemoj to, on je zaslužio to. Pa je, nije sada grafika ista, zbog toga što je drugačiji engine. Drugačije je rađena sezona. Jel me zeznate da su u 5 minuta dali 2 gola i 2 puta offside? Jel moguće? Turk je završio FNCS? Look in my aimbot. Brother, please. Traću, da idem na heal-off, da ne u chatu. Ne, nisam čuo levo lika. Nisam čuo levo lik. Sad će ovaj lik vinati. Ali dobro, zasluženo je vino. GG. Ili ne, mora fajtat. Bravo. Pa, Đole, brate. Drago mi je zbog toga što, hvala Bogu, je to tako i... Koje je vino FNCS? Vidjet ćemo sutra u 4 popodne, streamujemo. Da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej, braću. Pozdrav, Eldare. Turki, to je Opens, brate. Sutra je Finals. Urke, to je preteško, brate. Hvala ti puno, ali to je preteško. Do kad je live? Do 12? Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini buddy. Hvala ti Urke. 100 do 12. Zbog toga što smo upalili u 4 danas live. Pa ne znam, već imam jednog, Đole. Imam Polaritija. Nemoj to, brate. Skvizi. Pa Viktore, hvala ti puno, brate. Ali to je jako teško, zbog toga što je to jedan od većih turnira. Mislim, posle World Cupa najveći. Ne, buddy. No. GG. Ovo je umjesto World Cupa, Turki. Pa Urke, brate. Čekajte, braću, jel se sad igraju kvalifikacije za svjetsko prvenstvo u fudbalu, ili? Izvinjam se. Ne, nemoj, Đole, vjerujem, brate. Trebam da pazim. Da. A, za evropsko, da, izvinjam se. Nije svetsko. Da, znam Urke, ali htio sam zapitam za futbol, brat. A znate šta sam pročitao, braćo? Evo vi koji pratite futbol možda ćete znat. Pročitao sam da Ronaldo hoće igrati svetsko prvenstvo 2026. Da smo zdravi i živi 2026. I da završi karijeru. Tako je. Zamislite, braćo, Ronaldo pobedi svetsko prvenstvo sa Portugalom. Pa, ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Aha, 2027, da. Pa tad će da ide u penziju. Da smo zdravi i živi ako Bog da, to je, ima još 3 godine i mjesec i po dana, 2 mjeseca. To će biti još puno. A da, Urke, da. On je rekao jednom da hoće da igra sa svojim sinom. Šta se priča, Đole? GG! Da, Squeezy. Pa da, to znam, Đole, to znam. A to Aki ne znam, brat. Vajda će Alvarez. Mislim, super Ballon d'Or, ne znam šta je to, ja znam samo za Ballon d'Or. Nisam to Urke, brate. Brate, baš mi je žao. Nadam se da je sve u redu. Pozdrav Teo, Sević, brate. Ne, znam Aco da je Ballon d'Or zlatna lopta, ali ne znam šta je super Ballon d'Or, pošto je brat napisao ko osvaja super Ballon d'Or. Aha, Aki. Ne znam to ko će osvojiti, stvarno ne znam. Kanada je bio drugi. A Viktor nema veze, super je odigrao, brate. Pa da, bit će ili Messi ili Ronaldo. Nije Teo? Braćo, još jedan like do 260, da vidimo ko će biti 260 like. Jeste, Aco, da? Svi su sa Balkana hvalali. Iz dan 1 i iz dan 2. Kliks je bio 27. Pa to nećemo, brate, Turki. Nemoj to brzi, mislim, badi, brate. Molim vas, nemojte to. Hvala puno svima koji ste lajkali, hvala braćo. Pa samo sad Stojka, Viktor i to je to. Do kad je live? Do 2. Pa live do 2 je uvek petak i subota. Ali pošto gledamo sada FNCS je do 12. GG. Pa chillajte, brate, badi. Pa... nema veze, Kliks je dobro odigrao. GG. Prvi ne znam koliko je poena imao, stvarno ne znam. Ali imao je dosta, Sević. Pa šta da kažem, Urke. Onda Viktor samo, brate, praktisaj, igraj stalno i to je to. Aco, brate, dan 1 top 25, dan 2 top 25. To je 50 timova koji igra sutra u 4, streamujemo finals i gledat ćemo. Ko će uzeti veliki trofej i 1.000.000 eura. Za malo. A jeste, Jaco. Viktor, to nikad ne radimo, brate. Nećemo. Stojka ili Đole jedan duo dobije 1.000.000. Naprimjer, ako sutra pobedi Kvizi, Kvizi će dobiti 500.000, Veno 500.000. Pa nemoj to Urke, brate. A ko će dobiti trofej? Pobednici? To je super, brate, to je super. Ziku. Pozdrav, Nikola. To ne znam, Đole, kako će biti. Nadamo se, brate, da će Srbija pobediti Turki. Ima vajda oko 30 minuta, još pola sata. To je dovoljno za dva gola. Je, Urke? Još 20 minuta. Imaju šanse. Ja navijam za Srbiju, nadam se da će preokrenuti. Pozdrav, Anđelo. Je, Mongral je osvojio chapter 2 sezona 4 FNCS. Samo sekund. A Mađarsku, oni su isto Balkanci. Pa da, opet kažem, brate, ja i Mađarsku poštujem. I naravno, i da oni dobiju, to nije ništa, to je ništa loše nije. Ali više sam pratio Srbiju nego Mađarsku. Nikad nisam pratio Mađarsku. Naravno, Squeezy. Poštujem sve, brate. Dve stative, jel moguće? Au. Nema veze. A ja ne znam, Aki, šta su ti sklekovi. Nikad mislim da nisam radio te sklekove. Vojne, nikakav problem, brate. I meni je stvarno žao što se to desilo, ali ne smete to, brate. Urke, mislim da ima Epic Whale. 6 FNCS. Hvala na pitanju, Angelo. Kako si ti, brate? Evo igramo box fight. Promašili su, dobro je. GG. Promašio go blizu. To je to. Ma samo eto da bude nerešeno i to je isto super. No. Samo sekund. Ovako. Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini stvarno Nikola. Nisam, mislim nisi mi rekao brzi. Au, ne znam brate, Squeezy. Makedonija. Jel moguće da me lik ubio? Lik je bio krekan i ubio. Znate šta ću igrati? Igrat ću, braćo, Portugal, Squeezy. Igrat ću jednu jako interesantnu mapu i tu su... I dobio sam. Šta je ovo? Zašto sam ovo dobio? Ajde, gledao sam zbog toga što sam gledao FNCS ili? Ne znam. Ajde, nije. Ajde. Igrat ću sada tu mapu, samo da je nađem. Recently played, evo je. Kupio sam ceo bundle, sad sam Stojka. Hvala puno, brate. Puno, znači, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, nemojte zaboraviti koristiti kod Stojka, braćo. A gamer, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate. 15 minuta. A jedan god treba samo, ja mislim. Ako je 2-1. Moram livat. Pa da, 20 sa nadoknadom. Ali dobro, zavisi koliko će biti plus minuta. Aha, challenge. Dobro. Nisam znao. Šta je to, Squeezy? Balkanac. Ušao sam sa likom sa Balkana, braćo. Ušao sam sa likom sa Balkana, jel moguće? Urke nemam densova, brate. Mislim, stavljeno mi je kao... svi su mi u arhiv. A ovo, to ti je Squeezy kao što je bio Save the World. GG. No. Viktor, na ovom YouTube kanalu ili općenito? Na našem ovom YouTube kanalu trenutno Stojka FN streamujemo, mislim, snimamo od septembra, 1. septembra 2022. Jeste, Đole? No. Stojka, hoćeš duo? Ako hoćeš, brate, da... Kako se zove? Da igramo, na primjer, duo zone ili nešto, ako hoćeš. Možemo. Akmox, brate, Unreal sam u ranku. Mateo, on, brate. Hvala puno od srca, hvala Relja, hvala ti. Pa neću, Viktor, brate. Neću. Pozdrav, Andrej. Pa Mita ne, brate. A ništa nije bilo, brate, skvici. Pa neće, Viktor, neće, brate. Samo me zovi. Boka. A ovo stvarno, Đole? A ovo, brate.
Gdje si Stojka?
Gdje si, brate?
Gdje si, brate, moj, što ima?
Evo, kod tebe?
Ma evo sad došao išao s drugovima, ubio su gledali neki horror film.
A, GG. Stojka, šta znači double movement u Fortniteu? Pa da se okrećeš kao kontroler. Da imaš movement kao kontroler. Stojka, uradio sam onaj tvoj... Samo sekund da vidim, ne vidim.
Pozdrav je za braću iz četa, sve braću moja, pozdrav za svakog.
Uđi, brže.
Koji tim?
Tim 8. Daj mi sve healove, sve white healove mi daj. Brže. Ne, brate, daj mi sve.
Samo dođi, imaj maketu.
Ma trebao si mi dati sve white, brate.
Vidamo, Stojka, pošto je zatvorena cijela zona.
Stvarno?
Da.
Daj mi sve white.
Ne mogu doći sada.
Daj. Imam medvis, daj mi.
Dođi brzo.
Samo mi baci.
Imam samo jedan splash imam.
Da, baci. Trebao si mi od početka dati.
A nisam znao da je zatvorena zona. Pa ovo koliko oni imaju white healova.
Trebao si mi odmah dat, brat.
Ma nema veze, brate, šta.
Baš mi je drago, Mihael. Ajde, Đole. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo. Bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce, kod Stojka u shopu i sutra u 4 popodne streamujemo FNCS Grand Finals.
Jes kvalao kliks?
Ne.
Koliko kvala, top koliko?
25. Ajde, Đole.
20. Pa on je bio 24. On je bio 23.
27. je bio.
27.
Da.
A mane majker je kvala.
Boka, čelim? Da.
150.
Bravo.
Pazi. Nazad.
Dođi. Hoće li biti neki jutarnji live? Pa neće, brate. Mi streamujemo u 19 sati svaki dan. Samo što je sada FNCS pa streamujemo u 16, u 4 popodne. Pazi. Dolazim.
Uzimam trst.
Ajde. Krekan taj na tebi, krekan. Taj u boksu ti je krekan.
Dead. Uzimaj sve. Uzimam big shieldove. Bacim, evo tebi jedan.
Ne.
Uzmi, nisi full.
Ajde. Uzmi ti jedan.
Ne mogu.
Gledaj šta ću uradiš.
Ajde.
Ajde se. Dolazim na tebe.
Uđi. Upam je lik u box. 1 HP.
Jesi siguran?
Dobio 190. Evo ti ovo, slurp imaš.
Pritisak.
Bravo.
Lik ima 0 ping.
Bravo. Nije taj van. Fokus je van.
Vrati. Jeste, koristim double movement. Pozdrav, Boka.
Pozdrav, čao.
GG, Boka. Svaka čast. Pa Stefan ne zavisi, brate, u kojoj situaciji. A ne znam kada će ići Catwoman iz shopa, stvarno ne znam. Još 5 minuta. Pa nadamo se u nadoknadi da će biti go. Brate, Boka čita chat. Večeras dolazi heroj Vajda. Vajda, braćo. Nemojte da me držite za reč. Vajda.
Pa Fowler, pa ti si moj brat. Ja mislim da dolazi, ali...
Ma doće, vidjet ćeš.
100%.
Pa 90.
Nije 100%.
Pa skvizi, brate.
Ujke. Dobar je, hvala ti brate, puno, stvarno.
To ne znam, brzi, to stvarno ne znam.
Hvala pozdrav, brate moj. Stefane, gledao sam...
Ma nemoj reći bolje.
Neću. Postoje ono...
Boka?
Je?
Jel opet ima neko kod tebe?
Neko me nema niko.
Dobro, pošto sam čuo nešto.
Ovo?
E to, da.
Zato bi se zaglavila.
A, dobro. Jesi dobar?
Ma da.
A, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini stvarno, brate.
60.
Healaj. Ja ću ići buff, ti poslije doći.
Dođi stojka. Lik ti bio box, pazi.
Pazi, uzeo već.
Imaš... Foldam.
Lik te hitu! Znaš šta se desilo?
Hitu nas to vidim.
Preko zida, a sve je bilo izbildano.
Da, sve brik.
Daj mi. A ne, pa polcam da ću. Dođi, moramo gore. Sam pretrči gore. Možeš?
Pazi, uništavaju.
Bravo.
Au, ovi su dobri.
Da, pazi.
Ja ne uništi više za kill.
U boksu.
150.
Bravo, taj je 0.
Gore.
Ja sam dead, brate. Gore li.
70.
Uzmi me.
Ne mogu. Drugi tim.
Baš mi je drago. Svaka čast, Urke. Svaka čast. Medmist.
Ne, neću samo da dođem u zonu. Moram uzeti neki refresh.
Jelaj. Imaš 500 vuda. Ubi tog lika, on ima sve.
Vidio, neće mi se zadita. Ne, walkout, bra.
Hvala ti, Viktor, hvala. Još jedan like do 270, da vidimo ko će biti 270 like, braćo. Izvini, Ent, ali ne prihvaćam nikog, izvini, brate. Ne igramo, znaš sve šta ću ti reći, Nikola. Lik je preživio na 10 HP-a. I... ništa.
A, gdje je 30 jedan?
Kuz, da, brate. Hvala na razumevanju, End. Brate, jel sve u redu? Brzo poravak, daki. Baš mi je žao, brate, brzo poravak. Nadam se da će biti sve u redu.
Znaš što sam ja dobio za heal? Medmist i 2 minija.
Braćo, uđite na naš Discord server ko nije, izvolite link. Pa da, ti si dobio minije i medmist.
2 minija i medmist. 2 minija, što nisu bar dali 4.
Hvala, Urke, hvala ti. Idemo sad vinat ovaj.
Ajde. Samo dobijem nešto normalno, molim. Nice. Što dobio ti?
Slurp. 3 minije, 1 big.
Ja 2 biga, 4 minija i slurp.
Nice.
Oš ja da rotatam sada.
Ajde, može. I nemoj gledat za killove, ja ću gledat.
Dođi.
Samo idi. Evo ti ovo, uzmi.
Pazi, leđe samo zatvoraj. Bigam.
Lik, 120 sam ga hito. Šareni skin.
Pazi. So, dead.
Bravo.
Dođi.
Da, idi.
Unas sam ga unutra.
Bravo.
Imaš 2 flapera i sve.
Da, idi, samo idi. Boka, uzmi ovo, brate. Ja ću da idem po metal.
Gdje?
Eto ga. Znaš šta, uzmi ovo. I buildaj sad sa metalom, molim te. Buildaj metal. Ajde. Eto. I uzmi sad metal. Eto, nice. Imaš još. Uzmi. Dođi sad, ja ću malo. Dođi. Možeš.
Dođi.
Tu su ljudi, 1 HP na meni.
Full pisanje na meni iza. Čekaj.
Pazi, ništa sad. Neki 1 HP. Dead. Uzmi body. Bravo. Moram popat big.
Ovdje.
Urke, nema magične reći, brate.
Dođi.
Nadam se da će dati jedan go. Daki, samo probaj da spavaš, brate. Pa End, vajda neću.
Imaš nešto za ovaj heal?
Jeste, Viktor?
Evo ti ovo nosi. Ja nas ovaj krove. Pazi.
Pazi, gore. 1 HP. 0, brate. Bravo, uzmi pod. Idi, uzmi. Ej, iza. Second. Bravo. Buildam. Au.
Dead.
Bravo. Igraj safe. Imaš 2 flopera.
Dead.
Bravo, brate. Full si klaču. Igraj safe. Vinaš ovo na healov. Samo igraj safe. Nemoj nikog pucat. Eto.
Znam.
Bravo. Idi haj. Ne.
Jesi vidio ovo sad zaključa?
Da.
Ja sam izvedito ovo...
Dobar game.
6 killova.
Bravo.
Ja sam ti najbolji na gameu. Najbolji. Stojka, znaš što je dobro kod nas? Kad smo igrali Duo Cash Cup. Pobojica i dželamo i dobro ono rotiramo. Svi video, mi svaki put su najbolji rotirali bez ičeg.
Da.
Sad kreću kapovi, joj, čekam.
Sljedeći kap je ponedjeljak.
Da. Igramo ti ja, podrazumela se. Nema, vidjet ću.
Vidjet ću. Šalim se. Vidjet ćemo, brate, dogovorit ćemo se.
Pa da, moramo, ono.
Brate, Daki, bit će sve u redu. Samo nemoj da misliš o tome. I to je to, brate. Još jednom brzo poravak. Pozdrav.
Brzo poravak, Daki.
And.
Znaš kako je dobro pravim ručkove i to, ja znam da napravim šta hoćeš. Sad ću napraviti špagete.
Nema veze, Urke. Kad ćeš raditi? Nemoj sad dok igramo, molim te.
Ne, da, idem da kuhinjem. Dođi.
Ne, ja idem above.
Ajde. Čekajte ga, drži. To mi je jedino što imam.
Dobro, chill.
Dođi, gledamo killove, gled.
Krekan. Boksali su me. Slučajno sam pao, nema veze. Boksali su me. Nema veze, Rakić. Starvant je brutalan pickaxe, ali ne, za mene ima delaya Starvant.
Šta sad da radim ovdje? No, daću.
Biće bolje, daj ti vjeruj, brate.
Padne su mi ruke, ne znam. What?
Stefane Icebreaker.
Ovo šta mi sve ima.
One tap ti je zid.
Vidiš mi se postavi zid.
Ne razumijem, Viktor. Opet kažem, dakle, samo polako, nemoj da misliš o tome i to je to.
Ne.
Raske igramo zone, brat. Duo zone. Bravo. Zamisli da si ga one pump.
Zavis? Nisam, imao sam nema tako pumpu.
Nema veze, relja.
Znaš koji meni je najbolji ovaj sok? Od višnje domaći. Iskreno. Stojka, ti piješ nekad sokove ovako?
Ne.
Što?
Samo vodu.
Pa dobro, ja pijem, ali ja samo pijem domaći, ništa ovako iz ranje.
To je super.
Samo domaći. Imam i od maline, pošto imam neke tu, tata mi radi u Austriji, pa on ima tu firmu, neku njegovu što pravi te domaće.
A što voće i to?
Da, ima i od grožđa. Gazirani domaće od grožđa, sok ima.
A ovo, brat.
Ima, znaš kako, velim, ti kad bi probao, ja ne znam. To, sve voda je, ne znam kako kažem, s izvora.
Mraska public, brat. A baš mi je drago, Stefane. Ne znam tačno za koji si skin pričao. Jesi dobar?
Ma dobro si, ne znam šta mi je, brate.
Možda, brate.
Neko kad pijem ovaj sok, onako, nekako pljuvačko mi se onako zgusne.
A, da.
Ne znam. Nice, imam Maven imam, nice.
Šta ti znaš igrat Maven?
Najbolji, gle sad. Zbog njega sam kvalo 2 solo keškapa. Samo zbog Mavena.
A custome nikad ne radimo, brate.
Gle sad kako se igra s Mavenom.
Sad, gledaj i umrećeš.
To. Dead.
Bravo.
Potpisan.
Nemoj, beži.
Van. Diži me.
Znaš šta, slušaj me samo, dođi, prati. Idi odavde, brže.
Ne mogu. Van HP sam, jednak sam ovako van HP.
Ne, izvini.
Nema veze. Ajde. Samo diš. Dižeš lagano, stižeš.
Stižem, uzmi ovo. Imaš ti heal, vajda, 100%.
Imam.
Nice, živi smo. Samo popaj slurp. Uzmi flopper, to je to. Dođi. Dođi layer gdje sam ja.
Ja sam.
Bravo, healaj. Flopper mi sad daj. Hvala. Gledaj iza killove. Iza, to.
Van. Najbolje sa Mavenom, kažem ti ja.
Jeste, nije kvalo kliks, brat. Sutra u 4 popodne gledamo finals.
Dođi.
Pazi, dole nije naše.
Da. Evo ti.
Gledaj, dođi.
Ajde. Dođi.
Jeste, kolev.
To. 1 HP.
Uvijek sam bio na performance, Stefane. ...154 sam hitao lika. U briku. Uzeli mi kill. I taj 70 white.
Pazi.
Ništa, idi. Idi dole. Dole. Znaš koliko super layer ima? Budi tu. Pazi glavu. 144. Dead.
55.
Dead.
5 KP ja imam.
Dobro. Nice, top 2. Ne, nije, top 3 sam. Top 3. Ne, top 3. Stefke, brate, i da me... Mislim, mene, hvala Bogu, ne zezaju. Ali da me zezaju...
Bilo bi problema.
Ma ne, koga briga?
Samo ignoriš i to je to. Ako te baš zezaju prijeviš nastavnici i to je to.
Ma da.
Ako te svaki dan...
Ali koga briga, brate?
Vidi opet Maven.
Znači, ja imam leđe spas.
Hoćeš? Ne, ništa. Prati me.
Brate, bit će sve u redu, daki, brzo porak još jednom, brate.
50.
Pazi. Beži. Imam ove brze splasheve, prati me, ovo će biti brzi tarp, dođi. To je to, dođi. Bit ćemo tu, dođi, gledaj. Ne, nisam mogao iditi. Bravo. Bravo. Nice. Uzet ću ja brzo splasheve. Pozdrav, dilerko. Dođi samo.
Pozdrav, dilerko, brate moj. 50.
Bravo.
Evo ih ude.
Vidim. Pazi. Evo ti slurp, hoćeš?
Ne. Dođi. Evo ti, imam fullu.
Nice. Idi, vi nam ovo.
Idi. 57.
Evo, dođi ubijemo lika, gledaj.
To. Man. 55. Dropali me.
Ne.
Dropali me oni.
Šta igraju kod tebe u školi od igrice Stojka? Stvarno ne znam, brate. Stvarno ne znam. Pozdrav, Frakić. Nemoj to, Relja. Uđite na naš Discord server, ko nije. Izvolite link, braću.
A u tom razredu ima neko ko je pao godinu?
Hvala Bogu, ne.
U meni ima jedan samo.
Baš mi je žao, bro. Ne, Lazare?
Bez zabrzanja malo.
Nemoj to.
No, biti društvo.
Svega ako ti nije problem, nemoj to, brate. Hvala na razumevanju. A Lazare, to nećemo, brate. To nikad u životu nisam radio, Lazare. I neću da mi to content bude, brate.
Šta, Stojka?
Šta?
Šta, content?
Ništa, pričam sa bratom.
S Rađemim?
Ma ne, sa bratom u chatu.
A, pa. To je brat znat igrao Fortnite.
Moj brat je znao prije, sad ne.
Stvarno?
Da. Brate, znaš šta? Kad smo igrali Creative.
Da?
Ja sam htio da njemu kažem, pošto je on uvijek znao sve, ništa ja nisam znao na početku.
On je prvi počeo Fortnite.
Da. I ja njemu kažem, znaš kako da mi stavi spaz? Kao da mi stavi spaz. Da imam spaz, znaš.
Da.
Ja mu kažem, stavi mi onu pušku koji ima kocku.
A šta, on sad je sad igra, zna tribaladiti to?
Pa zna, brate, ali ono, on ne igra uopće.
On izlazi napolje ili tako, ili...
Da.
Ali trenira nešto, futbal?
Ne. Nisam svega. Pa ne, Lazare, ne, ja poštujem i volim sve moje ljude, ali...
90.
Nije to naš content, brate.
Pazi Stojka. Van! Ne, drži Stojka, slur.
Samo dođi.
Diži. Bravo.
Opet slurp odmah.
Mačilaš, zona nije još. Nice.
Bacam splash da brže ideš.
Ajde.
Dođi. Ako pratiš mene, chillaš, evo, samo ću ti to reći. Ništa, nisi na meni. Eto, bravo. Kill. Gledaj sad za kill.
Ovako dole i onda izađe dole ovako. Pazi. Pazi. Ne mogu lećeti, dođi.
Braće kažu da li ih možeš adat i da li Boka zna da radi sarmu.
da pravim sarmu, znam.
Da.
Mislim, znam. I neka oni meni nadaju, ne mogu sad, pošto igram. Ju sad stojka. Nik.
Ja sam 0 HP-a.
Gdje si?
Probat ću medkitat, brate. Ja medkitam.
Holdam ti ja.
Pozdrav, Pikiriš. Imaš nešto da mi daš? Eto to, hvala.
Uzo.
Jeste, brate, sutra finals gledam u 4 popodne. Da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej.
Upisan.
Bravo.
Ništa. Doći.
Ajde. Pazi!
Ovo ništa nije moje.
Dođi.
Ne baš meca.
Ja ću buildat sad.
5 buildova.
Anele, pošto... kako se zove... Kad neko hoće da vidi... Od danas open što smo gledali, neće moći da vidi ako promeni naslov.
Tako nam se...
Kliks nije kvalao. Vaske je kvalao.
GG, svi blokanci, hvala. Dođi.
Pazi.
Idem ja da fajtam.
Ma nemoj ja. I ako imaš white daj mi i onda idi.
Nemam.
Dobro, ne znam.
50. Dead. To.
Vinali smo, da znaš.
Dead.
Bravo.
Ti ga fajtaj.
Vina. What? Evo ti, 56, dođi. Bravo.
Naš okna kilo ovo zlo. Sigurno 4-5. 3. GG. Nice.
Ajde, brate, laku noć, vidimo se, Stefane, laku noć, pozdrav. Sutra Vina, neko ko se ne očekuje da će biti ni top 5. Vidjet ćemo.
Sve je tvoje omiljeno voće?
Ne jedem, brate, eto.
Voće ne jedeš?
Pa ni povrće, ni voće.
Što to?
Šta je povrće?
Zdravo.
Pa ne, pitam te, daj mi jedno povrće mi reci.
Pa, krompir.
Dobro. Pa od povrća retko jedem, voće jedem, jabuku.
Brate, to ti je jedina zdrava ishrana, ako sam ishrana. Čekaj. 100.
Bravo.
Drugi 100.
Evo bacam splash. Samo dođi.
Prati me.
Ne, ništa. Na tebi, bravo. Evo ti.
Čil, imam full.
Slušaj me. Gledaj. Gledaj. 120.
Gdje sada?
Uzimaju nam gore, uzeli su nam. Tu gore, vidi.
Nisu, a ja sam. Dođi.
Ne ide sam dođi sad.
A, u leđu.
Šta ti radiš?
No, 7 bi dada, ne, ništa s njima. Malo to je bilo.
Sad kad sutra Vina Moneymaker.
Neće, Moneymaker.
Brate, bilo bi mi jako drago. 14 godina, 500.000 eura.
Bilo bi iskreno GG baš.
Da.
Ja da uzem tolike pare, ja bi se ispisao iz škole, iskreno.
Brate, Uzmeš 100.000 i ispišeš se.
Pa to ti kažem. Kupiš stan sebi i to je to, ti si ono... Boli to ovo isto. Da sam bio za 50.000 evra.
Brate, tad bi si ispišao.
Bukvalno. A vrate, ovo što smo solo cash cupu to nije baš uspeh, jer ti dobiješ samo 70 evra od toga, ako smo iskreno.
Brate, uspeh je kako nije.
Nije.
Brate.
Nije.
Nemoj to, brate.
Ajoj, brate moj.
Ajde, brate, čujemo se, Daki. Laku noć, brate.
Laku noć, brate moj.
Laku noć. Hoćeš ti ići sad?
Ne.
Gledaj šta piše tu. Brate, tu su stavili raketu kao ono, da ne možeš uzimati.
Da.
Pazi.
Evo ti. Evo ti tako.
Hvala. Dao si mi 50.
Evo ti.
Sad gledaj za killove, brate. Dođi, možeš na mene.
Da.
Au.
Dead.
Bravo, uzimam body. Imaš rocket. Evo ti splash. Dođi. Samo pretrči. Si na meni?
Ne, da.
Taj nula.
Evo ga.
Ostavi.
Gdje? Ja ću kartam.
Gledaj.
Pazi.
Kamo ti je lik? Imaš white da mi daš?
Ne.
Ja sam mislio da idem na heal off ovo, ali njako.
Imam. 2 ova.
Brate, idem ja na heal off, ja imam i slurp.
Ajde.
Samo chillaj.
150. Dead.
Bravo, uzimam body.
Brže. Dead nisi.
Ne, brate, koliko je healova bilo. Ovi sa strane su me.
Lupovi sve. Nisu mogli ništa.
Evo, Aco kaže, ja sam ušao sad, dobijete one i tu.
Aco, nisi? Jes.
Pa vidjet ćemo, možda i Mr. Sević.
Znaš ko će vidjeti, možda ti kažem.
A reci.
Pizdu. Evo, vidiš.
Samo braću da sekunda pozovem.
Zvijelo?
Za kasnije, brate. I sutra će trajati više, sutra 6 gameova.
Ili Mr. Savage, ili Fizik. Uzimaj, 100%.
Vidjet ćemo.
Pazi šta sam rekao.
Vino je lik, gledaj koji, gledaj da je.
Au. Prijatno, a to. Ajde im radiš. Sad će nas, rekao da će nas tu i vanati. Izašao sam iz game channela. Ajde, Aco, vidimo.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce, kod Stojka u shopu i uđite na naš Discord server, braćo. Izvolite link. Idem ja ili ti ćeš?
Šta?
Kako ti hoćeš.
Ajde, ja ću. Čekaj.
Možeš na mene, samo možeš na mene, brđe. Gledaj. Ne, ništa, doći.
A, u leđa.
To ti kažem. Moramo jedan gore, možeš? Ajde, ako dođeš na mene, chillam. Bravo.
Evo ti.
Gledaj.
Ne! Dođi. Stop! Hop!
Super, dođi. A fajta me lik, da fajta. Ne mogu ništa.
Evo ti sve taka. Na meni imaš sve.
Hitao sam ga 90 white. I nisam ga ubio.
Kako mene vam pampo s onih heavy?
A ne možeš uzeti 4 miliona, pošto 4 miliona cijeli kap je 4 miliona. Možeš uzeti maksimum 500.000. Izvinjam se. Da gledaš ti Acu?
Kako on uvijek ima free... Uvijek ima neki free killove, brate.
Da.
Ali svaki put, brate, ja gledam.
Znaš šta, on brzo reseta, gledaj.
Kako to radi tako?
Ne znam, gledaj sad. Znači kad editi, kad vrati reset, gledaj sad.
Da, gledaj. Ali to su oni iz zone što dolaze. Ne smijem da dopustim na vina od
GG!
Ej, GG! To je kao što je full tryhardamo sada, full.
Ajde, brate.
Ajde, brate moj. Sad kaj bi bio, šta bi više trebalo? Da plecaš top 500 na duke škapu ili top 1 na do Monday kapu?
Top 1 na do Monday.
Iskreno, da.
Zbog toga što sam već, hvala Bogu, već sam jednom sa nikem top 700 bio.
70 dobio, da.
Možeš na mene.
Leđa! 160.
Ne.
160.
Aco nas juri.
Ovo Aco, brak. Jesi ti imao heavy?
Ne. Leđi spaz. Jure do 12.
Stojka, znaš koju grafičku uzimam? 40-90.
Da.
Ne vjeruješ mi? Poručio sam je već.
Da.
Ovo stvarno mi ne vjeruješ. I 9. 9000.
Da.
Čekaj. Evo vidit ćeš. Ali cijela PC sam naručio. I 64 GB rama.
Pozdrav Shark. Mislim da ne.
Dobro. Dobro sad, evo širać screen kad dobijem. Stiže mi za 2 nedelje.
Može.
Vidit ćeš, evo. Pazi šta sam rekao. Znaš kako košta PC?
Koliko?
220.000.
GG.
To je 2000 dana.
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate?
Hoću bar imati 160 lok.
Brate, nema me zezati.
Imat ću 1000 game FPS-a, 1000 FPS-a game.
Evo Relja je kupio 80-90.
Evo vidit ću, 4090 uzimam. I tu uzimam 4090 je ultra onaj. I SSD ima 3 terabajta.
Dobro. Pozdrav Dalibore. Bog ti pomogao, Ogiša. Eto, i Ogiša je kupio 10.090.
Dobro. Koji 10? Aha. Znaš kako nastavnik? Naš veronauk je nastavnik. Pošto niko ne kaže ono kao, pomaže Bog. I ja i moja još dva druga to kažem, i onda znaš kako bude srećan kad mu to neko kaže. A niko neće da mu kaže to.
Baš mi je drago.
To je sama kultura.
Da. A jel taj profesor? Šta predaje?
Veronauku.
A šta se uči u veronauci?
Pa učimo, nešto je nama pričao. Ne znam, on je isteravao nekog,
Dobro.
Neću, da kažem ili ne?
Ne.
A znaš već šta mislim.
Dobro.
I kako to? Kako on nije kao nešto bio, ne znam šta mu se desilo. Nije mogao da spava noćima i to, on nama sve priča. Znaš kako on iskren nastavnik, sve nam on pokaže. I onako šta je on kroz sve prolazi kroz život, kao uči nas u tome tim stvarima, neće govorim kojim, kao da to bilo još pre hiljadama godina, kako to, ne znam kako kaže.
Da, razum.
Čudan je jako.
Shark, brate, ne podržavam, ali poštujem sve ljude. Poštujem sve ljude, ali ne podržavam.
Šta?
Neću.
LGBT.
Dođi, nemoj to pričati, poka. Izvinjam se, vraću.
Dobro, ali nije to loše, brate.
Ne znam šta pričam.
Izvinjam se, Stajka, nemoj to. Čekaj, dođi. Gle, sad će izaći ovi. Ništa, oni su dole. Što?
Dođi na mene.
Krekan. Kaži.
Aco, brate, opet.
On namjerno gleda u nas.
Rakić, laku noć, brate, vidimo se. Pozdrav, laku noć. I sad je umro. Slurp.
What? Nije moj zid.
Jure, ne znam, brate.
Ko tebi u školu, idem samo u razred.
Šta?
Znam li ti da mu jeti u razred? Najbolji do FNCS-a razred idu.
Da ti pričaš. Ne, Shark. Life je do 12, brate.
Jo, zamisli kad sana, da smo igrali ja i ti da smo kvalili. Nakon mi tamo sad, joj brate, šta bi dao. Bi ti poveo još nekog ovako u sebe, brate, ili tako nešto?
Pa brate, da.
Ja bi išao sam. Poveo bi Acu.
Jesi čuo za nov brand? Ne znam, brate, Tomix. Ja ne pratim to.
A koliko vama traju odmor? Isto 20 minuta?
Veliki 20.
Da. ne zna šta radi.
No! Zezno se. Mogu je da vina, brate.
Ko?
On. I gledaj sad. Ništa.
Ovaj Filip?
Da.
No. Kako si rekao?
Ne, Leksa?
Stojka, ti si prije igrao sa fanovima, ja se sjećam, to je bilo kad si imao 500 followera na trovu.
Nikad
Igrali
nisam.
smo zone s tobom. Ali kao, trebali smo nadamo nekog, tvoji friendovi igramo s vama.
Ne.
Pre.
Znaš kad je to bilo?
A pre, pa znam.
Pa to, ne, slušaj me. To je jedan put bio. Znaš kad je to bilo?
Ono 24 sata kad je bilo.
Ne, 60 sata.
60 sata, da. Znaš koliko ti ja dugo pratim? Još kad ti jaj, brate.
Hvala, brate. To je bilo 60 sata i ljudi su rekli Stojka šta ćemo raditi 60 sata, ajde i to mi je bio prvi posljednji put. Stojka Nike ili Adidas, brate ja to ne znam, ne pratim ja to ne znam.
Ljudi, ono...
Nemojte gledat, braćo, materijalne stvari.
Da. Neka deca nemaju to, a vi, oni... Neću da kažem šta. Dok drugi ljudi nemaju to da priušta, oni se još hvale time. Tako svega.
Ne trebate to gledati.
Pa da. Gle.
Držim.
150.
Treća, brate, godina. Dođi, idem. Ne mogu.
Što ne možeš?
Zbog toga što trebamo ići u zonu. Evo, gledaj sad.
Gledaj. 20.
Bravo.
Možda im uđem u tarp.
Ma ne.
Da.
To bi vestali game, brate, dođi.
Stižem. Pazi sprej. Tu sam. To je jaca.
Znam. Što to rade, brate?
150, dead.
Tu ti je trst. Eto. Dođi, da ću ti mac. Breakaj, a ništa. Breakaj metalni, ovaj.
Kako ga nisam vidio, bra.
Shark ne, brat.
Ne. Pa kako, brat, ne?
Nije uzeo splasheve brze. Evo uzeo sam.
Pa, to, brat, što radi jako? No stalno, brate, gledaju.
Chill, brate, Tadić.
Stojka,
reci.
Nije vidiš u Brazilu i tamo igraš na tim serverima, ovako da, mi bi bili u svaki cup place ili pravi brutalno, znaš.
Shark jedino kad livam, brate. Pošto tu ne mogu pokazat, zbog toga što nisam u lobby. Nice, ja mislim da će ovi ljudi vidjeti.
Ovaj Homelander.
Nikakav problem, Reja. Vraćam se, braću, da uzmem vodu. Bacite like. Braću, izvinjam se. Bio sam da uzmem vodu. Stojka ko osvaja sutra. Nadam se neko sa naših prostora, brate. Relja čita Boka chat, brate. GG, Boka. Do kada je stream? Do 12? Ne, nisam bio u toaletu, bio sam da uzmem vodu. Jeste, Branko?
Ajde sad da vidimo, Stojka, ajde sad da vidimo.
Ajde.
Sad ne igramo na... ono.
Hvala ti, Jure. Hvala, brate. One HP, Aco.
Gdje si ti?
Ništa, nije one HP. Dolazim. Tu sam na tebi. Hvala na pitanju, u redu je, Niksa. Pričam na mobitelu, tu sam. Idi, tarpaj.
Aca. A šta radi Aca, brate, više?
Izvinjam se, braćo. Pozdrav, Krsko, hvala ti, brate. To što sam zvao za jelo, sad su me zvali.
A ti sad jesti ili?
Nema veze, Niksi, da se čuje, meni nije problem, brate. Ja znam da ništa loše ne pričam. Šta si rekao?
Ti sad jedeš ili?
Ma ne, neću da jedem, zaposle mi je to. Za nakon streama.
A što ti naručuješ preko restorana ili?
Vrate, ne. Šta pričaš? Ovako, pošto...
A što ti imaš kućno, znate li?
Neću, braću, da pomislite da se Stojka hvali ili to, ali ne. Moji roditelji, moj brat, oni su na drugom. Ja sam na drugom i, na primjer, kad hoću nešto, idem dole, uzmem i vratim.
To mislim, to zato i... Bravo.
Kudi čuti sad samo.
Bravo.
Ne.
GG.
Neću o tome, Krsko. Baš mi je drago, Filipe, Gigi. Jeste, Volki?
7 pixi na mogu.
Jel živiš sam? Hvala Bogu sa porodicom. Idem da uzmem jelo, tu sam, braću, za minut. Samo da se, da promeni majicu, braću, tu su. Braću, izvinjam se. Bio sam da uzmem jelo. Izvinjam se, braću.
Ja sam sam pre 30 sekundi umro.
Stojka, šta jedeš? Neću da jedem, brate, sada. Nakon streama ću. Niksa, reci. A to ne znam, Filipe, stvarno ne znam to. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Niksa? Nešto mi je... kamera. Ne znam zašto mi je tamna kamera, evo, stvarno, maybe. Ovako. I tamna mi je kamera, brate. Čekaj samo sekund. Ne znam, krsko sve jedem, brate. Life je do 12. Ajde, idi. Dođi.
Gledano. Mali HP.
Odakle si, iz Makedonije? Brzo poravak, Niksa.
Niksa, brzo poravak, brate. Eto teka.
Hvala. Pazi. Dođi. Dead. Jedite mi, imam ti body. Možeš?
One, dead.
Brate.
Dead. Kilaš.
Hvala Niksa. Pozdrav Trbuščić. Hvala ti Volki, hvala od srca, brate. Ne znam, stvarno, Neša, stvarno ne znam. A, neću to, Miki.
What?
Pačo, ko nije učeo na naš Discord server, uđite, izvolite link. A, šarak, brate. Ako Bog da, Niksa, ako Bog da, brate. Trbušić i kad... Bez obzira da li je slobodno vreme ili nije, kod mene je uvek isto, hvala Bogu. Hvala Bogu, brate. Znači... Hvala Bogu, ustanem. Novi YouTube video, jedem. Spavam, streamujem, spavam i svaki dan isto, brate. Bez obzira da li sam slobodan ili nisam. Vojne, budi ispravljen, jedi. I vežbaj, brate. U redu, Niksa. A nemoj vojne, chill, brate. Hvala ti puno, Trbušić, hvala, brate. Da, hvala Niksa. A GG, Fleki.
Si uspio pomoći vam Flekiju za onoj pare?
Nije mi tražio.
Mevan?
A to ti je Č, Miki.
A znaš šta, haj nam možda trebalo.
Možda
Mi
ne
smo
znam.
premalo od haja. Mi smo na... Gle ovo, nema nikog.
Nemoj to, Niksa, brate. Dolazim.
Nema
Tu sam
nikog
na
ovdje.
tebi. A, već evo.
Prije.
Pucam.
To je jata, prije. Van.
I mi biti ih fajtamo sad. Gledaj.
Van.
Bravo.
Gdje je data?
Bravo. A nije.
Stop.
Counter.
Gdje je do bajt?
Bravo. Ima strp, maybe.
Ne. Imam splashove, dođi. Imam strpove, ali čuvat ću.
Čuvaj.
Sad ide.
Čilaj.
To je to.
Prošao sam, znaš? Si na meni?
Ne mogu da prođem. 100 ata. Ne.
3 puta 30.
Nije bilo
Mislim 2
ovako.
puta 30. Stojka, da li ti je bitna skupa odjeća? Ne, brate. Nikad, ikad. Nemojte to gledat, braću. Budite zahvalni na svemu što imate, zbog toga što... budite zahvalni samo na svemu i to je to. Da vidimo da li Čaco ništa. Bravo. Laku noć, Vanja, pozdrav, vidimo se, brate, laku noć. Pa, nemoj, brate. Niksa. Hvala puno, Trbušić, hvala puno, brate. Tako i treba. Treba da vjeruješ.
Puštić.
Treba da vjeruješ u Boga i to je jedina ispravna stvar u životu. Tako da, hvala ti od srca. Hvala puno, brate. Ako Bog da, nadamo se da nigde ne žurimo, brate. Nigde ne žurimo i to je to.
Stojka, ti čitaš Bibliju ili?
Ne.
Ja sam čitao nešto malo.
Baš mi je drago, to je jako lepo.
Dođi. Ček da vidim da li vam nekom bacimo ovo. Ne. 70. Pazi leđa. 100.
Da, pazi. One HP.
A ne, ubije me drugi tim. A 20 put. A nije to AP opet, what? Free rev sam, free rev. Ne. Čekaj, ćemo malo van, sad ću kraj za 20 minuta stream.
Ajde, može.
Ali vaj. Nisam ja nešto zagrevan toliko. Stojka, pobeđam te s 0, može?
Ajde. Eto, braćo, Boka kaže da će nas pobediti sa 0. Vidjet ćemo.
Jesi spreman?
Ja mislim da ću te dobiti, iskreno.
Misliš?
Da.
Ajde, sad ću vidjeti.
Ajde.
Braćo, pazite šta je Stojka rekao.
GG, Ahmox. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce. Uđite na naš Discord server, izvolite link i sutra u 16 sati ili u 4 popodne, kako hoćete, gledamo FNCS Finals.
Braćo, šta mislite iz čata, ko dobija?
Hoćeš 1v1 s Acom?
Pa ne znam kako ti hoćeš, ne je sve jedno. A
Ajde.
sad dok to startamo i sve.
Ajde, idemo s Acom, evo, spreman je. Rekao je, mislim, invajto me.
Invajto mu.
Livaj samo. Samo sekund.
Ti da mi kao, Acu.
Ajde, može. Samo red idite i to je to. Ne, slasher, brate. Games iz Velesa, brate. Veles. Samo da uđem, braću, u grupu. Samo sekund, Discord. Ja sam ugasio Discord slučajno. Samo sekund. Desno, brate.
Sutra vina pink ili Chris.
Oni.
Ba kaj?
Šta?
O, kaj je ovo, bok?
Nisi, rekao sam oni.
Dobro.
Nisu ništa. Hoćemo, aj Havoc, hoćete?
Ma ne.
Havoc, ne.
Pa bio sam, brate, bio sam.
16%,
Games.
bez raketa, nemojte koristiti rakete.
Allah, meni previše pinga. What?
Imam paket plus.
Ja isto.
Hvala, brate, Gavrilo, već smo ušli u mapu. Pozdrav, Ogi. U koju školu ideš? Neću o tome, brate.
Vanja, čujem te, jes.
Stojka, s kim igraš Monday Cup?
Ja nisam blizu uopšte.
Pa vidjet ćemo, brate, stvarno ne
Sa
znam.
Bokom Romanijem. Wow, što radiš ti da?
Pa, Gavrilo, uskoro je kraj streama. I već smo jednom livali, da ne livamo 2 puta, brate.
Kako mi bio šot?
Zato s kim ti igraš? Sa Slaxijem?
Da.
A se vi duo, jeste?
Da.
No! Imam 0 mat. I mislio sam najbitniji shot.
Ovo ti si gore. Ova dvojica maš pala, sad jeste.
What? Gdje? What?
A gdje je vrma? O!
Brate, što ti kempaš cool naca, ovo bre?
Neko se hila, doktore.
No.
Ti su se hila zašto mi boksa.
Da.
Nema Imamo samo defektive, alo. Djelac. Nemam sve defektive, neće nigdje builda. Nemam samo defektive, brate.
O, si lozo!
Ne znam gdje je builda čovjek, ne znam šta mi se samo defektovima. Gledam okolo gdje je, brate.
Vi kako vi spektataju. Ovi spektataju ste
GG.
vidjeli.
Ko bi respektira?
Neki boka,
Onda je on ušao preko tebe.
preko tebe.
Pa kako ga ja nemam za frenda, doktor?
Nije ga ni ja.
Ti ga znaš, bio su party sa njim, brate. A ušao
Dobro,
je
nisam vas...
oko Luka Prime, brate.
Ma samo spektataju.
Ne, on spektataju, ne igra on.
GG. 90.
Čekaj, zabila sljedeći put. Idi Romanja se zabila sljedeći put.
50 fight. A dobro je, brate. Šta tu ti radiš, brate, više? Ti kad ne fajtaš, nego spriješ strane da fajtaš kad su svi van. Jer ne može ovako da ubije, brate. Jer ne može ovako kad su full, ne možeš ubiti van nikad.
Ako je bila u zonama, svaki put se ubio. I tebe i Boga.
Mene nijedan nisu ubio u zonama, mene baš nijedan. Mene nijedan u zonama nisu ubio.
Dok se zabila dvojica. Nema šta sam vam radio, druže, gubili se tu.
Da, da.
GG. Braćo, bacite like.
Čandulja. Ovi navijaju tamo onom kakvim cijest navijaju to ljudi, napravila pjesme.
Što ne? Ljudi su putovali, brate, platili su put, zašto ne? I sve su platili.
Ajde. Kako nisi umro?
Jer sam tu bio.
Kako sam tebe hitao visu?
0.
Nije kad si se impulsu hitao, ja sam mislio da sam ti hitao 87.
Dobro, stojka, brate.
What? Aj livajte Boka i ti, livajte ličeva, brate, removajte vas. I ti Luka, Prime, livaj.
Ja se izvinjam što se smijemo, smešan mi je.
Šta radi, evo on u zoni ovdje nešto radi. Livaj Luka.
Luka, svinja, livaj.
Nemoj to.
Kako liva ovaj?
Gdje klip? Da stojka nešto da zna da bilda.
Ne, tu je već postavljan.
GG.
Ko easy, bre.
Mene nije htjelo buildat sad.
Evo remove ovom Luki jer neće da liva. Dobro.
Ko je liva, bre?
Luka neće da liva.
Luka, sine, livaj.
Nemoj tako.
Sine, livaj.
Vrat se kut, sine, šalim se. Luka, prime. Zapratite. Opet ja u middle, brate.
Ja isto middle.
Ovo može klipat, neš me klipat. Da 7 života me neš klipat.
O, mene puca on s fight s lajkom. Au, brate, ma jego.
Za njega. Kako sam ga fino ispao, znači ko je.
Au, ti s lajkom.
Laku noć, Bartole, vidimo se. Laku noć, brate, pozdrav.
Shotgun uzad. Ima 6 paketa sam imam, 6% paketa.
Da, sad se izvlači.
Evo, skiram ping, skiram.
Izvlači se, ajde.
Ne,
Ajde.
Ajde, sad se
Ajde. Šanec.
Ne, Saš vid. Bude pravo daš mi...
Nemoj to piksara, brate.
Ajde, Aco.
Ja, sad dobar, sad
Da.
Ne, sad samo dođi na mene. Nemoj da gubim, samo da gubim. Dođi, gdje on?
Šalim se, bre, znam da čujete svoj glasu.
Brate.
Evo je klip.
Nemoj to, brate, Janko. Vidimo ko će vinati. Vidimo Acu šta ima. Vidimo Acu da li će ovo klačat. Ne vjerujem, iskreno.
Saš vid.
Neš kaš Acu.
Doći.
Ne, nećeš.
Ajma, nemaš, a nema. Da luda, ne sam živ.
Pozdrav, Marine.
Sekundi je hvala da brigam. Mas, stojka. Gdje on umro sad? Evo ih mas, GG. Dobro, Romanja igra Fortnite.
Ili klip.
Stojki animacije, brate, gdje umro?
Tu sam negdje, tu sam ispred, dole ispred. Sad desno. Dole.
Uti ti!
Imaš 10 build.
Dobro, koliko HP-a imaš više, brate? GG! Najbolji.
Ti za malo uzeo, doktore.
Znači.
Možemo se
Sve, bla. GG!
Nemojte to.
Ja?
Nemojte.
Ja sam rekao GG.
Nemoj to, on to govori u svakom klipu.
Ne za GG, za ono drugo.
Šta, ja?
Nešto je pričao na B, ne znam.
Ja nisam ništa.
Ti dobar ugao, ti.
Ovo ja to imam.
Full clip 40.
Da mi ubio, ja bi došao igrati.
Djerko, nemoj to, brate. Zamisli da je ovo bilo 200, najbolji klip.
Nemam ništa, brate, to je 150? A ko je tebe ubije, brate?
Imaš tek više HP od nas.
Ja, Stojka pogledaj.
Znači ne? Ima 110 HP-a.
Koliko mi pita 100 milijuna da...
Super, brate, Boka. Super igrač.
GG. Ja s tebe ubio sad.
Bio smo kroz žid.
GG.
Smo hladni.
No, ja nisam sad igrao Fortnite, sad sam ušao, brate.
Nisam nije, bratski moj. Ušao samo zona da igram, to je to.
Da.
Da, jesam. Prije ga gledat ću.
Da.
I ti si igrao bioskop.
Da, nisam igrao, ja sam bio, brate, u bioskopu. Da.
Pa jesi igrao. Ja nisam igrao.
Da.
Pa što igrao 15
Da.
Da.
Ajde, sad sam, brate moj, šta ti je?
Dobro, vanim piš, on mi dipa sad ovako.
GG!
Nice!
GG, ako ti je ovo klip Stojka.
Je klipa?
Nakon 5 godina me ubio.
Šalim se.
Eto, hitao me 100, nakon 10 sekundi me ubio. Koji što je bilo kad je tebe ubio. On ga hitao 100, nakon 6 sekundi trepao dole i on kupio hita ga 50, ubije ga i ubio.
A sad ćeš klip za tebe.
Ajde ti, klipaš, znači.
Gdje je on? Šta radi on u boksu?
Da, 0 ping, vidim pa dugo me na.
Aha. Glava.
GG!
Idi na TikTok, ovo je na TikTok.
Ako staviš Stojka...
Ovo postoji na TikToku, evo, ja znam.
Dobro, ako staviš Stojka, ja ne znam.
Šalim se.
Šalim se. Stavi bre, šalim se, sabalo.
Neću.
Nula delay. A ne,
Da, on baš ima nula. Zato meni sad stiže. Zato meni sad stiže 40, 90, 63 GB rama i 9.
Laku noć, Niksa, vidimo se. Laku noć, brate. Pozdrav, laku noć.
Sve slabiji, opet sam najbolji, to je to.
A djeler, brate.
Mane čpi. Mane čpi je Stojka.
Manje špi sam ja.
Znači.
Manja igra Fortnite, to je to. Svaki ići.
Pročitat će, Relja.
Spaci doktora.
Nemoj više njega uvek pitaš.
Vidiš novo pinganje. Ajde spaci da vidiš kako si igra.
Ajde da vidimo kako igrača.
Ajde klanj baj sad. Ne radi ni DNS mi pak ne radi. Da, ni DNS. Da, ni DNS. Jutro sam udario jednom tastatura, odmah presta raditi. Odmah. Dobro, kemper još malo.
Ja se ne figam.
Djelaj se, brate.
48.
Au, kakav je klip bio tu.
Matija, laku noć, brate. Pozdrav, laku noć, vidimo se sutra sa novim YouTube videom i u 4 popodne streamujemo FNCS Finals. Laku noć, brate. Da vidimo ko će da uzme trofej i tik 1.000.000 eura.
Boka uzime naravno. Boka ja, to FNCS wineri.
Mini, jacu.
Aha, dobro, svaki, hvala.
250 ponovo.
Mini, Boka.
O, 48 opet u glavu.
40, brate. 7 puta sam dao 40.
Ja tebi 48, 50 puta.
Lagana porcija.
Blok.
Šta rekao?
Blokić. Ali ne bio mogao sam nikada.
Porcija. Stojka.
Reci.
Aco, ko bi tebi bio?
Ne radi, ne daj se.
Aco, ko bi tebi bio? Security na. U Wonderconu.
Ko bi mi bio? Šta brineš ti, Ramanja?
Pa ne, ko bi ti bio obezbeđenje s Wonderconu kad bi išli?
Moram kod nove ekipa, kod to sam moram
A brat, tata samo me espreja. Stojko neće.
Njega sam isto dotkis.
Da. A joj, Stojka. A brate, fajtaj.
GG.
GG.
Ovo ide sad.
Ovo već ide.
Da, brate.
Ovo već mora. Stojka, ovo mora.
Da.
Stavio mi zid i pampo me sto i ubio me.
Ako ne sviš, naljutit ću se, Stojka. Vidio sam da nas vidio neki na TikToku. Kad si mene klipa.
Zapratite nas na TikTok, uzvišnik TikTok, braćo.
I crveno okruglo ćuti.
Ovo mora sada se stavi na TikTok.
Znači sam ništa, sad gleda klipa od dvojica.
Ajde.
Koji su ti? Klipa 40. A dobro, stuj, operim ti noge.
A to.
Spektirajte sad mene, nemoj šacu, brate.
Ajde.
Dobro, evo, dobro. Da.
Sad još 1 sekund.
Do kad je live? Do 12? Pozdrav, barone. Ovo je zadnji game, ajde.
Čekaj da reloadam sve. Čekaj da reloadam ga nove. Ajde.
Ako primiš damage boka, svićam nacu.
Šta moraš ovdje?
Ne, pošto će se ti healat, moram nacu. Vidim macu šta ću uraditi.
Imamo sad više metalo se ovdje izbildano. O, metal full box.
A to je tvoje, aha. Ovo posljednji, Stojka.
Ne, još šani. Imaš 2 minute, družiš.
Braćo, vidimo se. I čujemo se sutra. Hvala puno svima što ste gledali live. Sutra gledamo FNCS u 16 sati. U 4 popodne. Pozdrav za sve ljude. Hvala puno svima, braćo, na... Što gaši sada Stojka? Zbog toga što smo upali live u 4. Samo sekund. U item shopu koristite kod Stojka ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, braćo. I to je to. Pozdrav Janko, pozdrav Živko, pozdrav Ahmox, pozdrav Relja, pozdrav Barun, pozdrav Dilerko, pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Čilim, pozdrav Aco, pozdrav Dark Lace, pozdrav sve ljude, braćo. Čujemo se i vidimo se sutra. Opet kažem, nemojte da zaboravite, u 4 popodne je live, gledamo zajedno FNCS, da vidimo ko će uzeti trofej. Pozdrav Rile, laku noć, braćo, za sve. Čujemo se i vidimo se sutra. Pozdrav, braćo, laku noć.